Phase one is done. The lobbies work, and now actually comes the hard part, which is to make the actual game. So this is kind of cool. Just a quick recap for those who are just joining in. This is day 4 of the 12 Days to Christmas challenge. And I know what you're saying. We still got a bunch more days to Christmas, but I'm trying to get ahead of the mark here. And we're building a 5v5 multiplayer soccer game. And we're using Opus 4.5 initially to write this extremely massive plan. And the massive plan was super detailed. And we ended up doing that, I think, in Cursor and a combination of other tools that we're going to be using here live as well. We're going to be using pretty much everything we possibly can under our power, but basically this is how it breaks down. We've got the tech stack, system architecture, and everything. And right now we're at Phaser 3 game engine. This is where we're going to get going next. All of the phase 1 stuff, which is like the SpaceTimeDB things and the client architecture, we've already figured out. We got some of the QR code stuff in here, but we still have to go through a bunch of other things. And so today's stream is going to be filled with a lot of goodies. I have a lot more time today, probably like going to be going for like 4 hours or so. So you can always check back in a little bit later. I'm going to have timestamps on this video as well. And I also have some editors, thanks to all the people who are supporters. Your contributions actually goes to me hiring editors and getting some folks to actually cut up the stream and do some things. So that's really appreciated. So we also had GPT 5.2, and that's going to be verifying some of the work that we've been using for Opus 4.5. And just for FYI, yesterday, we had SpaceTimeDB connected, and we got the lobbies working, which is kind of why you saw that little bit demo here. And for today's focus, like I said, this is going to be a mega stream. We got a field to make. We got some sprites to make. We got player movement. I'm going to show you a little bit of prompting techniques, how I use JSON prompts to generate some things. I don't know if you saw the thumbnail, but actually the thumbnail was using some of the JSON prompts. And I'll have this guide is, I just dropped this guide in my Discord. This is, and the actual chat I use. So if you're trying to get on the Discord, the link is actually in the actual description. And yes, it's a paid Discord, and it's for folks who have extra discretionary income to join in. And I drop a little stuff like that, stuff from my live stream. So in here is going to actually teach you how to JSON prompt. I know a lot of people want to do this, and we're going to be doing some of this live, and we're going to be using some of the research techniques that we use to do this stuff live as well. So by the end of the day today, we should have something that is playable, and it'd be kind of fun to just kind of get that going. Tomorrow is an interesting challenge because tomorrow there's a Vercel meetup for backends, and I want to see if I can land everything as much as possible to have a working demo. So if we nail it today, we'll still have breathing room before Christmas to polish all the sprites. So that way we can actually have on Christmas Day a 24-hour live stream that runs all on Christmas where the entire chat can play. And then we'll have tournaments that are going for this whole game. We're going to have QR access code. You can join in, try to beat the bots and stuff like that. It's going to be a really crazy game, and I'm excited to kind of get it going. So that's just the big primer here. Thank you so much for joining in. A huge shout out to everyone else who's actually cooking with us live. Also on X, we have Shahar is also there. Also here on YouTube as well. Somebody was asking about the promo code for Droid. That is currently no longer available. It was only available apparently for a limited time. They did sponsor my stream almost like 2 months ago. So from there, people had a lot of chance to sign up and kind of get that going. So that extra promo to get double the tokens is pretty much, it's gone. But you can still sign up. I think if you put a credit card down, you get like, I think 10 million tokens or something like that, which is way more than enough to try Droid. And we're going to be using that on the stream as well. So yeah, let's see. Okay, cool. So we got the AI Studio. This is how I made my thumbnail today using this technique, like I was saying. And so we're going to go a little bit into this a little bit later. So let me just kind of minimize that for now. And then we're going to focus a little bit more on what's going on with our architecture and moving on to the next phases of the game. And so the backend, I've never written Rust. So we've basically have figured out how to install Rust. And we're going to mosey our way through and kind of learn here as well. So this is going to be really wild. Okay, so I was just looking through the documentation for SpaceTimeDB. And I think I was, for last time, we're also setting up the hooks. So that way our stuff for the Rust backend will auto-generate the types. So Cursor has this hooks feature that is similar to Claude Code, where as soon as the execution is complete, it'll run a script, and the script will actually run a command line utility in, I think it's from SpaceTime, so they can generate those type files. Let's see, types. Yeah, TypeScript Rust, I think here. Calling reducers. I was just looking up here. Install, project structure, how to compile. So we do SpaceTimeDB, SpaceTime build, declare inputs, And then I guess what I'm going to do is just give it this documentation and making sure that we comply with this here. So let's see. I wanted to verify also following the recent guidelines. Recent from use exa MCP for research. Okay. Cool. So I'm going to give it to both here. All right. So we have some of the stuff already checked in, and Droid is great next level. Wow. Figma might be the play for organizing the sprites. Yeah, you know what? I think I've dabbled in Figma, but I've not really gone in all the way. So that'll be it. I'll have to look into that. How are you going to make the sprites? I'm spraying and praying over here. I don't know. We're gonna figure out how to make the sprites. I have no clue, but I think I have some ideas. And I think what I'm thinking here to make the sprites, by the way, is to kind of look at some references and do a design forward approach. So I just want to put a canvas out. I'm going to kind of shop around at different design ideas, try to see if I can choose some colors, choose some color palettes, take a look at some fonts. I want to see some fonts that kind of inspire me and kind of bring me back to this world of, I think Nintendo was really cool as far as like nostalgic, but I also like the SNES, like Sega Genesis, pixelations too, because 8-bit is 8-bit, but then like if you kind of up the bits like 16 or 32, then like you get a little bit more color variety. And this is kind of where I can have a conversation maybe with Gemini to create different worlds or different ideas for things. And then I also love the game. I think there was a game called NFL Blitz. So it's a similar thing. So NFL Blitz was like, you can throw the football and just tackle like crazy and do some crazy stuff and get power-ups. So I want to combine these different ideas and kind of lay them out in canvas style. So somebody said Figma, that might be the best bet, where we can just kind of throw things into Figma and then try to come up with different design concepts, right? What fonts would be, what am I vibing with? What styles of things do I like that really resonate with me? Because I want to make it more about me. And then the AI from there should then be able to take that concept and then help me generate like sprites that will kind of fall into that, if you know what I mean. So starting with like this design-centered thing, more around like what my inspiration is. So drawing inspiration from my natural, like almost like flipping through magazines type of stuff and looking at real life examples and then pulling some of that stuff in to generate the things that we really want to. So that way we'll have the correct language, the correct colors, the correct things to feed to the language models to help execute, the ideas that are in here or the ideas that we laid out, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of the approach that I'm thinking for the sprites that I think will serve us best. And I think that'll be a really cool way to do that. So do I want some Runware credits for this? What's Runware? I'll have to check that out. You mean Runway, I think? Yeah. Yo, Nika, thank you so much for joining in. Also, aloha from Sweden. Awesome. How much money have I spent so far? So I think I've spent to date maybe about $10, $5 to $10, about that. Get the sprites from Speedball 2. I have no clue what that is. I was thinking the same thing about the pixels. I'm trying to get into like 80s, 90s beat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Streets of Rage. That's cool. Yeah. That's a good vibe. I really like that vibe. It's so cool. Also, I have a friend whose name is DiBiase, and he's like a beat creator, and he takes a bunch of really crazy sounds from video games and these different characters, and he makes insane like hip hop style beats. So I call him like the baby Jay Dilla. And if you're into hip hop and really love that stuff, Jay Dilla was a prolific hip hop producer and has this really cool swing style and had just a really unique way of hearing sounds. And so my friend like produces beats in a similar style, but he has his own style. Like it's completely his own thing. I don't think he really realizes, but he's probably influenced obviously. But yeah, his day job is actually like going to, take care of ball fields and stuff, but he produces music on the side and it's just so fire. But I've known him for a long time, so I'll have to hit him up for some stuff here. I think there's a bug in Cursor right now. I'm gonna see if there's an update. See if I could just check for updates. Oh no. Okay. Let me quit Cursor and reopen it because I'm having a problem here. Quit Cursor. Uh-oh. I think I broke it. Oh. Cursor, save us. Okay. Okay. I think I hit accept. This is great. Okay, so I stopped. And I think I lost my prompt, right? Okay, so based on my research, whoa. Okay, hold on. Our implementation follows the latest script. Now let me continue with the cursor hooks. Okay, I thought we had the hooks file already, right? Hooks.json. Okay. Create file. Oh, I see. We have our kickoff app and then we have kickoff app cursor hooks. Got it. Okay, so let me just kind of give it some, this is interesting. PWD. Okay. Let me just open up a new terminal. PWD, ls. Okay. So if I do, I think I created the hooks file instead of and then so I guess what I'm telling cursor is that like it created the hooks that we were looking at. And the reason why we're creating the hooks, for those who are kind of wondering, is that after the file is edited, I want these types to be generated from any Rust code that we touch. And so that way the front end will be able to pick them up when we start running front end code. So that's kind of where we were doing that. And then on stop, I wanted to do some specific scripts here. And so I think I'm telling it to do some stuff here, and I don't know what it's doing, but we're going to figure that out. Okay. So while that's going, there's a next phase of plans that I'm going to get going here too. So I'm going to close this. Okay. Yo, how's it going from the UK? Cursor agent has been bugging me for a day. Yeah, it's just a little bit buggy right now. I don't know. Get the sprites. Oh yeah, somebody said speedball too. Okay. I can't figure out if we should use CC or cursor in my dev team. Ooh, that's a tough one. I guess you should just audit your flows and just ask people, you know, what they prefer. I think that's going to be the thing that keeps them going. I feel like from an agent functionality, they're gonna meet the bar. It's just more about like, what's your team prefer to use, or what are they spending more time kind of doing as far as like, they like the UI, they like doing these things here, or has your team set up enough like hooks and these types of things that they can take advantage of, which Cursor now has too. Yeah, so that's a really tough one. Okay, cool. So what's it now? Create the after edit on just, okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay. All right, so now we have that there. And we have this stuff here. So there's a git ignore. I don't know why it's doing this now. So it's going a little crazy because of my project is actually here at the very top. It's called kickoff. And then the code is being checked into kickoff chaos. And I think they're like, it's a mono repo in a funny way, right? So like I have my repo right here called kickoff, and then that has this like documentation, but where I'm actually running the code and doing everything is in here. And so I think that's kind of what's confusing to me and confusing it right now. And so that is an interesting insight that I didn't really think about. And I think that's probably some of the source of confusion here. So maybe I should kind of stop this thing and say, hey, yo. Also, like my prompt thing is about to die. It's so sad. Okay, so I created the hooks file. Can I just compress, summarize? Let me see if I can summarize and create a new chat. Yeah, let me pop into Ghosty. So in Ghosty, what I'm going to go ahead and do is just open up a new like terminal window. And then pwd. Okay, so ls. Okay, so this is my top level program. And then you can kind of see I have like the documentation and I have kickoff chaos and in here. Okay, so I think what I should do is I'm going to run Droid in here. And we're going to take a look. I'm just going to see if I can have Opus kind of analyze my repo and kind of take a look at things here. So I want you to analyze my repo because I have a folder called kickoff chaos. chaos. And I opened up my app and I'm doing everything in this normal kickoff folder, which is where we're at right now. I'm trying to keep everything in one repo. And I just realized that my IDEs are getting confused because everything that I'm running has been in the kickoff-chaos folder. Help me understand what the best layout for my project should be here. Because I'm also noticing there's some issues with the agents figuring out what stuff to ignore with the git ignore files and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, because I think there's a couple. Yeah, there's my nested layout is kind of funny. Yeah, I think that's kind of probably going to cause some issues in the future, but that's just the way we started. And I just want to make sure I fix this too. So that's what's up. Yeah. So this is going to run Opus 4.5 high in spec mode, and it's just going to start digging through these things here. So now that that's going, what are we having here? So I've compressed everything, and then now like chat context has been summarized. And so the next thing I'm just going to do, I guess, is going to say, I have the repo currently running in. I'm going to just make sure I get to this one here and say, oh, it already finished. Dang. Okay. What does it say? So no git repo is here. Ah, okay. The git repo is actually, oh, this is nasty. Okay. So IDE config orphaned, no git repo, outside of git, actual git repos in here. I thought so. Dang it. Okay. So there's nested git repo. And so the orphans, so the recommended solutions is to work directly in kickoff chaos is the simplest. So open this as your code base root instead of the parent, and then move the other stuff over and then delete the orphan configs from the parent. So, all right, cool. So the mono repo structure, if adding more projects, okay, would be make the parent folder the git repo with the proper structure. So it would have like apps, kickoff, chaos, Next.js app, future packages. Okay. Okay. So option C is flatten, single project, no nesting. So move everything from kickoff chaos up one level. Move the parent folder, MV. Okay. Wow. And then I think option A, yeah, the minimal disruption, just move all the docs and stuff into kickoff chaos. Yeah. And then, okay, so I want to keep iterating. Okay. Let's move with option A, as that seems to be the simplest. And I want you to also review all the files that I've generated, because I'm generating stuff in Rust and also Next.js. And I think I might have checked in too much of the build code. Of the compiled code. Okay. Droid's super fast. Okay. So in here, I think all the stuff that I wanted to do in here in cursor is basically where Droid's already at, and it's moving super fast. Let's see. Let me review the structure and get the compiled generated files that shouldn't have been tracked. Okay, cool. Yes. Awesome. And then I think what I should do is pop open a new window and do like a nice like review for my code base afterwards. So, okay, I published the module. We have this thing here, and then we have the invite room, so we can start matches and stuff like that, which is cool. And the next parts would be sprites and other things. So maybe I'll do some research tasks to get sprites and all that. Yeah, somebody said Figma, I guess. I'm going to do Claude. So with Claude, okay. For my game, I want you to see if you can look through my previous chats, because as you know, I'm building a game and it's part of the 12 days thing. And you'll be able to pull up some of the context from some of my previous chats here. I'm trying to do some research and build sprites for the game and work with the game engine. Because I've never done this before, I'm going to need you to do some research using Exa MCP. And I'm going to also attach the documentation for the architecture plan here. I'm not even sure what I should be doing in terms of how I should pick the right colors, fonts, and all these other things. And my thinking was to just start with Figma and start to look for inspiration to draw things in. And I'm going to need you to give me a structured document that I should follow, almost like a checklist, so that I can have as much information as possible. In December of 2025, Google has released Gemini 3, and it's called Gemini Pro or Gemini 3 Pro or Nano Banana Pro. And from there, it's extremely powerful, and we should be able to give it reference images and be able to describe things for our game. And this is probably what we're going to use to actually generate those assets. So as a person who doesn't have like a design background, doesn't know the exact steps to do this, any of this research is going to help us bridge these two gaps for me. And then I'm going to say use exa code MCP to do the research. Okay, so exa code MCP is a huge, huge unlock for me. Make sure you have this enabled. And if you haven't, go ahead and sign up. It's awesome. It's an unlock because it makes Opus 4.5 like that university research student. And I prefer, first of all, Claude, like Opus as a model. And Opus 4.5 is extremely good at like tool calling and sequential thinking. So when it does a first step, gather some information, it tries to think about everything else in the context and then figure out what the next steps it needs to do from there. So it's really good at taking something unstructured like this, thinking through what I'm trying to get through here, as you can kind of see. Ray is asking me about, and it's like I asked about 7 different things in there, right? And it says, let me start by these 3 steps, right? So it doesn't overload itself. It's like, okay, I need to do these things. It moves on to this, and it even searched through my previous chat. And it's looking specifically for, this type of information. So it pulled it up there, boom. And then it says, I found the context, and I forgot to give it the actual document, which was the architecture here. So I should probably give it that here. So let me just go ahead and open preview, reveal with Finder. And so in Finder, I'm going to give that file there after like the next step. It's going to do a bunch of research, and then I'll give it the documentation. So that'll come next, I think. So I think I'll keep that away for now. So found the context. No architecture file uploaded yet, so you even know that. But I'll have the full context from our previous chat. Let me now research the design. I think it has that context because this is the one that actually helped me generate the plan. That's right. And so here it is doing actual web searches, and this is kind of it's doing its own internal web searches. And now it has some more context. So I've created everything we need. Let me create a comprehensive checklist document for your game asset creation flow. So here we are. It's creating the stuff for us. This is crazy. So a complete soccer game, a master checklist. So phase 1, research reference style collection, define your visual style, set up the tools. So we're basically generating our own course for ourselves, right? Like in essence, that's what you would do, right? Like we have the power of AI to help us research and then help us generate the steps that we need to get to the next thing. And I think this is the biggest unlock for AI that we've ever seen in our lifetimes. Typically, I'd have to find a designer. They would tell me things, but they're like, I know how to design very well, but you need to go talk to an engineer. And like that engineer would have to do the implementation, but not engineers are all good designers. And not then there's like design engineers who are like really good at the code and also really good at design, and then can understand the 2 languages to bridge the gaps. And these people usually make tooling that interface between the 2 to help everything, work better and so forth. And then, there's a whole slew of different things that have to happen. Now with AI, we could just say, I don't know this, help me bridge these 2 different dimensions. And then now we have this comprehensive, amazing plan that's going to help us generate the tooling that we need. And this is kind of why people are saying that like AI could possibly take over more jobs, or AI can sort of eventually guide itself to other things, right? So it's, as a human, we know the gaps that are missing, so we're going to pull those 2 together. But in the future, one system can talk to another trusted system, and they know exactly what their domains are, and then they can work together to achieve a new problem based off of, gaps that they identify. So it's kind of wild. It's literally writing this is crazy how much research is going into this thing. Insane, right? So here's what I found from your past chats. So it found all this information from my past chats. I don't know if you know this, but Claude now has memories. So with the memories feature, you can do exactly what I just did. Just say, go look through the past everything and then pull that together. I can't tell you how useful that is, especially for this day and age. ChatGPT, and OpenAI had that memory feature as well. Claude has now adopted it. Amazing, amazing how we can just kind of do this thing. So there's 8 phases in the checklist that we're covering. So there's a research and reference collection. There's a visual style guide. Awesome. And we have a tool setup, a sprite, right? So it's $20 and there's free alternatives. There's Gemini 3 Pro images. So we can, it's like 13 cents per image. And there's character sprites. So complete animation list for outfield players, goalkeepers, and chatbot player, and the exact AI prompts to use. And then we have environment assets. So that'll be like these structures, UI elements, damn. And then there's a sprite sheet for the export settings, animation code, and example files. Wow. So the key workflow, the research confirmed your instinct. The AI generation manual cleanup is the winning combo. It can handle character consistency for up to 14 reference images, which is perfect for generating sprite sheets. You generate the concept with AI and then clean it up pixel by pixel in AES Sprite, and then that crisp NES authenticity. Whoa, this is crazy. This checklist is massive. Damn. Yo. Okay, happy holidays, man. Cool. Oh, whoa. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out. I'm excited. The voice to text app I'm using is called Whisperflow. https://rpr.me/wispr. And I'll put this on the screen. So if you're in the chat right now in the live stream, just go ahead and click that link. That link is a referral link, and it actually helps support the channel. I was not a big fan of Whisper until they actually complied with all the security type of stuff that I'd been asking them for a while. Once they implemented that stuff, I was like, cool. I totally respect that. And then I'm kind of pretty much all aboard. I was extremely skeptical about a lot of people who captured a lot of my voice data and try to figure out what to do with it and stuff like that. But these guys are super serious. They're from Stanford. A lot of backgrounds from in different engineering groups as well. Super serious about ML, and they've raised a whole bunch of money and they continue to. But I feel like next to ChatGPT, Whisperflow is probably the number 2 app as far as AI usage, because it literally just is miles ahead of Siri and is good at grabbing context and everything that you do. So can highly, highly recommend them. So other than that, let's go ahead and see master checklist overview. So we have phase 1 research. Okay, so this is all the stuff we talked about. Let's take a look at this research stuff that it's suggesting. So watch gameplay videos of the World Cup thing, screenshot visual elements, note to chib big hair. Oh, I like these big head character proportions, roughly 2:1 head to body. Absorb the limited color palette. NES has 54 colors. Games typically use 4 colors per sprite. Cool. So create a reference board. This is, I think, what somebody was talking about for Figma, right? Use Figma, Pinterest, PureRef, and then collect them. So NES World Cup, River City Ransom, Super Dodgeball. I've heard of this. Oh, they have a similar idea with those characters. Yeah, those are cool characters. I like them a lot. And then I don't know what this is. Huh. It's probably the same idea. Oh, cool. River City Ransom. What's that? Oh, okay. So everyone kind of shared the similar style. Note, what makes this style distinctive are large expressive heads, small bodies, simple but readable animations, and then bold outlines. Okay, cool. So the reference images, save high quality references and feed into Gemini 3 Pro. Define your visual style. Okay. Here's the recommended team color sets. Red. Oh, that's awesome. Whoa, chatbot. Okay, purple. Purple for the chatbot, of course. Yeah, it's AI. Define team palette, plate 1, 2. Okay. Sprite dimensions. This is awesome. Animation frame counts. Oh, this is cool. Checklist. Set up your tools. So industry, what is this? Excellent for animations and sprite sheets. There's free alternative, Pixel, GIMP, and Pixelrama. Okay, so what is this? What is this? This looks cool. Okay, let me just turn off the sound. So I could just make actual sprites. Oh, that's pretty wild. Oh, wow. Damn, this is crazy. You can just straight up do full-on scene animations. This is nuts. Oh, this is like super pro level. Okay, so organize layers. We can animate, tag frames. We can red, blue mode. Oh, I think this is a little too advanced for me. I'm just looking for like, can I just... yeah, I just want something simple. Okay. Design mockup tools. Figma's free. Sprite sheet tools. Okay. Create character sprites. So we can AI prompt template for Gemini 3 Pro. So create this pixel art sheet of the soccer player. So we can just tell it to create this. So this is the team color that we got earlier, limited to these 4. Show the following 4 poses on the sheet. No way. Wait, I can just give it this prompt, huh? Like, let me just see what it generates right now. AI Studio. I'm really curious. Okay. So I go to Playground, and then I think if I go to like, I want to go here. I'm super curious. Can I think I should just do Nano Banana Pro. Okay, so go Playground. And then I think I could just say, yeah, Nano Banana Pro. Okay. Developer docs. Okay, link key to access Nano Banana Pro. Okay. So the key is the one I want to do here. Okay, select key. Okay. So I could just do this. And then team color would be over here, right? Team color sets. I'm just going to just go with this for now. I think this is the prompt. Show the following 4 poses on a sprite sheet. Okay, let's just see if I can run with this and see what happens. I have no clue what it's going to come up with. We're using the new Nano Banana Pro with the Gemini 3 Pro image thing, and we'll see what it comes up with. I've never done this before, so we'll see what comes up with. I'm just really super curious now. Have you heard of Monologue by Every? They have very good recommendations for compilation to Whisperflow. I've heard about it, but I have not tried it yet. And because I've been using Whisperflow for so long and it works so well, I haven't heard anyone that says like they've tried one or the other and they would want to do that. Yeah. Did my comment get auto removed? If you put a link in, I think YouTube removes it. Because I have like a strict thing. I don't want spam. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool. Did we just generate all the sprites already? Wow, look at this cool grass. Lines, dirt, goal. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is insane. Oh, look at the bot character. It's purple, of course. Dang, bro. Team red, team blue. Let's go. Oh my God, this is epic. Yo, we could just one-shot. We can just one-shot characters like this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No way, bro. No way. No way, no way, no way. Okay. I need to have more conversations. I need to have, this is going down a really great rabbit hole. Can I just duplicate this chat? Because this chat is epic. Oh my God, this is awesome. Oh, wait, I haven't even got further. Okay, create sprite characters. So character based, like that's just the general sprite sheet, right? This is just AI prompt template. Oh my God, bro. I haven't even finished this plan, by the way. We only got to like the first phase, like step 2. That was just the visual guidelines, what we want for the visual. But like, I'm still scrolling down here, ladies and gentlemen. Like, look at this. I'm gonna make sure I download this this whole Kickoff Chaos Asset Guide. This is literally a course that Opus 4.5 made for me just by yapping to it and doing all the research online. If you're in my Discord, I'm gonna drop this in the Discord right now. This is insane. I'm going to put this in the live stream hangout. Holy smokes. So let's see. The live stream hangout is going to get hooked up right now. Like this is literally the kickoff chaos asset guide to generate sprites for your game. That's insane. Yeah. So we talked about shaders last time, so you can get the whole thing. Damn. Yeah, that's massive. That's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'm ready for this. This is about to be a ridiculous stream. We're already pretty ridiculous. So here's our AI prompt template. include tiles for playing. We cooked. Also, oh my gosh. I'm going to open up a new chat. Damn, this is too much. Okay, new chat. Hold on. I'm going to give it that prompt guide. I gave it this prompt. How do we improve the prompt to do more prompty things? Okay, so in this, I want to download. And where did I download this thing? Okay, cool. So okay. Here are the characters for my game, and this is the prompt that I have used. Help me improve the prompt because I want to make the characters feel like they're more modern and more relatable to our current era. In fact, I would love the characters to be more taking on characters from these companies like OpenAI. So for example, we'll have Team OpenAI versus Team Anthropic. So each company has their own branding and they have their own actual characters, like which would be like the CEOs of their companies and other board members and people who are pretty famous online. So I'd like to see if we can maybe do a different take where we kind of generate characters based off of that type of theming. Okay. Use MCP for research. Okay, so then I'll give it the prompt that we had earlier. Claude. This is going so fun. Let's see, here we go. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna copy text as markdown. Prompt or okay, image prompt. Image prompt. Oops. All right, PROMPT. Okay. Boom. Okay. So I have the reference image prompt. I have my desired outcome and then research. And then I have attached the image, image attached for using the prompt. Image attached from prompt. Okay, cool. I think that's good. All right, so, wow. Oh, I didn't even realize it actually does this type of thing here. So thinking about the pixel art, but instead for generic ones around AI companies like OpenAI versus Anthropic, characters would be based on real people from these companies. That's gonna be fire. That's gonna be so fire. Yo, Ghosty Shader King. Yo, what's going on, man? Yeah, Ghosty is the real deal. I love Ghosty so much. Bro, yeah, discovered planning yesterday and it was super helpful for the model. And then you can do this little local modal and have unlimited planning session. That's interesting. Please tell us more. Are you building a game in web-based version using C++? I'm doing a web-based interface using Rust for the backend, SpaceTimeDB, and then the front end would be just Next.js. So yeah, and then all we're doing is just rendering that stuff onto the screen. AI Sprite has an API you could visit with Nana Banana. Wow, that'd be crazy. Oh man. What if they were all your face? So Daniel, actually, that's one of the features I want later on is for people to be able to like take a photo. Like if you pay like $10, you can insert your face into like the game type of thing, which would be super fun, right? Like it will automatically auto-generate the sprite, come back and generate all your different uniforms and everything that you want. And then as a character, you can kind of start to build them up. So you start to kind of put yourself into this little World Cup game. And then, you know, obviously it's going to be like an actual real game. This is like, I don't know. I've been wanting to make a game for I grew up. Okay. Let me even go back further. I grew up playing video games. I was so addicted to video games. I had to kind of completely stop and I stopped playing video games. I took all that energy and threw it into like tech and coding and everything. And so that's kind of, you know, where I ended up at Apple and, you know, kind of going crazy there. But now that like the beginning though, I wanted to actually make the video games and I was actually wanting to go to a school to make video games, but like I couldn't afford that school. My parents couldn't afford it, obviously. And so I was like, okay, that's a lost opportunity. That's like a, you know, previous life. And, you know, getting the opportunity to work at Apple was really amazing because I got to learn about software development and everything. But now I'm just realizing full circle, I can come back and actually make the games that I want to make. But now I have all that experience because I didn't have software engineering experience, right? So it's kind of cool. And we're using all these cool tools and it's now full circle. And I can actually make the things that I really want and make them come to life, which would be super amazing. And at the same time, I'm doing this live because I want to show you the process of how I do prompting. And then maybe you can learn something from it. Other people said, hey, I really like this type of style. Like, please keep doing this. I've seen people make games, but they don't really share all the little details and processes to do this. So I'm hoping that together we can learn, and somebody else who was young like me, when I was young as a kid, who wished somebody can kind of help me out, can maybe in the future look at these series and say, okay, this is not that scary. I think I could possibly do this type of thing. So yeah, we're going to do it. It's going to happen no matter what. So here's the AI Wars Pixel Soccer. So character sprite sheet prompt. Oh my God, this is insane. Altman, Captain Team Striker, distinguishing feature, slightly taller sprite, confident pose, the light cap, middle fielder, and we have Brockman, the defender, OG founder vibe, distinguishing feature. We have GPT bot, the goalkeeper. This is awesome. Team Anthropic, constant. Bruh. Oh my God. It's even Dario, the team captain, distinguishing feature, taller sprite, thoughtful expression. Oh my goodness. The Team DeepMind? Okay, okay. Oh, this is good. Oh, we have Team XAI, of course. We got to have XAI. Oh, this would be a fire soccer game. Oh, this game is about to be so ridiculous. We got Elon, the team, the prodigy, the engineer, the Grok bot. This is really good. Oh my gosh. Oh, Zuck. Team Mistral. I forgot about the French connection. This is so good. Ah, this is too good. Oh my gosh. Damn, this thing cooks. Okay, I'm going to put this thing in star. Yeah. Okay, special effects. We got the kickball effect, UI elements. Okay, so the example image prompt for AI image generators. Create the ticks. Here's the thing. Okay, gameplay concepts. Okay, notes for production. This prompt will allow for generating individual character sprite sheets, maintaining consistency across teams. So meme potential with recognizable characters. And they're not literal depictions. So they're inspired by characters. Keep it playful, respectful, and focus on the fun rivalry between the AI labs. This is freaking insane, actually. Yeah, let me download this thing. Wow, this is massive. Okay, so how should I start with this prompt? Okay, how do I start with this prompt? Should I generate them one by one? What markdown should I give to the Nano Banana Pro model for my first prompt? Okay. Cool. I'm going to basically do that for me. Cool. Wow. My Claude says it can't use MCPs. So if you go on the web in Claude, there's I think in your settings of some sort, in your settings, you should be able to give it like URLs. And so when you go exa MCP setup, you can give it a web URL. So I think in here, if you do like remote exa MCP, use exa as an MCP, in here, you're going to say, this may include your exa API key in a URL like this. So you basically just copy this whole thing, and then it says this is the API key you get from exa. And that's the URL you're going to put inside of Claude AI in the AI app. Once you do that, it'll start showing up as a little toggle for the thing there. So that's what's up. I don't know what happened here. Did this thing die? Wait. I think this already did it, right? What am I doing here? Use exa. I don't know what this thing is here, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so, all right, that's that there. Did my chat die? Is that what happened? Hold up. I think my chat died, bro. Hold on. Chats. Okay. Ah, yeah, it kind of died. Okay. Ray is, okay, great question. Generating them one team at a time. So start with this prompt for the OpenAI team's main character. Whoa, then do the Anthropic main team character. Okay. Whoa, okay. What about all this fancy prompting stuff? Let's see. Team rosters and designs. What about the team roster stuff? What about the team roster design colors and stuff? Okay. So how does this work? Let's see. Start with this prompt for the main character. So this is, so seven poses. You're right. Let me give you the full team sprite sheet that includes everyone plus assets similar to what you've already generated. Here's a complete prompt for your first team. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, I just didn't really realize. Oh my gosh. Dang. Wow. Want me to write the full prompts for all 4 teams? No. Okay. Yo, okay, so OpenAI and then we have Anthropic. Okay, let's go. I like how it gives OpenAI like the actual sprite sheet, but it doesn't like just say, okay, we're done with OpenAI. By the way, you got to have Anthropic up in here, by the way. We are Anthropic. We got to be up in this conversation. Like it's just kind of slowly putting itself in there. We're like, yep. Oh, this is too good. Okay, let's go. I'm going to just open up, I'm going to duplicate. Can I make copy? Yes, copying sprite sheet. No, let me just open up a new playground then. New playground, Nana Banana Pro. This is what we got. Okay, new chat. And it likes to keep these things around. So I'll do Nana Banana Pro. Okay, and it has my key in use. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to paste this in. Let's say we should be able to generate the sprite sheet that we want. So this is going to be OpenAI colors is going to be green, teal green. I don't know why. Dark green, white, and black is for the accent. I don't know why it's green. Captain is a male striker, and then player 2 is male. GPT bot gold. Okay, let's see. I don't know. I'm not super impressed. We got the soccer field and everything. That's kind of cute. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super impressed by it. And then we got the same thing. Okay, curly wavy hair. See, I like the character descriptions here. Short hair, confident, wearing teal green. Yeah, let's try Anthropic. I'm just curious to see that here. Run. Okay. It's cute, but like, fill in the supporting characters per team. Okay, we got a lot to go off here. So let me just go ahead and, yeah, we got that going on. All right, let's see. Like, why does Anthropic's characters look so fire? They're like, yeah. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be a crazy game. I like this. Oh, man. Hi, I'm so... The glass is low-key messed up, but yeah. This is crazy. Let's see. It didn't finish everything. Okay. Yeah, I probably have to do a new chat for this. Okay. We got a lot of stuff here. All right. So now let's go back to figure out our refactoring problem, because we have a refactoring problem here. In here, let's go ahead and see. Okay, so the issues we found was the structure as we discussed. Git ignore already has target entries, but these files were committed before the git ignore existed. And so all we have to do is remove the Rust target category from Git, and that keeps locals files. Oh yeah, okay, we have to do a whole bunch of stuff. Remove artifacts from Git tracking, and then move documentation. Yeah, this is gonna be way helpful. Okay. Yeah, I checked in 1,084 files from the server because of this problem, and I think what's going to happen is, for those who are just kind of tuning in right now, I kind of messed up the directory structure. So I created a folder for the project. I started dumping documentation, and then I had the agent in Cursor kick off some scripts to start the project. And so what it did, it basically create Next app inside of that folder. So it created a new folder. And then within that folder, the agent then continued to create all the Rust specific things for the backend server. So then I had like this nested structure. And then when I was checking in code, I was like, it's checking in a lot of code. So now I'm just going to try to fix it all at once, because the issues are becoming more apparent when I'm trying to initialize my hooks feature. And that's where it's going to get really painful if I don't have this correct structure set up. And the hooks, what they do is, as soon as the backend server code is written, Cursor will then kick off a script, or whatever AI agent will kick off a hook script to build all the types for the backend server that are in Rust. And then from there, as part of SpaceTimeDB framework, we can then pull that to the front end, and the front end can then, as you're writing code, the AI agent can then check the types and see, okay, wait, the types are failing here. I should actually, do the right thing, and so forth. So that is super important to get down, and we're going to make sure we do that. So while we're doing that research task, that's where we went off to the sprite land and kind of kick that off here. And so now we're going to make sure that this is going to be all set up correctly. So delete the orphans, these guys. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and just approve this plan, and YOLO. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is we'll see what happens here. I wonder if Cursor's gonna throw up. Okay, so we're gonna remove okay, so kickoff rm cached get server. Yes, okay, allow. So we're probably gonna have to rebuild after we do this too. And then what I'm gonna do here is just kill some of these servers that are already running, because they're gonna freak out. And here, yeah, okay. Okay, let me check the current state and commit the removal. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, it's gonna remove all these. Yo. Oh man, I'll mess up. Okay, and then commit the artifact removal, and then move documentation into the repo. Okay. And then move orphan parrot level configs, and then commit the documentation edition. So, okay, cool. Nice. It removed everything. Cool. And then we're gonna also remove the git ignore from here, Cursor, and these files. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Let's see what's going on. Okay, cool. Let me verify the final state. Get some coffee. Oh, man, so good. Cool. All right, so all done. Here's my summary. I've removed the files, moved the documentation, cleaned up the parent folder. So now we have a structure. My Git repo is this, kickoff chaos. And then we have the documentation is now inside of here, inside of docs. And then we have the status.md, all these other things. And then open the kickoff chaos directly in your IDE, not the parent folder. And then you have two local commits ready to push. Okay. And then the cursor directory inside is untracked, correct behavior for the IDE config. Okay. So in here now we have the hooks JSON. Is hooks/hooks JSON supposed to be in this thing here? Wasn't the hook, where does the hooks.json live for cursor? We look up the documentation using exa code MCP. Okay. And then I think what I wanted to do, I think what I might have this do is also just have it configure the correct hooks file and tell it the same type of task, because it should now get less confused. That's amazing. Okay. So as we can see, now I'm going to like reopen cursor, but open it here in this kickoff chaos thing. Now that we basically have moved the stuff. Okay. So what does it say? The hooks JSON can live in 3 locations. All are combined. So in the project.cursor hooks JSON, this is per project hooks, in the user global state or system wide. Okay, so it's going to be in the project. your kickoff, you'd put it into cursor hooks JSON. So, okay. Oh, okay. So it doesn't go into folder hooks. Got it. So I got confused there. So just be hooks JSON. Okay. So I don't need the folder then. Delete. Perfect. Okay. And then here I could just copy and paste this. Yes. Okay. Okay, cool. Now, okay. So, okay. Use exa code MCP to look up the SpaceTimeDB docs on generating types with Rust, with our Rust server, as we wanted to make sure the AI agent had the scaffolding, had what it needed after it wrote files into from that directory. You can reference status. There's a status.md as to the work we recently did for this, along with the overall architecture and the recent Git commits that show our creation of the scripts. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to spec mode real quick because this is a pretty big task with research and everything, and I don't just want it to all go. I just kind of want it to get back to me before we kick off that. So I'm gonna say yes and always allow. Okay. So I find Droid to be really, really fast and really, really good if you're using Opus 4.5 high. And like, this is my pal I hit up to say like, yo, can you just come in real quick and just kind of fix things super fast? It's super good at really like crazy level details and stuff like this. I love Cursor, but as you can kind of see, I've really frequently run out of the context window and I wanted to do more. And I did summarize, but then I'm having to like kind of grab some of that context and then recompress it and uncompress it and send it off. And frankly, I'm just kind of feel like I just want to get this done really quickly. And so that's kind of where I can just have in one session, just keep going. And then the next part is going to be kicking off phase 2 and then working on that game engine stuff. So the level of details to get phaser 3 implemented, which I've never used before, is going to be really interesting. So we're going to see about that. The second part of it is like, these sprites and other things and how I integrate those is going to be a different conversation. So I can either have that conversation inside of Cursor directly, because those are kind of like more one-off tasks. And while Droid can work in the background, actually, writing the code and stuffing stuff in. And what's nice about Cursor is that because like you're basically talking to your code base inside, right? So it's a nice visual interface. It also has access to the web. So we can do some of those types of requests that, maybe Claude can't, because Claude is on the web. Claude now has access to my code base too. So we can even ask those questions too in a container. There's a lot of different options we have, but we're just kind of trying to move forward as fast as possible here because I got to meet this task by Monday. So we'll see what's up. All right, so let's see. So your project has Rust server generated types. When AI agents or you modify the type bindings need to be generated in the client so it stays in sync. So create hooks directory script. Okay, so we need to create the script. Okay, so we actually do need to create some of these scripts. I don't have them yet. Regenerate bindings. After we don't have this created yet. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So make the script executable. So how it works, after edit, hook fires when cursor edits an event. Yes. If yes, spacetime runs generate to generate. Okay. Alternative, simpler unconditional hook. If you want just to always regenerate regardless of the file that's changed, we can just do this on file edit. Got it. Regardless of the file that's changed. No, if we touch the file, I think we should just generate. This is simpler, but runs on every file edit, may be slower. Yeah, exactly. Generate command reference. Okay. Cool. This will generate the tables. Yeah, let's go ahead and work with this. Awesome. I got to catch up a little bit with the chat. Got 5.2 extra high for free. Oh, for windsurf. That's crazy. Everything comes back to game dev. Yeah, when we were talking about that earlier. Game dev is why I got into coding too. Yeah, right? Team Cooks. Oh, that'd be fire. Like we have the whole fire emojis and stuff. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm already busy to have a build game, but now you're giving me FOMO seeing yours already coming together. No, man, we're gonna get it together. Yeah, OpenAI Blue is this. Okay, I like that. That's a good idea. Anthropic is probably that orange color. Yeah. You can use this as a draft and come back for it later and focus on it. Yeah, that's right. I'm wondering, can the SAM 3D model be used for model gen in a game? For sure. I think so. I don't see why not. Anyone familiar with Verdant? No, not familiar with that. Done. Here's what I set up. The hooks generate bindings script that runs in file edits. So when Cursor AI Agents edits any file, after edit hook fires, the script checks if the edited file is in SRC. Is that where our code is? Yeah, it is. Okay. Nice. And if yes, it runs a spacetime generate and to generate the TypeScript bindings in libmodule bindings. Okay, now when your agent fires, okay, cool. So I think we got the correct thing set up now with our regenerate bindings. What about after file edit? Chat context summarized. Can you give me, oh no, did I mess up this chat? Can you give me a handoff document for on stop for what we were going to generate for the bindings and on stop? Okay, continue and revert. I don't know. I'm just going to reopening this context window again. I forgot what we were supposed to generate on stop. I don't remember, to be honest. On stop, task completion validation, files to create. Okay, here is probably what we're doing. View the plan. Oh, there's a plan for this? Okay. Where is this? Oh, heck yes. Oh, I think this is what it is. I don't think it finished building this. It kind of got stuck. That's why. I'm going to save this to hooks kickoff JSON. Can I get this file? Where does this file live? Okay, here. Hooks cursor plans, fixed TypeScript. Oh, okay. Can you review and make sure I think there's some more scripts. I think there are more scripts to make based off of fix. Yeah. And I'm going to go back into spec mode. Whoops. Let's see. Shift tab. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Anthropic, why do you do this to me? Oh, okay. Control W doesn't even work. Okay. Oh, this is painful. Oh, Anthropic intercepted my keyboard commands. Can I quit that app? Quit. Oh, no. Quit app. Okay. Off. Shift tab. Oh, wow. This is weird. Okay. I'm going to control C. I can't even control. Okay. Oh, no, this is not good. Okay. I'm going to close this window. Close tab. Did it mess it up? Okay. Droid. Okay. Droid. Kick off chaos. Okay. So we're in the correct folder now. Kick off chaos. Okay. And then now we're going to sessions, and then we're going to go to, current. Oh, it doesn't have the sessions for the current folder. Okay. Oh, we're going to do all. Oh, okay. So I want you to analyze my repo. Okay, cool. So here we are. And then I'm going to say, I want you, I think we have more work to do. Shift tab and fix. Okay, cool. Man, Droid was so fast with this. Okay, let's go back. Ray, have you tried the new Shadcn updates on the thing that they introduced? I haven't had a chance to try it out yet. I probably will later on once I get the game dev stuff finished. It looks really cool. Yeah, it looks amazing. I can't wait to try it, actually. Yeah, I'm trying to get locked in right now in the game. It's a new project for anyone. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Okay, so I see the plan has more comprehensive hooks than we created. Let me spec out the remaining work. Okay, so we have after file edit here, and then on stop hook, which was the final validation, and then npm scripts. I think we're using bun. We are using bun, by the way. Let's see what else is going on. In here, env bun, yeah, so it has that. Good. I see the spec already uses bun. And bun for the shell commands. Okay, bunions. Holy bunions. Okay, so add npm scripts. I like how it's called npms. Okay, env bun on stop. We're going to run bun run lint. Okay, rust check. We're going to do server cargo check. Okay, good. And then update package.json scripts. Great. Remove the old regenerate bindings. Why? After file edit. But don't we want, I think we want the, I think we wanted the bindings. So we have type safety between the SpaceTimeDB backend and the front end. Use MCP to research. And here is what I see from, I think there is SpaceTimeDB. They have this documentation. Yeah, quick start Rust. Cool. Awesome. Yes. Okay. So regenerate bindings. Let me just, yeah, these changes are staged. Where are we at here? Okay, so create cursor hooks and then update the package.json scripts. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So chmod plus x. Nice. Also update the package.json. This is kind of what we were looking at earlier. Okay. Let's see what happened here. Let me check the current generating bindings. So it did a bunch of research. Damn. Let's see. Type safety is already working. Looking at the code. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Now, what do we have? Okay, so update after edit, comprehensive version, and then create the on stop, update the hooks after file edit. We don't, I thought we were running this specifically. Yeah, we are for those types of paths. Autofix, lint issues, run cargo. So I think we're just doing one after file edit. We're just doing everything. Like if it's in here, run these bindings. If it ends with a TypeScript, just run ESLint funfix. If also, since we touch any files in these Rust backend, we're going to just run cargo. So what does it say? Yeah, CD server and cargo clippy, and it's just going to basically run it. Okay. And then on stop, whenever the agent finishes writing, it's going to just do a Rust check. So cargo check, and then see if there's any errors. And then we're just basically updating it. So after file edit and then on stop. Okay. That's cool. And so we're going to just, the bindings for this package is going to say generate bindings. So I could just do bun generate :bindings, I think. Okay. This looks cool. Remit. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I like this. I like this plan. It's a little more clean. It may take longer, but we'll see. If it takes too long, I'll just have it separated out. Because if like the thing with hooks that you have to be mindful is that every time the agent runs, they're going to run at those specific steps, like at the, before the agent runs, in the middle of the agent run, like if it writes to a file, or like afterwards if it stops, right? Like if you have a whole bunch of things you need to do, it may feel like your agent's super slow after that. So just beware. Okay, after file edit. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, because each of these scripts take time. They don't take tokens, but they do take time. So that's kind of what you're paying for. That's cool. All tasks from the plan are now complete. Cool. Run generation bindings to generate TypeScript files from site. Run type check. Cool. So here we are. Damn. All right, cool. We have the new package.json stuff. I'm going to move this aside. So bun lint will then run the linting type check. Okay. Now our hooks file is here. Then we have this, and then on stop. Okay. It does do research on factory AI Droid agents to see if they have a similar hooks concept. Use exa code MCP and use ref MCP. Okay, cool. Let me check these in. Actually, let me reopen this project actually now before I do that. I'm going to close this, and then now I have to reopen cursor again. So open cursor, but I have to now go one file deeper. So I have to go in here and then go ahead and go to that folder, double click it, and then hit open now. So now I'm in kickoff chaos. Correct. So now I'm at the correct level of the folder, and then now I have the right changes. I just want to make sure I have the right stuff checked in. And then here we are. Here we are. Okay. Then we commit, and we have 3 changes we got to push up. Okay, cool. So now we have the right folder structure. So we have our hooks here. Oh, these are the game hooks, but then we have our cursor hooks and stuff there. Okay, cool. All right. So now Droid says what? Okay. Yes. Let me get more info. Factory Droid docs. When runs, so there's a pre-tool use that Droid creates a tool parameters before processing the tool call. Common matches are task and all these. Nice. So it runs immediately after tool completes. Okay. And then on stop and the sub agent. Okay. Great. So yes, has a similar and more comprehensive hook system. Okay. So the factory droid versus cursor hooks. So it says factory droid has like a factory settings, and cursor has cursor hooks. And then env variables are like these here. Okay. So I could just say, instead of calling it directly like that, I could just say $, projector versus workspace roots in JSON. Okay. So evoke, damn, this is really amazing how comprehensive this is. So before has these, this is crazy. The advantages of factory droids: tool matchers can target specific tools like edit, write, bash, and grep, and more granular events like session start, session ends, subagent stop, pre-compact, and has built-in /hooks commands to manage hooks interactively. So here's an example of factory droid post tool use. So if you do edit and write, it's going to do factory directory of wherever you're running, generate bindings. Okay, so to enable hooks, run settings, hooks enable toggle. So /settings, and then hooks. Where's my hooks? Hooks enabled. Okay, cool. Would you like me to create the compatible hooks? Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. Hooks are now enabled in factory, and please kick off the, sorry, please create the factory compatible hooks for this project. Okay. Oops. This project. Okay, cool. Cool. That's awesome. All right. So here we are. We're going to create the hooks now for the project inside of factory, because I use factory droid as well. It's good to do this type of research ahead of time, because you can see what the differences are between the 2 different platforms versus just telling the AI agent to do it. And since we're using a Claude model, it's probably going to say, I know how to write Claude hooks. But the implementation details actually do matter here. So you can kind of see. So now we're going to create like a factory. Hold up. I'm not even in the right directory. In kickoff chaos. Okay. Am I in the right thing? Yeah, I'm not even in the right. Okay. Oh, I am. Cool. Yeah, here we are. Factory. Yeah, here we are. Post tool use. We have hooks. We have the scripts here for stop hook. Dang. Nice. Okay. Hooks, post tool use, stop, session start. Oh, what's session start? Starting session, ensuring bindings are current. Oh, so whenever the agent runs and starts a session, it basically tries to make sure that the bindings are set before it even starts to write the code. So it doesn't make any assumptions about the code it writes. Super smart. Post tool use. Okay, that's interesting. That actually makes a lot of sense. Ah, that's interesting. So factory compatible post hooks are now set up. So on session start, ensure the bindings are current. Of course. So now you have hooks. So does cursor have that? Pre-tool use before tool commands can block. Okay. So I think, oh, okay. Why don't we update the ones from after file edit and on stop? Why don't we have the ones do it for cursor too? Since we're going to be doing in cursor as well. Okay. Can you review the cursor ones and as well? That's interesting. So yeah, before it starts, it's going to say edit, write, and then resume. Okay, cool. I need to change to the right directory now because now we're currently in one more level down. So the issues found, I see that uses relative paths. Cursor docs recommend absolute paths. And then after file edit assumes, yes, exactly. And then the missing error handling for when workspace root is empty. Okay, cool. This is awesome. Okay, so the cursor hooks on stop. Yeah, we're setting up our hooks files and making good changes here. Damn. This is wild. Okay, cool. This is great though. It's literally writing it like in TypeScript and shell. That's interesting. So the shell script kicks off a TypeScript file and runs it in bun. That's awesome. Okay, so here we go. Cursor hooks have been reviewed and both systems will now automatically regenerate DB TypeScript findings when Rust files change. Awesome. So now handles absolute and relative path. ESLint won't run on module bindings, which are auto-generated. And then all commands have .catch and true, so the failure doesn't break the hook. Awesome. If workspace roots are empty, it falls back to the script location. Perfect. So Command-Shift-P, restart TypeScript server. Looks like we're good. Okay, cool. Let me check some of this stuff in. This is like a hooks masterclass. And a lot of times like why you should be using them, right? So let's go commit, sync them. Yo, what's going on, man? Thank you so much for showing up. I really appreciate it. What Mac am I on? I'm currently running on an M3 Pro, like M3 Pro Max, like the maxed out one. So yeah, that's what's up. I like everything maxed out. I think 128 gigs of RAM, everything. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. All right, cool. So await bun. Okay. In after file edit TS. Okay, I'm just giving it that. And then I open up a new Droid session and we'll kind of start cooking here. Okay, because bun types aren't installed. Oh, okay. So we're going to add the bun types to our package here. So now we have the dev dependencies. So that way you'll see these types files in here. Okay. Fixed. The TypeScript error should be resolved now. Okay, good. Cool. And now we have more errors. So I'm gonna change into the right directory. Cool. And then cd. No, we are in the right directory. pwd. Yeah. Okay. ls. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Droid. Session. Oops. /sessions. And then we can go to all an hour ago. Okay. /cost. We've used 2.4 million tokens. Awesome. Let's see. Expressions only allowed. here. What else do we have here? More type issues. Error. Type error. Type error. Okay. What do you think using Droid as an IDE extension chat? So the differences between having it as an IDE extension is in VS Code or in Cursor is they'll only have so many lines that they can roll back to for memory constraints and a bunch of other stuff. Where if you have it like separately in a Cursor like Ghosty, which I'm using, or just the terminal from Mac OS X, you can basically scroll back forever, which makes it really easy to go back to different things. So that's kind of the differences, and that's why I prefer to just have it as its own thing here. So, okay, is it just export? Is this missing? Export. Oh, okay. Restart TypeScript. Okay, cool. Let's just do that. Package.json, bun types. Cool. That was it. Nice. Sync the changes. Okay, cool. So let's let's just create a new session for Droid. Okay. So I think we have our hooks and stuff set up correctly. Droid. I want to verify that I can still build everything after recently fixing an issue where I had was in the wrong directory. Can we run the build commands and let me know what commands I need to run to check the front end and back ends are working correctly? Okay, cool. I know that maybe 20% of what you're doing at any given time, but like you said, there wasn't stuff like this where you were to watch live coding. Yes, like I said. Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's not like, here are the exact steps, because I feel like in this era, we have to like kind of work together live in community like this, right? Just kind of all hanging out, asking questions, doing whatever we need to do. And like, you'll get inspired by things and then you'll share them back. And I get inspired by things, I can share them back here live. And that's what's, to me, makes it really, really fun. So it's really great. I love that, Ray. Appreciate you sharing the knowledge and not gatekeeping the process. Well, I think here's the thing. I noticed that certain people I watch on YouTube like come from the era of I'm an authority figure. I've been in this industry for 20 years and therefore I'm spilling all my marketing knowledge with you. And in order for you to get it, you have to buy my book or buy my whatever thing. And you know, like marketing knowledge is kind of the same over all these times. And then you get your experiences and you add your own twist to it. With AI, it's literally happening in front of us in real time. And like last week, we released the podcast this weekend, right? Like we recorded on Wednesday and the GPT 5.2 was supposed to come out. We were talking about 5.1 on Wednesday. Crazy, right? So what are the differences between the two? That could have made a whole difference, right? We already recorded it. We had to release it on Friday, right? Like there was no stopping that whole train. And we're learning as we go. And I think the only way for me is to be a practitioner in this whole thing. Out of all the different pieces, you know, I could be interviewing all the experts, but then I won't really have that grounded knowledge of how these things work. It's really how I learned engineering anyways, is from the ground up, is like by playing with all the pieces. And you'll learn way more and you'll be able to help more people, I guess, if you're, you know, actually prompting. Because a lot of people come from places where like they make a lot of assumptions, but all they've done is just read research papers. And they have a lot of great theory, but when we're using it in real life, we can actually see the limitations of things. And that's why I appreciate everyone who just shows up today. You know, like y'all are already different. And if you're just hanging out, so I think you already get it without me saying it. But yeah, y'all are special ones right now. So the front end build succeeded, but this is expected. Our WASM, not cargo build directly. They're undefined symbols and our spacetime. Okay, that makes sense. Let me verify the backend build. Okay, spacetime build. Okay, I want you to do more research on the latest SpaceTimeDB docs using exa code and use ref search MCPs. We just made some hooks files, hooks, scripts for cursor and factory, and made assumptions. Made wrong assumptions about cargo. Like review the getting started guide as well. Okay, so let's see. So both builds pass. So we do cd server spacetime build. Okay, so we do cd server spacetime build, I think. Oh man, spacetime build. Oh, cool. Wow, that builds really fast. Okay, web search. Hey, Sean, how's it going? We're just kind of taking care of some hooks and stuff, and we're going to get into like the game engine pretty soon. We were kind of tying up yesterday's task, which was to create all the hooks and all the things so that when we start writing the game engine, it'll have all the builds and types and everything we need from our backend to build all this stuff correctly. That way, you know, we'll have kind of like the basics working. So the tooling is super important so that all this automated stuff will start to kick off. And usually sometimes that's part of some type of tool set, but in these cases, we kind of have to do it ourselves. So we'll see what's up here. So, okay, I found the full picture. Here's the key findings from the SpaceTimeDB docs. You cannot use a traditional cargo build. This will keep this in mind when using IDE that assumes cargo for building. Okay, so here's the file. The problem command was this. Okay, why it fails is because of WebAssembly. So the correct commands, instead of cargo build, cargo check, would you like me to fix the hooks? Yes. Yes, please fix them. So yeah, I think it's cargo. Where's it here? Okay. We're going to see. After file, so the cursor ones were written incorrectly. Interesting. So, okay. Yeah, we don't need to do cargo check. That's cool. So all of our scripts are not going to have the right stuff here. So they're going to have validates WASM compilation, spacetime build. Okay, so it's even easier actually. On stop, we do spacetime build, and then cd server spacetime build. Okay, this is great. Perfect. Awesome. Check these in. Cool. All right, so everything passes. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. Let's pick up with our next phase. I think we're totally good, right? I'm going to kill some of these. So we had spacetime publish and then spacetime build. Okay, cool. So pwd, yeah, that's the right thing. pwd, okay, cool. This one was like spacetime build. Okay. Let me control this. Control W. Command W. Okay, cool. Okay. So here we are. So the terminal prompt engine that I'm using is called Ghosty. Ghostty. Ghostty. And I have a whole bunch of the shader files that are configured. And those are currently in the Discord for those who are wondering. And in a couple streams ago, I'll have to get my editors to pull out a clip for Ghosty, and I'll probably just make a little Ghosty short. That way I can just kind of send that over. It's like, hey, well, if you want to set up your Ghosty, just do these. But yeah, that'd be really cool. Let's see here. That's okay. So Ghosty stop hook. Okay, or we have the stop hooks. So now our hooks and stuff are configured in here correctly. And then we have this stuff. And so let's catch up a little bit to our plan, because now we're going to get back to our plan here. You know what I think we deleted was the status file. We don't have, oh, maybe move to DAX. Okay, cool, here. Yay, okay, we have the correct documentation. So status, open, preview. So let's get into the next phase here. So we have integrate phaser 3 with Next.js. Let's make a big plan for this. And I think this is our architecture here. So phaser, let's see. This is the game engine stuff. Whoops. Okay, so this is it right here. So we're going to just do the game config using this whole thing. Okay, true NES style crisp pixels. Okay. So let's go ahead and just kind of hand off this task for planning to Opus. And then we'll double check our work with the other things. So I'm going to just do /clear. Clear. So we're going to clear the session /cost. So it should be 0 tokens. Okay, so we're going to see how long it takes us to do this. I want to proceed. I'm going to go Shift Tab. So I'm going to start in spec mode. And let's go ahead and start by grounding. What I want to do with Phaser, the game engine integration, is I want to do some research real quick and pull in to see, like, you know, there's a couple of things that I may want to do. I should probably generate AGENTS.md files, maybe because we've gotten our plan so far. And then maybe that can make it easier for the agent when it starts to do the implementation of stuff. But yeah, I think I'm just going to try, something real quick. I want to proceed with our next phase. I think here in our status.md, status open preview. Okay, status.md shows, this is not a preview though. Okay, here's our preview. Okay, so I want to proceed with the phase 2. Oh, phase 1 is complete. So we got to do core gameplay. So yeah, phase 2 core gameplay. I want to proceed with our next phase, which is from and here was the status file. What we did for phase 1. So here's our status file for referencing what we did for phase 1. Here is the architecture. And which has details for what we were thinking for integration, for the game engine integration. In this phase, before we begin anything, I want you to do a comprehensive review of the code base and do research. And I also want you to do research using ref MCP for search and exa code MCPs. I think that's all. It should already have a lot of context. So we want to proceed. Here's the documentation about the kickoff architecture. And then here's what we're thinking for the Phaser Game 3 integration. So yes. So now what I'm hoping the Droid model will do. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I did not show what I was typing. I really appreciate. Sorry about that. So I was totally just typing like this. Okay, so what I did was basically just kind of call out what we were doing here. And we're using Droid in spec mode. We created a new session. And what I'm doing here is that it's going to just do a comprehensive review of all of the files in my code base so that we can work on this next phase of stuff. And then from there, I gave it some of the documentation on the status. So in this status file, I have here is actually kind of a kickoff on like, here's the phase 2 core 2 gameplay. So here's some information on what we're doing. Here's what we really want to do next. And so in this phase, we're basically going to integrate, create the field with basic sprites. We're going to have ball movement. We have ball physics. We have ball possession. We also have auto switch logic and then collision detection. So we already have some of the sprites ready from the prompts that we did earlier with Nano Banana. And those can be used as like placeholder stuff. And then as far as like the kickoff chaos architecture, here's the actual code. So here's basically just a game config. So in order for us to use Phaser, we just call in a config file. And the config file is just going to lay out like what the field width is. Even some basic grass coloring and stuff. And then it tells us like about the environment as well. And then if we're using pixel art, so that's probably part of the framework to some degree. And then here's the game scene that it looks like it's going to set up here for us. And then as far as like how it updates, and then it's called from the React SpaceTimeDB update. So update player positions are going to be sent here. So with all of these player positions, they're going to be spent to this SpaceTimeDB. And so the SpaceTimeDB is going to be the one that's going to grab this data and then like send that over to the server and then do the syncing and stuff for us on our behalf. So we don't have to worry about sending that stuff up. We just send it over to the SpaceTimeDB as an app. So that makes it super awesome. And the way that they kind of SpaceTimeDB works as a framework, it's almost like each specific app will just kind of be viewing the data that's really on the server in some ways. And in order for you to mutate the data, you actually just call a function, which is very similar to what Convex does. And so you're kind of, it's a very similar idea. And this was recommended by someone who was on the stream the first day. And I'm so glad that they dropped in because that saved me tons of time. But we're going to see. I've never used this framework. It's also the backends in Rust. So there's that too. YOLO, right? YOLO. So that's what we're gonna do here. There's a lot of stuff going on, but I'm walking you through it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but we'll figure it out. So the Droid now is basically doing some search on the documentation for this type of stuff. It's looking through some GitHub repos, guides with spas as well, and then searching documentation. And now it's actually looking through my files and source files as well. And even my package.json, it's looking about the HTML game 5 framework. Damn. Okay. So SpaceTimeDB, scheduled reducers, game loop server, tick 2024. Cool. Has a bunch of code. And then now where are we at with our phase plans? Okay, so we have core gameplay implementation. So integrate game 3 with an existing Next.js SpaceTimeDB foundation to enable real-time multiplayer gameplay. So that's ball physics and stuff. So here's the based on the official template. So we're going to just add phaser and then create the directory structure. So we're going to create a game folder, event bus. This is cool. And then Next.js or Next Dynamic SSR false to load phaser client side only. And then the event bus submits this. This is cool. Game dynamics. Okay. Yep. And then server-side game loop. So that's SpaceTimeDB schedulers, scheduled reducers. So the add a new Rust file would be, we're going to add math, physics, and reducers. So the player actions are going to remove kick, and then the game tick is going to be the scheduled reducer for physics updates. So that's going to be like, that's going to tell it where the ball is at a certain time. And mathematically, in essence, if you have like, if you like, okay, old school physics, right? Speed is basically distance over time. So you can tell the speed of something that's going by measuring the distance and you divide it by the time, right? So like if you have like a simple equation like that, if you kick a ball, you can expect the ball to land somewhere else, at like a specific speed by measuring the distance over time. So if the ball moved, X feet in this speed, in this amount of time, you can probably calculate how far it's going to go, after a specific amount of time. And so that if you already kind of have that equation, you can then send that formula to someone else in a different server. So like 30 seconds later, you can start to draw where the ball is. And all you're doing is handing off. You're like, hey, this is our central starting time that we're started with when the ball was kicked off. And as long as you have this start time and I have the start time, I can open up all these browsers and we can basically sort of animate the ball all moving at the same time. So it looks like real time. It's like fake real time, but it's actually more calculated, right? So then you have to account for other characteristics like people who are going to hit the ball and something's going to happen to that. That's my thinking. I've never developed the game, but I'm just using some basic physics principles and thinking of like, as an engineer, like that's probably what they're doing on the screen to draw it. Like it's not really listening to every single frame at milliseconds at a time. Maybe it is, but I don't know. There's a lot of latency that also has to get introduced here. So I'm really curious to see how this is actually going to come out. I'm actually more curious about the framework. Scheduled reducer pattern. Okay, so we have this in Rust. So it's going to make a game tick timer and a scheduled game tick. So it says we have a function for a game tick timer, and this is the primary key, and it's a U64 schedule that. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, this talks about the timer. Okay, so that's the timer that's going to be used to reference on like, if the ball ends up at a certain space, we already kind of know maybe whereabouts it is on the server. And then if there is something that's incorrect, you can just invalidate the clients and say, hey, no, that information you're drawing about the ball is not, it's actually over here. So maybe if you're playing, I don't know if you played video games before where people kind of disappear and they end up over here like 30 seconds later. It's because there was like some mathematical, drift in essence. So we have part 3 of a model update. So match player. Okay, this is cool. And then add the match state for the enums. Okay, this is cool. Starting first half, second half. Okay. So now we have new reducers. Start match move ball. Okay, so transition from lobby, initialize positions, and start the game tick. Okay. Okay, cool. Client-side implementation. This is a fire plan. Virtual assets placeholders. Okay. So we have placeholders for our virtual assets. That's nice. Implementation order is going to be phaser setup, field rendering, server reducers, player movements, ball physics, kicking, auto switch, and collision detection. So the files to create are going to be all of these, and here's the files to modify. And then the verification is cargo run build in the server. Okay, I think we need to double check this part. Can you verify? I thought we don't do cargo run build. Okay, no, keep iterating. I thought we don't do cargo run build with spacetime. Can you look up more info on that? Using exa and ref MCPs. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Just iterating on this plan. I think it may come to a point very, very soon that I should probably just make these agents.md files. And so the agents.md files are basically gonna, like, I'm repeating myself here. It's like, hey, I use bun. Hey, you know, like we do these types of conventions for the cargo build and stuff like that. So it may be my next step after I create this spec here, and we'll see what's up. So what is it saying? Because I want to make sure I follow the conventions for this project and not have to repeat myself when I continue to kick off new agents and stuff like that. So yeah. So it's kind of checking itself here. I watched your video today about using GPT-5.1 in Droid versus Cursor, and there was a huge win for Droid. But now GPT-5.2 OpenAI has to show the model stays reliable up to 200K token context window. Yeah, I need to try more of the 5.2 in Droid after the fact. And I want to have it verify the Opus work that we do in Droid. So that'd be really interesting to kind of see how this plays out, which might reduce Droid's advantage. And today I played with Opus 5.2 and had Opus 5.2 handle it and completed over 800 lines of code changes plus a backend. That's crazy. So you planned with Opus and you just basically said GPT-5.2 cook. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing right now. And I think I'm just really curious to see who's going to win here. So, all right, so let's see what happened now. So the verification is now going to be spacetime build project path server kickoff chaos generate. Okay, this is awesome. Generate logs for the kickoff chaos. Okay, cool. So I think what I want to do is, okay. We'll save it to here. Okay. Let's go ahead and create the plan. Yeah, let's go ahead and create this. Create match, join, start, move. So to manually test, we'll start the local SpaceTimeDB server with spacetime start. Then we're going to do publish the module, spacetime publish, and then start Next.js, and then we go. Okay, this looks cool. So publish, build the module, publish to local, regenerate types, and then spacetime logs, kickoff chaos. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and start this plan. Before we start, okay, we're good. Everything's good here. Let's go and start this. Kick off with high autonomy. Awesome. Create implementation spec for phase 2 core gameplay. I'll start implementing phase 2. Let me set up a to-do list and begin with the installing phaser and creating the game infrastructure. Cool. So here we go. We're going to do all of this work. It's currently 1:06 p.m. I'm curious to see how long it's going to do this task to write everything. Because by the time this is done, we should have everything we need to start the basics of our game. Literally start a match, have the player, start maneuvering around the field and the canvas and stuff like that. And then from there, like it should technically already be, you know, multiplayer and people should be able to join the game. And then the fun part with some of those sprites, trying to see if we can load those sprites in. And then there's still a bunch more work to do. And so what's crazy is that like we're really writing TypeScript and we're also writing some Rust files here too. So we're literally like coding in Rust. I've never coded in Rust before. I'm still very new to TypeScript. Very much using prompt engineering and everything possible in our hands to make sure that like this is grounded in some type of research and everything like that. And we're going to see what happens from here on out. I'm really just extremely curious to see what happens. So here we are. Like the stuff is just flying in right now. And all the stuff in green is basically all these new pieces of code that are coming in. This is insane. So yeah. Wow. So here we are. Cool. Let me update the server-side code, Rust code first, and then let me update the tables and create the new reducers. Wow. So this is already done now. So let's go ahead and go to the Rust code. Let's see. Components. So we have the game canvas. It's already been created. Nice. Team score. This is awesome. Sweet. Yes. Cool. Hey, Ray, I see that you're live on X, but it seems to be connected to YouTube and want to begin building in public very soon. Wondering how you pulled this off on X. Yeah, so I multi-stream everywhere. I use a software called Ecamm Live, and that's what allows me to broadcast not only to YouTube, but I'm currently live on Twitch and also on LinkedIn as well. So for my LinkedIn bros, y'all can y'all can catch up with me. Yeah, because it's really funny. I think the funnier part is like I bump into random people I meet in public. They're like, "Hey, yo, can we connect on LinkedIn?" I'm like, I don't think I've ever worked with you before. Like, why should I connect with you? You know, like it's pretty funny. But yeah, I learned the lesson in an interesting way. So while I was working at Apple, what ended up happening is that, you know, I used to just randomly accept connects from everyone. And so when you connect with someone, you get access to people's like network immediately. So like the third party connections, you know, turn into like second party connections. And so that way you can like start sending messages to people and sort of get introduced. And so what ended up happening is that somebody like kind of used that like against me in some way. And so like the recruiters and a bunch of people in HR said, hey, like you just can't be randomly accepting people's connections because of the people you're connected to. And then, you know, it creates all these problems for us. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I thought I was just like, and so I think LinkedIn introduced this new like follow feature. So you can follow people. And then like the connections are supposed to be meant for like, I actually did work with you. I, you know, have some type of relationship type of thing. So it's really interesting. Yeah. So since then, it's like, I always kind of, you know, laugh. I actually, when I left Apple, I deleted my LinkedIn. I was like, I don't even need this anymore because I don't want to be on LinkedIn anymore. And then when you have to apply now for these different grants and different stuff for like Microsoft, they're like, hey, what's your LinkedIn profile? Like, that's the only thing they ask for. I'm like, oh, I think they own LinkedIn or something like that. So I had to create a new LinkedIn account and like all my connections went away, which was kind of cool anyways. Like I got the purge and stuff. And so, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's pretty much empty. So who uses LinkedIn? Bro, in the Bay, you'll see a lot of like LinkedIn bros. Easy. Like you go to these different places and they'll be very obvious. Let's see. Cool. All right, so we're cooking here, so super hard. Let's see we're landing files left and right. So what do we have here? So we have server. Our server's landed code. We got the reducer stuff. We have some, let's see, missing time remaining. I think the stuff is still coming in. We have player actions now. Wow. And then we have this new thing here. So these are the tables now. We have match state variables, field dimensions. Cool. We have the game canvas. So the game canvas, what's this consist of? They're props, and then we have the send the player data to the phaser when it updates. Okay, so whenever it gets an update, it's going to have this use effect thing. Update players, send the ball data to the phaser when it updates. So event bus emit. So where is event bus and where does this come from? I'm just curious. So phaser events, event submitters. Okay, this is all part of the phaser framework. Okay, so this comes from the game and it comes from the emitter. So the emitter basically does a scene systems plugin compatible with the emitter 3. Oh, that's very helpful. Events, what is an event? Listens to all events. And then phaser, what's a phaser? A phaser is a type of a phaser. Okay, so phaser has a namespace. And what are the namespaces it declares? Let's see. Whoop. Wow. Okay. It takes an array. So there's actions, there's animations, there's cache, there's, can I just, all of them? Let's see. Whoops. Cameras. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so phaser has cache, names, cameras. Oh, no. I kind of went too far. can I do this? Okay. Oh no, what am I doing here? Oh, I can't be deleting these files because these are actually already built for me. All right. So, okay, we have actions, takes it game objects, aligns them next to each other. The alignment position is controlled by the position parameter. Okay. That's a lot of actions. There's a lot of stuff we can call animations, a frame-based animation. Cool. We have a cache used for storing references to any kind of state. All right, so now that we're done with whatever we're doing, let's see what's happening now. Okay, we're still going. So it's thinking. So all I'm doing is just basically letting Droid do a lot of the work for us here in the app. So match management. So we are in reducers now, match management. So in here, it's still writing the files. Okay, so this is a pretty upper-based truncated. Okay, tables are in here. Nice. And what's going on with our package? Cool. Yeah, a lot of stuff is changing in here. All right, so what did it say now? So the balls are here. Insert player first order. Okay. Cool. Now let me build SpaceTimeDB module to check for compilation errors. Cannot find game tech in the scope. Cool. So it kicks off spacetime build with a project path. I fixed several compilation errors. Let me address them. Cool. Dang. That's awesome. Wild, 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 wild. Okay. Schedule reducer for game techs. Reducers management, game tech. Cool. So update the source. So the first part was creating these phases here. And then the next ones we're going to have are the server stuff. And then the last part we have is a game page. Dude, if this is crazy. This is crazy because this has been going from 106. So like over 6, 12, 13, 14 minutes so far on the same prompt or on the same plan. I mean, it did take me a very long time to come up with this plan. As you saw, we've been doing a lot of this research. First, like it almost took a whole day to come up with the entire mega game like plan. And then like, we don't even have all the details for all our plans. So as we enter each phase, we're just going to getting into more details to making sure that everything's kind of set up and referencing the code base. So this is just kind of becoming like this bigger thing for us, but we should have everything we need, if you know what I mean, to get this thing kicked off, which is great. So this is pretty cool. Hopefully by the end of today, I mean, the goal is by like the end of today, but by the time this live stream ends, like I should be able to play this thing and have some cool sprites and stuff all in here. That's crazy. So while that's going, let's kind of play around with some more sprites. I think we had some sprites here. We have some sprite sheets, and then, wow. I want to see if we can have some fun. I want to see if we can take some characters. I don't know where this chat went or how this got messed up. Let's see. New? I don't think I did. Okay. I don't think I wanted to do anyone. So how can we do something fun? I want to get a little more creative here. I actually want to eventually support a feature where people can take a picture of their face and they will be inserted into the game as characters. Or I also want to be able to have some unique clothing options because maybe there would be some companies that want to sponsor their brand and be inserted into the game as well. So the current character sets, while they are fun and worked for the previous era with NES, I want to maybe do it a little bit differently here because I do kind of like this era, but we maybe can enhance it a little bit. And I want you to do some research using Exa MCP as well and look for some current modern trends and help me understand some fun characters that we can build that will allow us to have those attributes I mentioned earlier for customizability so that they feel a little bit more personal. Because I think more people are going to be invested if they can see themselves in the game and if they can play as their favorite characters or other people who are characters that they want to be like. Okay. And by the way, I'm also going to have like a baseball card trading system because I grew up playing baseball and used to collect baseball cards. and I want to turn some of these characters, like in these games, when you get like XP points, like you can trade cards, and then you can like actually buy cards from other people, which would be super cool. And so the better you do at a game, like the actual card value will get higher, right? So that's going to be insane. I don't think anyone's really doing this for like video games, like turning a video game into a card, like a little like card. And then physically, I'll probably print them, like I'll do certain runs, but like digitally, you'll have like a concept of a card. And so certain characters, if they perform really well, they'll increase in value over time or have more like, a clout and stuff, which would be super, super interesting. But like, that's kind of where I'm going with this, which is kind of why I want to have like the customizability and the feel of the character should be a little bit more defined, because back then with NES, it was just only defined to what you can draw on the screen and how much memory they had. But now, since we have a little bit more memory, we're kind of bringing the old nostalgia back, but kind of flipping it more into this newer style. And I think that's going to be kind of where it's going. Someone says NFT, and like, I don't want to go down the NFT route because there's a lot of confusion currently in that space, because that term is so loosely thrown around and it can mean a whole lot of different things. And there's a lot of exchange of like, I don't need to generate millions and millions and millions of different little assets and stuff like that. I feel like the current database structures can support that. And since it's only unique to my game, you can only really do them in my game. And like it kind of has its own things, because I'm actually planning to physically make these like one-off card runs. So like in 1 year, I'll make a run of certain cards of the top players, right? Like if Steph Curry takes a picture of himself and then starts playing my game, and then he becomes super popular and actually becomes good, in the game, like people would want to buy his card, right? Like, but if only like 3 cards that have been made, like it becomes super rare, like physically, right? That people own them, right? So it's becoming its own like kind of thing outside of the game. Like because there's like a digital game, but then there's like actual physical part of it too, which would be crazy. And like no one's doing this type of stuff. And I feel like this is kind of the future of what we can do with this, because the difference between like AI generated assets and like physical things are massive. But like there is this emotion that gets involved because you're playing a physical, like physically you're playing, the AI game and everything like that. But then there's this other environment and ecosystem that kind of builds around it, right? Which is, I think, is kind of it'll become its own thing. I feel like that's kind of what it is. So yeah, I'm actually kind of living my dream now of becoming a game designer, even though I didn't think I was going to be one, right? So this is loving this direction, making personal. Of course, you're going to affirm whatever I say. That's great. So it's doing some research for me. So here's the, now that I have everything I need, let me create a comprehensive strategy document for you. Damn. Okay. Dude, Opus 4.5 gets to work. This is crazy. Like this is not an intern. This is an employee. This is an employee. This is why you pay $200 a month. Oh my God. Damn, Opus cooks. As I'm drinking my OpenAI tea. This is what I call my chat GPT. All right, let's go. Man, this is going to be crazy. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Let's see. All right, so it's going off on this. We're writing code. We're updating our plans. What do we have now? Okay, we have a lot of different compilation errors errors. Okay, so this is great. It's going in a loop in itself, and it already finished. Okay, that's crazy. Like, it went for a long time. I think it finished a little bit earlier. I heard the sound and stuff like that. Easily over like 15 to 20 minutes just by itself, just on one run using Opus. And this is Droid. So Droid inside of here. So phase 2 core play implementation is complete. Here's a summary of what's been implemented. So we implemented client-side code using Phaser 3 plus Next.js. We have the React Phaser communication, Phaser config, bridge, placeholder for the ball, field rendering. Oh my gosh, that's insane. And then now we have server-side stuff too. So we have like the match player, the game ticker, the ball movements and stuff like that. And then now like the server authoritative have like physics with 50 millisecond ticks. So every 50 milliseconds, it's going to do like a kind of update where the ball is at. Ball possession and auto pickup, goal scoring, and 2-minute halves with timer, and the smooth client-side interpolation. That's nice. So to test, start the SpaceTimeDB, publish the module, and then run it. Yo, okay, so let me just check the code in as is. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have some errors here, but we'll see. Restart. Lint server. Okay. Rust analyzer restart server. Okay. Yes. Okay, cool. So I have to run Rust analyzer restart server to kick off. That's why it looked like it had the red stuff there. Okay. Damn, look. That's a lot of changes. Okay, so let me see if I can find issues. I'm kicking off BugBot right now to find some issues. I'm gonna hit plus here, and then let me just go ahead and I think this is a review. So the Droid agent has a way to review the code changes and find issues. I wonder if I should just do it in the same thing, but I'm gonna do this what they're saying here. So let me just kind of run this here. So I'm gonna put this to the side for a sec. Okay, spacetime start. Okay, and then I do spacetime publish whatever this is. Spacetime publish data. Okay, so in another tab, Command Shift D, this. So you're about to publish to a non-local server. Yes. Okay. Okay, aborting publish because require manual migration or deletion. So I'm going to just do delete data, I think. I did data, right? Oh, command not found, delete data. Okay. On publish module, I see error. Oops. Hold on, I think I did it wrong. That's why. Yeah, okay. I copied and pasted wrong. Yes. Okay, this will destroy your current. Do you sure want to proceed? Yes. Cool. So republish the module. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, and then bun run dev. Let's see. Command D, I think. Oh, yeah. Bun dev. Wait, I'll do Command D up here. Command D. Command W. Yes. Okay. Whoa. Bun dev. Okay, so here we are. So theoretically, we should be able to run our game, create match. If according to my, do I also have to publish it locally? README, are there any docs we need to update there? You can review env.local. Oh, I know why. Is because my other folder, cd.less, lsla, I have the .env, no, cd kickoff chaos, lsla, .env local. Whoops. Hold on. Wait. env.example. Okay. Hold on. I'm so confused. Okay. Can you, after the I don't think I've set up the .env.local and I see the example file and I think I want to test locally as well. Review README and let me know if there are any changes we need. Use exa.mcp for research. So we have the latest docs for spacetime. Run this correctly locally and on the server. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I have it going here, and I think, what does it say? Loading chunk layout failed. I'm still modifying code. Okay. What am I doing? Okay. Oh, the upstream AI model, please retry in a moment or switch models. No. Continue. Let's see. Continue. Retry. Please retry. Oh, come on. Come on. Please don't tell me Opus is down. Please don't tell me Opus is down. No. Oh man, this is crazy. How much? I can't believe how much. Oh my God. Oh, this is like the worst ever. Like, this is such a, okay. I think I'm just going to try something. CP. Yeah. Local. Let me just review the README. I don't remember because it's been a little while on what we need to do. Spacetime start, and then publish chaos, clear database, spacetime build. Oh, since use port 3000, run Next.js on a different port. Okay. Local. Okay. So without server flag. Let's see. If I wanted to run the latest changes, what should I run? README. I want to try locally first. I'm just curious to see if Cursor has the sauce right now. This looks like it has some sauce. Yeah, spacetime start, spacetime publish, clear database, and then this. Okay. So no terminals running yet. Here's a quick start sequence. So we do this. Okay, so I have spacetime start going, which is up here. Let me just kill everything. Kill and clear everything. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Spacetime start. Space start. Okay, we started the server and it's running on 3000. And then we have to publish this with the path here, clear database. So, okay, so publish model with that clear. So publish path dot server pwd. Okay. Yes, sir, you're about to publish path. Great. She wants to proceed. Yes. Great. Okay. And then bun dev p3001. Okay. So ready. Okay, so it says it's ready. And then over here, we just do 3001. Okay, so now we should be able to create a match. Okay, connecting, create match. Come on, connecting. Okay, why is it stalling? Okay, let's see. Connecting. So here we go, server sync. Okay, connected, create match. Create lobby. Error. Offset. Range error. Okay, why do I get a range error? I don't see any other errors here. Okay. Okay. How would I run this locally? Would this run it locally? Use ref and exa MCPs to ground your research. Okay. Spacetime logs. Oh, okay. Modules published. So I do spacetime logs and then kick off chaos. So this will show the logs, and that's how I'll be able to find, get the errors. Okay. Shows logs in real time. Okay, that's what I want. I want real time logs. I want like hacker status. That's what I want. And then spacetime login. Okay, cool. Oh, so update your environment for the cloud. So whatever this is, restart Next.js. Okay. So, okay. So here it is. When I do, let's make this bigger. Okay. So when I do spacetime start, spacetime publish project path, we'll do server kickoff chaos. So it matches the docs pattern. So this is path here, and then clear and then this. Okay, so that's what we had before. And so the local server runs on this because I do have this in my local.env local, wherever that's at, over here. Okay, so I have it in here. Okay, and then the kickoff chaos project. So the terminal shows it's listening, and then the log shows the modules. Would you like me to start these for you? No. Okay, so I should. How do I stream the logs? How do I stream the logs so I can track this error after connecting from the front end? I'm gonna say error. Okay. So I have the stages already changed here. So I'm gonna just check these changes in, just because I know Cursor may want to do some stuff here. And then kind of move forward with that. Okay, so we implemented the match functionality with phaser integration. We did a whole bunch of stuff. Yay. Okay, commit. Sync changes. However, the error is happening client side in the browser, not on the server side. Is a classic sign of binary deserialization mismatch between your TypeScript bindings and the Rust module schema. Let me check the module bindings and see if they're out of sync. Found the issue. There's a version mismatch. So the Rust module SpaceTimeDB is 1.0. The Rust crate is pinned to 1.0, but your bindings expect 1.11. Got it. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Cargo toml. Okay. So spacetime version, spacetime list. This is great. Okay, cool. Opus is down to just booting me. Dang, but Cursor is still running it right now. I'm using Opus right now in Cursor. I don't know what they're doing with that. They got some sauce. So yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Hey, like it's not working in factory, but it's working in Cursor. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. Like this is saving us right now, literally. And let's see what they're doing. I think they're trying to kick off the version of the servers and stuff. Okay, republish the module with the updated crate version and then regenerate the TypeScript bindings. Okay. Wow. Okay, would you like me to publish the command for you? Yes. Okay. So let me just rerun everything again. I like to do these by hand first, just to make sure I'm okay. Okay, let me see what's up. But before I do that, I want to call out the super chat. Yo, what's going on? I have a FOMO for AI tools, but when I use it with Go or Rust, it is just a disappointment. Good luck and hope you're better prompter than me or promoter than me. Yeah, I think for my thing, somebody had recommended a couple different things. It's like whenever you're part of the reason why I spent a lot of time making sure I got the tooling right is to make sure I run the different commands so it can kind of check its, its output. And the other part of it besides this is to try to ground it in some type of research using Exa and these other tools and stuff like that. And the other thing I want to do is set up my AGENTS.md files, which I might do right after this as soon as we get something working, because this is going to scan our repo and get a better sense of everything that we're using. And then I want to ground those AGENTS.md files, because you can put the AGENTS.md files in the actual places of where the Rust code is. So in my Rust code, it's in /server/src. And so in here, or actually it's all over the place in here. So it's actually in /server. If I put AGENTS.md files in there, as soon as the agent goes to that specific folder, it's going to pull up rules. And the way that these AGENTS.md files work, I actually have a video on my channel. You can watch it right here. That was like, and those files are going to be called and pulled into the context at that time. So there's a couple different approaches here that we can do that the language models won't necessarily account for, but we can kind of bring them into the new era. One approach is AGENTS.md files, and the second approach is skills files. So skills files can be loaded in at runtime or at before in your request and stuff. So before your agents take flight, you can give them these skills. And it's probably even just better to make them run at runtime. And they'll have conventions and different things that they should be doing specifically for Rust or specifically for your configuration. So in my case, I'm using SpaceTimeDB. I'm interacting with my front end using Phaser. All of those details are very important. So it has examples and also anti-patterns in the skills file. And there's a skill builder that Claude or Anthropic has, and we're going to use XMCP combined with that, giving it some of our background architecture. It's going to go to town to build the skill file that I hope can be very useful, but that's useful inside of Claude Code. It's going to be useful in Droid, but it's also going to be apparently now useful in Codex. So Codex apparently has this feature as a flag. And I don't know if cursor supports skills yet, or if they have that on the roadmap, or if it does. I haven't seen that feature yet, but we're going to be cooking. And that's how we can bring Rust forward, especially with maybe certain conventions or certain types of things that we're doing, so that it sticks with that. So that's to be explored. I don't know. I don't even write Rust. I have no clue if it even works or if it's true or not. So we're going to try this out. If it builds, right? Like, I don't know. What's the worst that could happen? I free memory and just give up all my keys to all the internals of my device? Nah. We're not going to go there. We're good. You know what I mean? So, but I just want to make sure I got you, fam. I really appreciate the super chat. That really means a lot. I think, that you're able to come on the stream and support that. I really say what's up. So, okay. So that's what's up. Okay. So we have our updated things, and I just wanted to make sure I run these projects to make sure we get them going. So republish the module with the updated crate version. So we're going to republish that over here. Make sure you want to do that. Yes, please. Do you want to delete? Yes. So we have the new updated crate version, and then we're going to regenerate the TypeScript bindings now. Okay. Okay, you want to do this? Yes, please. Yes. I don't think I did it. I think that's the same command. Oh, optional but good practice. I think that's, yeah. Bun generate, bindings, looks like it was success. So now we should be able to do everything now. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this again. So we should be able to start. Okay. I should start doing like these automated setups. Okay. So we're going to do, space-time start. And then we're going to do this one to publish. I think we already did this. Yeah, but we're just going to do it again. Let's just do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. All right. Let's go. It says it's ready. She ready? Let's go. I'm going to get rid of some of these. Okay. Put this over here. We're connected. That was pretty fast. Create match, create lobby, error. We have the same error. Okay. Refresh, create lobby, error. Okay. So database connection from unknown IP identity, spawning something. These are the errors that I'm seeing. Okay. Okay. So am I on the right port? Oh, create. Okay. When I go to create, I'm seeing these errors. Okay. When I go to create and connect, I get this error. Error. Okay. And the front end will show. Front end is showing this. Okay. Let's see what's up. This means the module wasn't republished with the updated cargo. Suggest binary parsing confusion. The code looks correct. Okay. So it's going to kick off. You're about to publish. Okay. Let's publish to the cloud. It's published to the cloud by default. For local development, you need to specify the local server. I thought so. That's what I was telling him. Your EMVI is set for local, but the CLI defaults to cloud. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Of course. So what do I do next? The module was published. Now let me create and regenerate TypeScript bindings to ensure they're in sync. Okay, done. The module is now published. And so there is a local, I have to like, okay, I have no clue what just happened. I don't think it even solved the problem. Okay, so what should my local look like? This is my .env.local file. Okay. What do I say? Server local. Because okay, so this is the command it's supposed to run. Spacetime publish server local. And then I do project path kickoff. So this is where it builds it locally. And then I generate the bindings and then I run it. So can you please update the README? Okay, so I think it did the work, but it didn't really tell me because I think one of the instructions inside of Cursor's agent is to like not be so verbose. And now I'm going to try to force to get it because I see it in the chat history and it's thinking that like it ran the right commands. But now I need to update the README so that I know what to run as a human. You know what I mean? Because this is not like fully agentic yet. And so please update the README on the steps I need to run locally and for the cloud. It looks like we are missing the local publish steps. So please do a comprehensive review based off of this conversation and what we've learned. Okay, let's see. Sweet. Okay. So that'll do its thing. Well, Rust. You're publishing to remote, yeah, but using local. Yeah, I kind of thought so. And read the output, you publish. Yes, yeah. Yes, the Droid promo link is currently expired. They sponsored my stream a couple of months ago and stuff. And I think it was only like for a limited time. And then like sort of asked them to extend it. I told them to extend it. And they actually complied and said, hey, yeah, we'll do it again. And so they continued to extend it. But I think that is already expired now too. And I don't know if like the link started getting passed around everywhere, but I've heard of like a lot of people who signed up and stuff. But it sucks because there's a lot of new people checking out Droid and it's really freaking good. And so if you haven't had a chance to go check it out, I think if you put a credit card on file, you get like 10 million tokens or something like that. Or I don't know what the starter trial is for the first month, but like when you sign up, they only give you like maybe 1 million. And then if you put that in, I think you get some more. So yeah, that's what's up. All right, cool. So I'm learning a little bit now how to execute this stuff locally. Okay, so here's a critical fix. Server-local is required for local development. Without it, the CLI defaults to cloud, which makes sense. And that's what our friends were saying here. So let me just go back to the README and just make sure the stuff is up to date. So let me go to the README. Okay. Let me get rid of this on the side. So we have, okay, so to publish the module, if we're going to do this for the local, right? And then stream the logs. So there's a local setup now, and here's environment variables, and then the SpaceTimeDB module. Okay, this looks good. And then is there switching back to local? I just want to make sure all this stuff works correctly. We also have cloud versions too. Okay. I don't think it's clear that we'll have the cloud ones. Let me just double check. I mean, this looks good. Keep all, right? And then go back to README, go to open preview, get rid of this here on the side. Okay. Current phase 1 is complete. Prerequisites, environment, space-time start. Okay, first time start. Whoops. Oh, no. Okay. EMBE. Okay. So here's local and here's cloud. So to publish, we do this. And to reset, we do this. To view the logs, we do that. And then to stream the logs, we do this. Okay, so it's all the stuff that you just add -- server local to do the differences. Otherwise, it would just do it from the cloud. Okay, so here's the environment variables and deploying to clouds. Here's the cloud stuff. Can we just make it clear local section and then the cloud section? Okay, that's what I want. This is great. Can we separate the two and just have a local version and a cloud section? Okay. Have a local. Can we separate the two and just have a local section and cloud section? Right now, as I'm trying to copy and paste, it's just really annoying because I can drag too far and select the cloud side on the table. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now is basically just trying to make sure that, oops. Let's see. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now is just trying to make sure that I can run the stuff locally, and then eventually I'll be doing the stuff on the cloud as well. And having this in the README is going to be super helpful as I'm a human doing this right now. Okay, cool. So we have this. All right. Oh, there's a new Goose version. Yo, I don't know if you know, but one of the guys who made the Goose agent, he left and joined Factory. He's been at Factory for a while, bro. Like that's why Factory got so cracked. I mean, Factory is already pretty cracked, but then he's, yeah. Yeah, look up Luke Avoyedo. I did an interview with him, and fire, super fire. Amazing folks there. Let me restructure the README, completely separate look. Okay, cool. This is great. All right, so Claude status, elevated errors, investigating. We're investigating the issue. Folks, we saw it here first. We knew something was going down, a little bit fishy with that. So I don't even know, to be honest, how the hell Cursor still has Claude Opus running for me right now. That's what they must have their own instance in a cluster that's separated from everyone else. That's insane. I don't know. They get that VIP treatment, you know what I mean? My favorite problem I had with AI coding is with Rust is AI in a loop with errors, but did ignoring compiling errors and decided to downgrade packages with my cargo. Oh, that's worse, bro. Hope you're keeping these videos up on your channel for a while. I'm really interested in using AI tools for game dev, but I'm neck deep in other apps. Yeah, no, this is gonna be on here forever, bro. This is the whole point of these videos and why I live stream is because I as a kid wish someone did this on YouTube, walk me through these different steps. And so here we are. This is what we're doing. So yeah. Okay, so now we have the README kind of reorganized here. Cool. So I've restructured it into a completely separate sections, local development, everything you need in one place, and then cloud development. Each command is now its own code block, so you can easily triple click. Nice. That's awesome. To select and copy without grabbing. Okay, cool. Awesome. This looks great. So let's go ahead and keep. Sweet. So terminal 1 start, terminal 2 this, terminal 3 that, terminal 4 for the logs. That's epic. Okay, so let's review this. Okay, prerequisites are this, and make sure cargo bin is in your path. If you have homebrew Rust installed, uninstall it to avoid conflicts. So this is what we learned earlier. This is a great file. Okay, so copy the env example to local, spacetime start, publish the module. So for the first time or after schema changes, clear the things. Subsequent publishes. Compile without publishing, so CD server spacetime build. Okay, cool. This is awesome. Then restart the server. Okay, so a quick copy and paste. Spacetime start. This is probably what we're going to do first here. I'm going to do this. Spacetime start. Spacetime start, which is what I had there. And then I'm going to do this, which is in a second terminal, clear the database and everything. Oops. Oh my gosh. Too many windows. I think what I might just do is, yeah, I'm gonna clear this. I'm gonna just do here. I'm gonna do Command Shift D. I'm gonna just, okay. So this cleared the database and updated it locally. And then I'm gonna run dev with this one over here. Cool. And then what I'm gonna do on another terminal is to run the logs, right? So that way, can I just do that? Oh, no. Okay, so many logs running. Okay, so I'm gonna run the logs. Cool. So this is the local server logs here on what's happening on our server right now with SpaceTimeDB. And this is the, I don't think I need this one here. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so this is the spacetime start. This is the front end, and this is the server in Rust. And then we should now be able to kind of everything should work now. I'm hoping. Connected. Okay, create match, create lobby. Okay, cool. let's go ahead and start a match. Start match. Okay, what's happening? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. WASD arrows, up, down, left, right. As you can see up and down as I move around, it says like error, reducer error, return, no player active found for this identity. It's like there's no player active, right? So there's a bunch of errors. Is it import trace? Okay. Okay, error, no active player found this identity. Okay, so let me go ahead and just leave the match. Okay, null object. Okay, cool. There's a bunch of errors and stuff we need to fix. All right, cool. So what I want to do now is maybe make a new status document. So everything that basically what we've done so far is like this plan actually executed and worked for us. And what I want to do now is basically just create a status document and see if we can go back and like do a verification. So I think this is where like GPT 5.2 can maybe start going in and doing some grounding here and kind of start to see if we can find and help us debug here. Because Opus 4.5 literally scaffolded the whole phase 2 plan, built the whole thing, and obviously there's a bunch of gaps and stuff that's missing. So this is probably either a good time for GPT 5.2 to enter the chat and then see if it can just do all of this work. We could just let it go to work. Kind of interesting that Claude Opus is currently down. So we'll see. So we'll see if it's currently back up right now in factory. If not, then I'll have to switch models and stuff or just open a new chat. So this is great. Please, let's just move forward now and create a new status. Let's go ahead and update status document on what we've done before so we can start iterating on bug fixes for this phase. Okay, so this is what I'm doing there. Cool. Epic. We have like the terminal going and everything. Okay, so let's just see if Opus is back right now. I don't know. Like it seems to be off and on. Upstream model provider is currently overloaded. Okay, so like okay, we've worked on a lot of changes. I'm gonna just open up a new chat. Okay. We've worked on phase 2 in status via architecture, and you can diff git. So there's diff, commit diff of, let's see, diff of working state. No, diff with main branch. Let's see, can I do git? There used to be some git commands I was able to select, but here we go. No, I can't do anything past that. Okay. Can you do a git diff so you can see the changes we made? And I want to make sure the status.md doc is the most up to before we start iterating on bugs. I don't know why. Oh, okay. I think that's it. I just retyped it all out. Okay. So I'm going to check this code in here for the cargo, toml, and readme. And then I'm just going to update our status document. So I want our status document updated so that I can work on my bug fixing phase. And this is where we're going to use a different model. Right now, if we continue to use Opus in factory, it's not available, but it's actually available inside of Cursor, which is kind of weird. Super weird that it's like, yo, Opus has an outage, but somehow Cursor has their own instance somewhere that's like completely untouched from the rest of the internet. Or Cursor is just the highest paying tier client, so they get the most uptime and probably dedicated servers, where if you're like a third party, you're just kind of like, there's some downtime right now. Just chill for a sec. I'm not gonna lie, this is so crazy right now. This is so crazy. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Let me catch up a little bit more on the comments because I missed some other stuff too. Your spam comments. Oh, on yeah. I don't do links on this stuff because I think a lot of times people had problems with links and do crazy stuff. Yeah. Appreciate the compliment here. Can you tell if Convex is good for a e-commerce website with collect.js and NMI as a gateway? I'm not familiar with that stack, specifically the NMI gateway thing or collect.js. I made a whole site using not Convex, but just using Shopify. So Shopify is a backend. And so if you go to snapstudio.com, my friend's website, who you can see how fast this loads, is amazing. All Next.js. You can like load more and stuff. And he wanted like screenshots of these like Amazon reviews. And so this is all built with Next.js, and Shopify is the backend. So when you go shop now, you get the live updates from the store as far as the pricing. So whenever the pricing changes on Shopify, it'll update here. You'll have like these like images that get loaded up from here. Like this is all using Next Image. You can see it's so fast. It's crazy fast. You can't get any Shopify store site. Any Shopify template you use is never this fast. Obviously, you get all the Next.js metadata stuff. You get everything. This was forked from Lee Rob's template. He had a Shopify store template. So Vercel has a template for this exact thing. You can use AI agents today to help get it up to date with all the latest versions of Next.js. But it's a phenomenal thing. And it uses GraphQL for the queries to hit the Shopify store backend. And you get this like really smooth stuff. And all of this is connected to, all their things there. So shipping and returns. Like what's cool about this, like if you go to the vocal booth and hit add to cart, it puts it into the cart here. And you can go to like proceed checkout. And so with proceed to checkout, we'll actually pop you into the Shopify store. And then you can do like that whole thing there. So that's pretty chill, like as far as like the connections there and everything like that. And whatever you're doing here, if you like add them, you add, it's going to update the cart programmatically. And depending on the region that you're coming from, this will update. So they'll give you the European price if it's from there as well. You can close the cart, it fill all these things, little cool stuff. And this also obviously works on mobile, which is fire. So on mobile, it's really cool because you have these little sliders and stuff like that. And it just like, it loads so instant. It's so ridiculous how fast it is. You can add the cart from the bottom, you get the whole thing sliding in. Super cool. So that's what I'm familiar with, Next.js and building. I would suggest you check it out. I know there's like the CMS is literally Shopify, and Shopify already handles all the tax rules and everything like that. All you do is just build the front end, which makes it super easy to slam in. It's super fast. I highly prefer it. It's amazing. And they have a really good template. So start with that. See how far you get. So that's what's up. Let's see what's going on. So we have a status file. Yeah, we got Opus through Cursor. And so Cursor, we've used $5 more today. Okay, cool. We got 5 on it today from Cursor. Okay, so let's see here. What's going on? Okay, so here's our status doc. Let's see, status. Great. Over here, that's a massive amount of changes. So we have phase 2 core gameplay is pretty much almost done, and we haven't implemented the auto switch logic. And then there's a bunch of other stuff we need to get to as well. Damn. Okay. So the core gameplay is complete. Phaser 3 integration, field sprites, ball physics. Okay, so we have the match flow is partially complete. So updated to reflect the backend logic is done. Still needed is the timer UI display, spectator mode, and results screen for the halftime. And so the bug fixes, and then work on the UI for phase 3. Okay. Added key implementation files for easy navigation. Cool. So this is looking pretty good. And I want to check these files in. And what I'm thinking is check this out. GPT prompting, OpenAI GPT prompting cookbook. So I want to see if we can give it the prompting guide for GPT-5.2 or Codex. And it should be able to go to town super hard on this. So this is the actual guide, like recommended starter prompt, right? So I'm going to see if I can give Opus this task to say, we're going to turn into like a bug fixing mode. Here's the prompting guide. Generate the prompt that we need to give to Codex or GPT 5.2 to just start going into bug fixing mode. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do now. Okay, cool. So our status document is up to date, and I'm gonna just, can I say open in preview? Open preview. Cool. So here we are. Okay. I want you to review and use Exa code to review the guide. The goal is to generate a markdown file, which will have the prompt to do the following task. So far, we completed phase 2 for the gameplay, and the goal that we're trying to achieve is to review the implementation code using the status.md file, which shows the progress of things we did, and the git diffs that we have and all the files that we touched, and the kickoff chaos architecture in mind. And we want to make sure that we aren't missing any parts of the implementation and have actually answered the various requirements, and maybe if there are any open-ended questions that we should be answering or addressing, this is the best time to do that here. Cool. Let's see here. And so here's Opus. Opus is going to use this guide and do some research for us to create the, like, basically, here's a thorough review file, and I want this file, like this mega prompt, to then hand over to GPT 5.2 and just let it just go off into, you know, however 10, 20 minutes, however long it takes. And that'll just be like my really solid code review agent. But it's customized because it's going to be based off this grounded research on prompting, but then be very specific to my code base, right? So it's not going to be some generic thing. And this is probably something I'm just going to hand off to Droid, because Droid can just do that autonomously with the new models. And so here we go, phase 2 prompt. This is going to be awesome. So yeah, that's what's up. All right, cool. Cool. Let's see. What's going on? The fix for AI, bro. No, I'm good off that, bro. I'm good. 10 sec. Opus work is fine. Using Google, Vertex, AWS, Bedrocks. It also works. Okay. Oh, I forgot. That's up. Yeah, can't stop, won't stop. 5.2. It takes me hours for a prompt to be action 5.2. What, where are you using the model? Is it just in Codex? Interesting. Okay, cool. So here's the prompt. Damn. Bro, this is why I don't yap my prompts anymore, bro. I have Opus build prompts for me so it can just go to work. Look at this. A 200, tell me, like, you would never yap this, bro. Like, I would never. How? This is goated. This is. I would just give it this file. It's just going to say cook, bro. Just cook. Based on the implementation guide, use this prompt to conduct a thorough review of phase 2 core gameplay implementation. The goal is to identify gaps, bugs, missing requirements, and open questions before moving to phase 3. Low key, I just want to give this to Opus. The review prompts. Dang, bro. How to use direct paste. Review. Okay. Review implementation per against status MD. And then with diff, first generate the diff and then review. Okay. Review get diff is in. Okay. I should say that the agents have access to the diff files, but I'll tell that. Action requirements checklist. Okay, I would literally just give this whole thing. Oh yeah. Oh no, it's over. It's over. It's over. Okay, here we go. So this is it. I'm gonna. Okay, so let's just open up a new terminal face prompt. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to kick this off in Opus and also kick this off in GPT 5.1. And I'm also going to kick one off in Codex. So then we'll see. Okay. Copy the prompt above. Oh, and paste it into your OS. No. Yo, this is a crazy prompt. Okay, you're conducting a comprehensive review for phase 2 core gameplay. Actually, this one looks more legit as a prompt. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I like this one a lot, actually. I'm gonna just do this. We're copying and pasting this whole thing. Let's go. This is about to be bananas, y'all. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some comparisons. I'm gonna check this in. So we have this file. Are y'all ready for this? We're about to do this mega prompt review right now, and we're gonna pass it into nearly every agent as much as possible. So I'm gonna pass it into like Opus 4.5 in Droid. I'm gonna pass it into GPT 5.2, with high. And then I'm gonna also pass it into GPT Codex, as well. Like we're gonna see how that goes. We're also gonna do it inside of Cursor. Why not? Let's get Cursor in the mix. Since Opus 4.5 is available there, we're gonna see if that's available. We're gonna also try Codex inside of Cursor. And let's just try them all. It's a code review. What can go wrong, right? So we'll see. I'm really curious to see how this is gonna turn out. Let me know if you're following in the chat. Just like pop it in. Which one do you think is gonna win out here? Is it gonna be Opus? Is it gonna be GPT 5.2? Is it going to be Codex? I don't know. I'd be really curious to see what's going to happen with this thing here. So let's see. All right. So in Droid right now, we just finished phase 2. I'm going to do /model. We're going to change to, let's do Opus 4.5 high. Let's just see if I can get that working. So let's just do, I'm going to paste this in. I'm going to just say go. And if this fails, then we know Droid /model. We're going to go to GPT 5.2 right here. And then we're going to go high. And then let's get high and go. So this failed. So it says the upstream model provider is currently overloaded. So factory Droid does not have that VIP access line that Cursor has. So womp, womp, womp. Man, these model providers, right? I mean, they're just like, yo, pay up, bro. If you're not paying the bag, we're just going to automatically, stiff you so that when your clients are trying to use it, you're just going to go down all of a sudden. I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but I'll let the chat figure it out. All right, so we have GPT 5.2 cooking right now. I'm going to do Droid again, and I'm going to launch Codex. I'm just curious to see if there is a difference between Codex and stuff. Who will actually win, right? If I do Codex Max, what is Codex Max going to do on high, right? If we give it the same prompt, is it going to be legit? Like, is Codex going to get to work for us? Is it still as good? You know what I mean? It's getting to work. It's getting to work. Let's go. All right. And then since it's doing a review, so we have here's GPT 5.2 high. We have GPT 5.1 Codex Max high. We have Opus 4.5 high. So let's do the medium models because that's sometimes what they suggest. Droid. And we're going to do /model. And then we're going to do 5.2 and we're going to do medium. All right. So 5.2 medium, paste the same prompt. Let's go. All right, so we have 5.2 high, 5.2 medium. Codex 5.1 max high, /droid, /model. Codex 5.1 medium. 5.2 medium, 5.1 high, 5.2 medium. Let's go. And I think what other models should we run? /model Droid. I'm just going crazy right now. /model. This is gonna cost a lot, but whatever. Let's go. Okay, so Opus 4.1 is out of the picture. Gemini Pro. Yo, do you guys still use Gemini 3 Pro? We have to try it now, right? Because it's available in the list. Let's just see if it cooks, right? I mean, what if it's really good? What if it's the best model right now? And for like debugging, we don't even know yet. I've not heard anyone. Everyone talks about its design skills, but what if it's actually really good at these debugging tasks? Like we're going to find out here first because I've never seen a video saying, oh my God, this is how you debug with Gemini 3 Pro. Like everyone is copying everyone else's videos on YouTube, which is why I hate that. You got to stream live, friends. Let's stream it live. Let's do it live. Oh, drop the G in the chat. Like, let's go ahead and drop the G's in the chat. Oh man, let's go. Okay. So let's go with high. We got to do both. We got to get high with Google. So Droid /model. We're going to go low. This is like pure entertainment right now, Opus all day. No, bro. Opus is goated. G-Unit. Hey, let's go. You can use command one. Yes, yes, yeah. Right now I'm like a command 0, bro. Like I got so many tabs open. It's so crazy. I love Codex model, but so slowly. Yeah. Opus is better. Cursor is just using composers in the background. Is it though? Is it? Man is triggering music in my head. Too unlimited already for this, bro. Yeah. All right. So here's Gemini Pro low. It's going to town with this review task. Here's a command 8, right? Oh man, my commands don't work right now. I think I broke stuff. Okay. Here is Gemini Pro High. Gemini Pro High is reading the context documents, front end, and all this other cool stuff. So here it is. It's going through the town. And then here is 5.1 Codex Max on medium. And so this is what it's done and it's come back with, right? So it's like critical issues are none identified. Do you guys believe that there's no critical issues identified in my code after AI slop? I mean, after Opus 4.1? Blessed my code base. Like, I love Droid and all. Droid just executed that massive phase 2 plan. And do you believe that it just did it flawlessly with no critical findings on the first try? Is this too good to be true? I mean, let me know, chat. Like, what's up? Like, I'm having a hard time believing this because I don't actually think it's true. But this is what Codex 5.1 Max Medium is saying right now. We'll see. Here's the findings that it did find, though. No pass input reducer, like only emits player kick, and there's no key for the pass, and only listens for the player kick. So we have like a lot of work to do, right? So there's high, medium, and low. Here's the missing requirements on like the auto switch logic, and here's some open questions. Where should the auto switch live? Server or client? What's the cooldown? Context, options. These are good questions. I like these questions. Verification steps, play through. Kickstart, move ball, see what happens, right? Okay, this is really cool. And then if we go over here, like what's the Droid one complaining about over here? Okay, cool. Let's go to the medium one. So that's basically, whoa. What's going on? Did it move forward already? Okay, so wait, I didn't put it in plan mode. I just put it in regular mode, but it already wants to move forward. It bumped itself into spec mode, I think. Which one was this? Was this the... Okay, so we had Google High here. Okay, so Google High finished all of the work. It bumped itself into spec mode, and it wanted to move into like all the findings here. So this is the findings it found, and then it only found like 2 issues in here, and then here's a high impact. So it found like 2 critical bugs. Google Gemini found 2 critical bugs. I don't know if it's true or not, to be honest. And I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Auto switch implementation strategy. Should auto switch happen server side? Server tells the client you're now controlling pair X or client side request. And here's the verification steps. Space-time, kickball, observe Z changes. It won't. Okay. That's interesting. And then this one here will be critical findings must fix. So this is Google Gemini as well. So there's like 2 critical finding bugs, 2 other high findings, and then 2 medium ones. And then the GPT 5.1 Codex Max says like there's no critical findings. And then there's some high, medium, and low stuff here, and also missing requirements. And then here's Codex Max High. So the high one actually found no critical stuff as well, and also found some high bugs, medium bugs, and low. And then here's some missing requirements. Here's some open questions that it has. Let's take a look at GPT 5.2 medium. So 5.2 medium says there's like 3 critical findings, right? So here's an interesting one. So that's the difference between 5.1. So in 5.1, Codex Max, like 0 critical, like all across the board, medium, high, whatever, no critical findings, right? Like how do you not find any critical bugs? But here it is with 5.2, and 5.2 medium is already calling out like those, 3 critical bugs. Boom, boom, boom. And then here's the ones that we should fix as well. And then here's the medium ones as well. So like on the high ones, what are they saying? Halftime never ends, client spammable events, division by 0. Okay. Missing requirements here. Okay. So there's a field rendering. There's a lot of stuff that's like kind of missing. And then there's like the local validator. So wow. Okay. So let's take a look at the high one, 5.2 high. Did it find more critical bugs for us? It's kind of the same. So halftime never counts down, which is kind of similar to this one. Let's see. Client spam movable and division by 0. Okay. Kickoff ball is always in team jerseys A. There's a lot of different bugs, division by 0. Okay. But they're kind of the same. Wow. And then here we are at Opus 4.5 high. It just didn't really do it. Okay. Wow. Look, and this is Google Gemini 3. Google Gemini 3. Anyone in the chat with the G unit? Are you rolling with the G3? It's the, wow. Gemini 3. Where you at, bro? Where are you at? Oh my God, bro. Interesting. Wow. Okay. So 5.1 for me is a no. Like, I like it for Codex Max. I think it's a little too sparse. You know, here's gone. Google Gemini, while I appreciate the organization here, like it's a good start. Game tick reducer does not receive the ball. Like they're all similar bug fixes for the critical stuff here. Auto aim, like I could roll with that, you know. Missing camera follow. That's interesting. But there are really different and good bugs that it found. I really want to see what Opus does. So I want to try to see if I can give this a cursor and see what it does here. So cursor, and I'll just say go. Core gameplay. I think cursor is going to nerf my prompt. Low key. You're conducting a comprehensive review. I'm just going to go to the agent. It may even just start writing all the code changes for us. We'll see. Gflash. Do meta analysis on the outputs. Waterfall, Jira, TDD specs, pretty much all gold standard in long-term vibe coded apps. Yeah, pretty much. I think so. Some flavor of it, right? So far, plan mode is the top model, agent top model. Opus for planning for sure. Even Opus to implement, do the first pass in the implementation is not bad. But just have it check with some other agent like GPT 5.1 or 5.2. 5.2 is doing a pretty good job at like actually trying to review everything, which I actually do appreciate. Yeah, great marketing for Gemini. They should get on this. Yeah, man. I don't know. Oh, this is rough. Okay, so cursor is getting to down. I'll start to read by context and then examine the implementation file. So cursor is going to get to town with Opus 4.5. And I think this is on like the max mode. Yeah, max mode. Okay, cool. So it's reading through. I think Opus is going to win this. It's funny because Opus is checking its own work, but hey, this is kind of what we want anyways. We want this stuff to be reviewed. Now I had to uninstall Google because I'd leave work and walk away and just come back and see what rip grep seed my PC iCloud for 12 million tokens and then start dropping my UI updates. I don't know what that means, but sure. Yeah, man. I don't know. This is crazy. Yeah. Composer Max. Oh, that'd be crazy. That'd be cracked. Okay, so we have phase 2 code review kickoff chaos. Critical findings must fix. So this is coming up with a similar plan. Let me see if I can kind of pull this aside. So we have, so what I want to do is also give it to not only Opus 4.5, but why don't we just give it to Codex Max? Sorry, 5.2 high, because I like the high plan from here. Extra high, undo high fast. So let's give it to Cursor's agent and see what it does here too. So we're going to do the same review inside of Cursor to see how well this does too, right? So like in Droid versus Cursor and see a little bit of like which one has a better flavor here. Look at this comprehensive, like in Opus is crazy. So here it is. So it has our critical findings that it calls out, right? So halftime, this is kind of what we saw. The game will be stuck halftime indefinitely. Players cannot get past the second half. Division by 0. Array out of bounds. Panics if jersey numbers equals 0. Okay. Keep high findings should fix. Okay. And then game scenes. Okay. Camera does not follow. Okay. Even if the shift key were added. Okay. Medium findings. App match. Okay. So here's the missing requirements. And phase 3 Next.js partial. Not implemented the ball sprite for shadow height. Not implemented defer to phase 3, defer to phase 5. Okay, so open questions. This is cool. So maybe I should have entered plan mode. I might do that for another chat, because this is sort of a plan mode right now, in essence, right? Here is cursor with GPT-5.2 high fast. It's going to work. It's really just, it's going to work right now. It's reading a lot of files. And so Cursor has their own tooling to read files, which is better than using grep and stuff. And that's basically what it's doing right now. And so it's pretty cool to like turn this into a code review bot and seeing kind of how this really does this here. So as far as like what we've used so far, I think we started at like, I think today it's only used like $8, right? Because we had $50 today. And we've been using some Opus and we've been using now some GPT-5.2. So it hasn't really been that much overall. But we've been kind of, most of the code implementation actually happened inside of Droid. And so if we go here, if I do /costs, that cost us 1.8 million tokens. So phase 2 to implement with all that code that we wrote for the Rust server and all the different things we explained was only like 1.8 million tokens. So that's not bad. I mean, I was expecting the feature to be like super massive, like 10 million tokens or something like that. But we did do a lot of research for the planning, but I think all that research we did help it for making it extremely efficient and really tight to keep everything in here. So yeah, between the two, Droid charges $200 for 200 million tokens. So, you know, like $1.8 or something, you can think about that. So total today is maybe 10 bucks in AI coding spend. That's not to mention, like, I also have a $200 Claude code subscription. So that's like, you know, the full blown models which I use on the web. I haven't loaded up OpenAI's ChatGPT yet. There's that. Yeah. Okay. So that's where we're at right now. Okay. So let's see what's happening here. So this is crazy. I like this. I like what Opus did here in Cursor. This is really nice. This is still going for the GPT 5.2 high fast. And we're seeing it's grepping files and doing things here. So grep. Okay. What else is it doing? I'm identifying some fixes needed. First, I should send a 0 vector when no keys are pressed. Okay. Oh, and it says something about hooks. Nice. It's running something after the fact. This is great. Okay. Is Cursor still too expensive? Like, what do you mean? My report would be like, you sent 12 million tokens at the end. These C tier models versus B tier. Yeah, I'm not here right now to do benchmarks. I'm here to kind of like ship some software, and I'm casually collecting some of the like information for understanding, you know, like generally how much I'm spending for a task like this to build a game. This is sort of also like inspired by like a lot of different things. I know that Lee Robb also just basically relaunched the Cursor homepage and migrated away from Sanity. So the Sanity was their CMS that they were managing all the assets with. And then, you know, basically said, we can just do this all in Markdown, which makes sense. I mean, like also if you have all that level of experience, you can just kind of build your own stuff, which makes a lot of sense. It's super fast and they've cut their costs significantly just even with like a move like that. So check this out. GPT 5.2 high fast came back in Cursor. And it came back with a bunch of findings, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 different critical fixes. And if we compare that to what Droid compared in like a bug fix mode, let's go here. In Droid, for this model, GPT 5.2 medium, 5.2 high. So 5.2 high has 1, 2, 3 fixes. And here's the high findings, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here's the medium findings. So in Cursor, it came back with like 1, 2, 3, 4 critical fixes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 of the different findings for high. And then here's some of the low stuff, and here's some of the missing requirements. And here's some open questions that kick back to me. And then with Droid, did it kick back some open questions to me? I don't think it had 2. Like, should these be here or here? And in Cursor with GPT 5.2 high fast, it has, you know, like these 3 here. So per tech, what the frame rate is and stuff like that. And then here's some verification steps. So to me, out of all of these, while I like the Opus one, it looks pretty good. To be honest, I'm rolling right now with the 5.2 high fast on the code review. Like, that's a lot of work here that we got to do. You know what I mean? So I think what I'm going to do is pop this into a plan file and then just start having either Cursor start working on each of those like individually. I wish we had sub-agents available, because then I would just be able to kick off one sub-agent per thing and just have each of them just go off in parallel, or sorry, not sub-agents, like parallel agents. So I don't even know if I have that as a feature. I'm going to secretly check to see if I have that as available as early access, because that would be so amazing. So let's just see if I have agents, because if I have the agents, custom tab, parallel agents, I don't think I have that available yet. Browser protection, I don't see. I'm kind of off screen right now. I just want to make sure I don't expose anything that I should be exposing or not be exposing. But if we have that, that'd be cool. And then we'd be able to see it live. We'll do it live. But I don't see that as an option right now. It just says early access. Okay. Network indexing. Okay. So I don't have that for my thing right now, but that'll be a later problem, because Lee Robb actually just exposed this. He says, I think it was either in his blog or somewhere I heard him talk about it. I was like, oh, okay. Let's see if that's actually live, or it's actually, I think he said it in his blog post and he said it's coming soon. So it's probably not yet ready. All right. So I want to roll with this and I want to create a plan document for this. So let's go ahead and see if I can move forward. Okay. So, that's quite a bit of stuff to fix. So, okay. These are things here. Open questions. How should the kick direction be chosen on the keyboard? Server kickball always kicks the goal to the center. Let's see. Kick towards last movement vector, common arcade feel, or aim with mouse, modern more. Okay. Here are the answers. Okay. Here are the answers to the open questions. The kick should be towards the last movement vector, similar to a common arcade. I expect most people to use a keyboard for this, which would be super fast. Auto switch server client. Is active server state switching purely client side de-risks the sync? I don't know how auto switch should work, and I want you to use Xcode MCP to understand how this should work for SpaceTimeDB, because SpaceTimeDB provides a lot of special infrastructure. Okay, and then 3, physics rates. Should friction be per tick per 60? But the spec phase is ambiguous. For this, I also want you to use Xcode MCP. As I'm not sure what the recommended requirements are for this game. Per SpaceTimeDB. Okay. All right. Once you've gathered that information and we've updated this, I want you to generate a spec doc or a plan document so that we can start handing these tasks off to another agent to start fixing our bugs for us. And the file should be written in Markdown. Okay, cool. So now just going to make sure we keep track of all those bugs and don't lose them, and then kind of write them down to like a Markdown file. So that's pretty good. Sweet. Because the thing with cursors, like chat windows and most like Claude Code and all the different agents, is that you can see our current context window we have is only 272,000 tokens. And so with that narrow of a context window, as soon as we get to 50%, things will start to degrade pretty fast. So we have a lot of information captured already, and we're almost there. I just need a little bit more information to kind of make this right. And so the way we're going to do that is go ahead and get that research, bring it on back, and we're going to see this thing go from, when 81,000 tokens were now 84. It's now running to go get some more context. We'll see how much more context is kicked off, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parallel agents right now for the research. And then once it gets that information, it'll come back, and then it'll have enough to start thinking again, and then write all that stuff out to a file. And then that's where we can start creating new chats and having it do some bug fixing and so forth. And that's where we can use any agent we want, really, to run in parallel. So I can kick off like 5 different Droid runs, or 3 different cursor chats, and just go crazy and say, hey, work on the first 3 critical fixes or something like that, and you work on these other ones. They should be pretty good. So okay, so let's see here. Oh, interesting. You see how the context window compressed now? We went from 81,000 down to like 16,000 or 84,000. Wow. So it must have compressed some of the tool calling back here. Interesting. And see, now about back up to 100,000. That's weird. That's really weird. So it's checking the document structure. Okay, so I don't know if you realize this, but I think what's happening is that in real time, as it's thinking about checking the document structure, it will jettison some of the other stuff in the context window. So as we were reading files, if it doesn't need them right now for a specific task, for a tool call, it looks like it just kind of throws it out the context window, then starts running through things until it needs something. Like it says, let's go ahead and look up this documentation. And it may grab that file from wherever it has it in memory, load it back up into the context window, and then achieve that tool task, and then go back out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go here from 103,000 tokens and it jettisons some of the documentation and tool calls for Exa, writes the plan out, using a different context window, and is trying to manage that in the back end. That's really fascinating. This is really cool stuff to watch. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Whoa. Did you set up cursor hooks? Yes, I did that. Yeah, we did that yesterday. And with that little at the start of the stream. Does putting your prompt in a text file help with token usage? Not necessarily. If it's reading the file, it's going to use up the token usage and stuff like that. For read, and then for writing out, it's going to be different. So yeah, that's what's up. Because I got high. Because I got high. Please show the credits used for this session. Yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing here. I think that's kind of what, at the bottom. This shows us like we're at $60 now. So we have like how much we've been able to use there. So yeah. Cool. Okay, cool. I'm coming in to watch the live. Which one of these is the best? As far as the models, we have to use them all kind of in tandem. And they're for different things, right? Like Gemini 3 could have came out of nowhere. And we're going to be like, yo, no one's talking about Gemini 3 as a debugging tool. And they have a reason for that now. Yeah, we did discovery earlier, and Gemini 3 kind of fail-boated us. I was actually really surprised. Also, GPT 5.1 Codex Max. Codex Max 5.1 said there's no critical issues. 5.2 clearly is calling them out. No one's talking about that, right? Everyone's like Codex Max, Codex Max. Like, when's it coming to 5.2? When it comes to 5.2, it's about to be scary. But it's weird that 5.1 Codex Max did not even call out like there was no critical issues here, because clearly there is. It's so crazy, right? I'm just saying. Exa code takeaways. Okay. Specific scheduled reducers and scheduled tables are intended in the game loop mechanism. Okay. And then scheduled reducers should be protected from the client invocation. So the doc show guarding was CTX sender, not identity, to reject client calls. So the plan spec doc created. I wrote a handoff ready markdown plan here. Let's go. Damn. It includes prioritized bug lists, P0, P1, P2. The resolved decisions, kick equals last, and whatever these things are, server authoritative auto switch, and then tick rate and implementation specs per file. Okay, so it looks like we want the server stuff. Damn, this is really good. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm super impressed. Open preview. All right, so what do we have here? A handoff ready spec. Oh, it's like, I hate this feature. I can't click files in preview. All right, the scope is fix gameplay blockers first and then close remaining phase 2 requirements. Yes, okay. So goal, what needs to be done? Match the loop, first half, second half, finish transition, always complete, server authoritative. Okay, keyboard movement, key decisions resolved, SpaceTimeDB guidance, what we're aligning to. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Current code hotspots, keep this in mind. Halftime, goal reset. Okay. phase 2 ordered by severity. Okay. This is awesome. And I think we're good. And then, so we're got the P0s, resolve the panic, and spawn index safety. Okay. This is great. And then implement the kick direction, last movement vector, and then add keyboard pass shifts. Great. Dang. All right. This looks pretty good. This is solid. Solid. Let's go ahead and kind of check this file in. Phase 2 gameplay bug fix plan. Okay, so we have this good plan here. And then I want to see if I can generate my agents.md files based off of some of this. So I have on my repo, GitHub, Fernando 1337. Because I need to, I think we're ready to generate our agents.md files because this is kind of where it starts to get really crazy. Generate agents. So in this LLM cursor rules, I'm going to put this in the chat because everyone asks for this all the time. So if you go here, click this link, it'll take you here. The sauce that we're about to do next, ladies and gentlemen, is not meant for kids. So if you got any kids, hide your wife. Let's go get this right now. It's about to be really crazy. All right, so check this out. So I have a whole video on this, but we're going to do this live. We're going to do it live. We got agents, generate agents.md. This was based off a ton of research. And the most important thing is basically these core principles. So we're going to hand this off to an agent and it's going to implement them for us. And I'm just going to grab this raw file. I'm going to just download the raw file. Okay, cool. So I'm going to insert this file into our documentation here just by dragging it like so. Docs. Okay. This is wonderful. I now want you to create various agents.md files following the guidelines in for our project. So in this task, the reason why I'm giving it to GPT 5.2 high fast is one is it's proven that it's really good at searching files. We have enough context already from the files it has searched in terms of like what stuff we want to accomplish. And I want to sort of have it generate this agents.md file like using this context window, because with Cursor, the worst that happens is that we just kind of throw away this agents.md file and try again. I'm going to check this code in right now. I'm going to check these two in. If we need to create a new chat, we can always do that as well. But I'm going to just go ahead and generate the agents.md. So we're going to have it search through all of our folders and everything and follow the best practices that I've outlined here based off the research. The most important one is the just-in-time indexing. So this is like when you're in like the backend folder with Rust, you should do Rust specific things. And since we're using SpaceTimeDB, I don't want to have to keep reminding the agent that we're still using SpaceTimeDB and that because one of the advantages of SpaceTimeDB is that we don't have to figure out what's client-side state, what's the server state. Like the server state is the source of truth. And so everything will stay back there. And then the clients are really just going to read. And so that's a little bit different than normal like game development that I'm learning as of the last couple of days. We're totally new to game development. Is that typically you'd have to have some type of thing that would resolve all of these states, but that's what the SpaceTimeDB framework does really well. And so we already had some context priming happening in this chat already in Cursor. And so now we're just giving it some of this documentation saying, hey, now really go to town and start putting these patterns into place because I've already called out an anti-pattern that we should also include in our rules files so that it stays in there accordingly. So here we are. And here's, the different things that we need to do here. So yes. Did I check in the latest one? PNPM generate agents. Okay. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. Okay, cool. Let's go. Okay. Scan the repo. Okay. So I'm going to scan the repo to match your project structure. Bug fix plan. Okay. Okay. I don't know if it just stopped or what happened. Let's see. I'm going to read. Continue. I don't know what happened. Let's see. Yeah. It should have kept going. Yeah. Okay, so it's designing the agents file. First, I'll read this. Yeah, it just had a bug. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, Hive-Fast is Snoop Dogg model as well. Yeah. I have a Cursor Ultra right now. It's like $200 a month. So yeah, $200 a month everywhere, bro. So I get like, is it like $400 to $500 in credits to play with? Yeah. I'd burn through Ultra in less than 24. What are you doing, bro? That's crazy. Yeah, I think subscriptions are more worth it though. API can get costly fast. Do you do planning before like you ship your features, or are you just kind of debugging live and just kind of spamming as you go? Because I notice I like a lot of my costs are much lower than a lot of people. Like I, first of all, I have like multiple subscriptions, Claude Code, Opus, Codex, Cursor Ultra, you know, Droid, and like pretty much everything under the sun. But the biggest thing I do is planning, and I may spend 100,000 tokens in planning, but you see how much it saves us, right? And then I'm setting up the scaffolding, the tooling. Like I don't have to go in an agentic loop to fix a lot of like compile issues because that's already being done in like a hooks call, right? So like by the fact that like the agent runs a hook to do linting, or if it's doing something in the server, like all these best practices kind of help save you on costs too. And then the last part that we're doing right now, which is the agents.md file, is another bigger one, right? Because the agents immediately already get that context of where they should be and then what's happening in your code. Because if you have to do 2 more rounds of like, you know, doing something, you already have this long context window, maybe 100,000 tokens in the chat. You add another file here. If these are cached up here, I don't know what people are building for their caching and what that whole thing, because it's not that transparent very often. They may charge you for the non-cache stuff, but like if you have to break the cache or start a new chat for something else, that's like you're throwing everything else away that's been cached. All those file reads, everything else has happened. Now you're entering a new context and that whole stuff happens, which is kind of the reason why I like Droid as an agent, because you can keep one session going. You keep a lot of that caching around. So you don't have to like create a new chat window and then reread all those tokens back into the language model to do the next thing you want to do. So there are trade-offs here, and you'll kind of start to discovering them. But I think the biggest thing that you can do for optimizing your token costs is like planning and making sure you have, like spend the extra time for the research, set up your rules files, with these types of things, the agents.md files or Claude.md files, huge. Make sure they're based on research and patterns that you're doing in your code. That way the agent spends less time getting confused on things. So yeah, but would love to hear more about your workflow and stuff like that. So that's what's up. Okay, cool. Let's see. So what do we have so far? So the repository is a simple single project, not a workspace monorepo, 2 major subsystems, Next.js, Phaser, and the SpaceTimeDB Rust module. So we have TypeScript and Rust, and the package manager is Bun. Great. Here's the major directories. So this is my agents.md file. You can see the agents.md file is really, really light. It's only 50 lines right now. So 50 lines is perfect. And that the way that these work is that these have links to other parts of where the agents.md files. And so by keeping your agents.md file super lightweight, your agents.md file will kind of know all the time, like, oh, this guy has an app, this guy has a server. And then like, as it goes into that directory, there's going to be agents.md files ready for it to be received. So for example, if we go to app, it's going to know what's happening with our patterns and conventions here. And if we go to the game, it's going to have this game patterns and conventions. If we go to server, it's going to be like, yo, what this is, SpaceTimeDB Rust module, right? And here's what you do. And the Rust 2021 SpaceTimeDB crate here, the build modules here, like these types of things are going to be called out in its stuff. And it's going to say what's in our lib file. Like all of these things are very important. And we don't slam it all into the context window, but here's like how the hints on how we should be able to find things here. So super awesome. This is great. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves. Add our agents.md files, added. Okay. So now that we have this in place, I feel comfortable handing off our plan to multiple agents up above so that we can start doing our work. So this is phase 2 bug fix plan. So let me go commit here. All right, cool. Let me sync the changes. All right. So phase 2 gameplay bug fix plan. So this is maybe where I want to, let's see. Cool. So Droid should now have this. I'm going to close some of these other windows because I don't think we need them. Close, close, codex, close. Okay. Close. And Opus high. Opus. I'm going to Droid. Whoops. Okay. So now we have kickoff chaos / model. We're going to go to GPT-5.2. We're going to go to, I'm going to go to medium. And I think this one's called the kickoff bug fix. Where are we? Documentation, bug fix. Yes. So phase 2 bug fix plan. Please start working on the phase 2 P0s to fix our bugs. Okay. Ground your research with exa code MCP. And review any code in review the basic workflows of our plan. Let's see. I, as a user, should be able to create a match and see some players on the field and do some basic testing. As of now, is erroring out shortly after we. Okay. So I should be able to start a match if I am the only player. Okay, cool. So I'm curious here, if I give this prompt to Shift Tab in spec mode into GPT 5.2 high, and here's GPT 5.2 high in Droid, and then let's go ahead and go to a new chat and do the same thing. And this, I'll just kind of call this out, phase 2 prompt. Okay, it's asking for some permissions. And ground your research here. Okay, I think this is the only annoying part about the terminal UIs is that like you can't easily copy and paste a lot of these prompts back and forth. They want you to be locked in. Okay, cool. So, okay, so we have high, fast, great. And I'm gonna go into plan mode. Yeah. And then I might kick off an Opus one. I'm just curious to see what this looks like in Opus. Okay, I'm gonna kick off a plan in Opus. Opus. Are you as goated as we think you are, Opus? Okay, so we got a couple different things going on. We got a lot going on here, but I'm trying to make sure I fix these bugs and make sure it's gonna work. So let's go. Cool. Okay, review phase 2 plan workflows and identify P0 gaps. Trace match flow and okay, cool. So now it's actually going through our files and everything like that. Curious sound more like a casual one. Huh? Have you and chat just give a try run in Kiro AWS VS Code Fork with heavy spec driven development? I have not yet. Initially, when I was trying it out, it was like limited to like a wait list. And because of that, like when I kept trying to get on the wait list and never got in, I just kind of gave up. And then what ended up happening is that like all the other agents and stuff were really good. So then I was like, okay, I haven't heard much. So yeah, I should try it again. And then like anti-gravity is the same thing, right? Like I want to use anti-gravity, I try it. And it's kind of like, really? I'm like one prompt and I'm rate limited already, bro. And so I haven't got back around to it. And I'm low-key skeptical about anti-gravity, like more the Gemini 3 prompts, especially around debugging. Y'all know why, because y'all been watching this chat. It's been crazy, right? So we'll see. Yeah. I feel like playing with G3 top dog. I don't know, man, bro. You can try. I mean, don't let me not influence you. Like I'd say try everything, figure it out, like make it work. Tell me how to make it work better, right? Only Codex on ChatGPT Plus subscription has given me insane usage. That's right. Yeah. Codex is good. Also, how's Droid different from Warp? It's very different because the agent scaffolding is way different for session management. So with Droid, Droid compression. So there's Droid compression factory AI. Okay. So there's a blog post that was written about Droid compression, Droid compaction. Okay. Factory. So compaction. Sorry, there is an actual technical term. I think it's factory AI. Let me see, go blog. Factory AI blog. News. Let's see, compaction. Okay, let me just go to more. All news. Learn more. Can we just go here? Context window problem. Okay, so this one, the context window scaling agents beyond the token limits. Written August 25th, 2025. So large language models have limited context windows, approximately 1 million tokens. In contrast, typical enterprise monorepo can span thousands of files, several million tokens. So here is basically, I think this is the one where they actually go into a whole, no, it's a different one. It's even older than, yeah, compression context. So this is the one in July 21st. I think this is the one. So this is their approach that they do. So rather than regenerating the entire summary per request, Factory semantically maintains a persistent summary, updating it incrementally whenever we truncate old messages. So each summary update is anchored to a specific message. And we call these anchor messages and captures conversations up to that message. So I think what I'll try to do is try to see if I can have like ChatGPT make an app that will animate this for us and kind of show like the mathematical principle here that they're using to identify the anchor messages. And if no summary exists, then a compressed state is simply like this, right? And then evaluate the current token count. And they have like this like really neat way. And to me, you can just have a conversation going on forever, which is really kind of insane. So that's kind of what I've been like most kind of, no one's really doing this, but they published this in July. And I want more people to start adopting this. Like Cursor needs to pull this in. Like all these people need to start pulling this stuff in because this just makes the agent super cracked, especially with Opus agents. So like, I think they also scored high on Terminal Bench. If we go back here, it's now the #1 agent on Terminal Bench again. Let's go back to news. So all news here. So Factory Joys. Where is it? Oh, they don't show the most recent one. So yeah, there's another recent one where they actually scored again higher. It's probably on X. Yeah, it's cracked. Yeah, let's go ahead and go here and see what's going on. GPT-5.2 high. So phase 2. So a single user can create a match, start a host, see players, do basic movement, grounding workflow, why solo host breaks, errors fully start. Okay. Grounding, schedule players, reducers. Okay. Make the player playable. Okay. This looks like a great plan. All right. So manual smoke test. Smoke. All right. Let's go and just improve the plan. Let's go. YOLO. Cool. We're fixing our bugs. Awesome. Do you have a game demo? Do you have a demo of the game already, which we can see? As of now, we kind of do and don't. So I'll show you real quick. It's like this. Basically, it kicks off, and then there's a match, but there's no one really on the field. So like when I'm moving around, WASD arrows, nothing. I could leave the match. I can, if it errors out, I could just go ahead and start the game here, or like get a code. So I create the match, I create a lobby, and like so people can actually scan right in to get in. So we have the different teams. Right now it's just all AI, but you can supposedly like add yourself. You can start the match. So when you start the match, this is kind of what happens. It's a little 2-minute countdown. The players should move around. Obviously, we're going to try to fix this and put some sprites in. So we've also gone in and basically generated some sprites. And so we've kind of generated some of these using the Nano Banana stuff. And so we've decided to kind of up it up a notch because we wanted to make it a little bit more fancy and fun. So we just said, hey, let's go ahead and do something where like we have all the like AI, OpenAI versus Claude folks. So like that's OpenAI, Team OpenAI here, and like some type of Sam Altman dude. Doesn't really look like him yet, but that's the goalie and everything, and that's like kind of like the sprites for that. And then this is like Team Anthropic. Like they're like so much. Of course, Anthropic models writing Anthropic prompts for itself. It's gonna like put itself in the much more like cool category with the nice hair and everything like that. These guys are too much, bro. But that's Nano Banana. And a little bit of recap as well. So we basically put the original sprites in that we generated in our first prompt. These were like the original sprites. So this is just kind of like the original game that we would do. It's like grass, light, dark, lines, dirt. So that's kind of what like the game would have looked like originally. So we're going to try to figure this out. And then we've been kind of iterating on the prompt and what we want to do. We're basically using like JSON prompting, and we looked up some techniques, and that's kind of where we're kind of headed with this thing. What we're ended up doing after the fact is we're going to do like tons of customization. And so what we've been doing from there is kind of updating our strategy. So from here, like this information that we looked up on the sprite sheet was just the way to get started. We also generated an entire guide that's going to walk us through how we should actually implement this in our actual like app and stuff like that. So I think from there, it basically generated a course for us to say, these are all the steps that you need to do to be basically a designer. And this is kind of where you should get started for doing this thing. So that's earlier in the chat. And I'm going to try to see if I could find it here, because it was a crazy file. And so there's like a AI soccer sprite prompt. What about the team? So I have a whole like play-by-play system. So let's see, there is face. Okay. Yeah. So this is a whole like strategy file that we're going to go ahead and do for our game, like in the future. So we're going to have like a modular character system where people can upload their faces. Sponsors can have skins, so people can pay for skins in the game. So like if you're a sponsor, you want to like buy an outfit, it's probably gonna cost you like 5 to 10 grand or something to get into the game. And then there's like YouTube chat, and then there's like infinite variety and stuff like that. And so this is kind of like the layers that we're gonna have in the game. And then like what type of resolution we're gonna do. And then we're gonna allow users to upload their face. So we're gonna have like a face generator using Nano Banana. So we'll take those things and kind of generate prompts that will actually start to generate this face specific features to put yourself into the game as a character. So you have like a nice big head of yourself floating around, and all the sprite files will be generated, and your outfits will be generated as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to be going into this. And so, yeah, this is kind of what the strategy is that we're doing. So Opus helped us basically figure this out based off a conversation and kind of me yapping earlier. So this is what happened when the user joins the game. And then like, this is what happens with this flow. And there's a kind of a lot of business stuff that we handled. And sort of, things that we need to know how to lay stuff out. So these are the phases that we got. First prompt to test. Okay, cool. So that's kind of where we're at here. And so let's see what else we got. So yeah, that's that. What else did we do? I think we tackled a bunch of other stuff. I just don't remember. It's been going a lot of crazy. Yeah. But like I've been sharing all this stuff to my Discord. So if people who are in the Discord, you get like the first prompt I did to just generate the app architecture. So this is like a skill file that'll actually tell you how to like generate these nice prompts that I do. So this is what I like to do. I start with Opus, and then this is actually our architecture diagram for our original app. So this is all generated here. This is like the first day of prompting that we did. Like we did a lot of stuff, and you see why it's important to kind of get organized with prompting and making sure we do the different things and then split them up into phases. So that way we can kind of go really deep on our architecture plans. But this is the 2000 line file, massive, like super huge, but it's so detailed and so useful. See, this is like old here. Cargo build is not the thing that we're using. I should probably update that file. Okay, cool. So that's a little bit of heads up on everything. So yeah, it's a huge game that we're going to make. And I've never made a game before. I've never wrote Rust. We're writing Rust for the first time ever. I've never made a game before. I've always wanted to be a game developer. Now I can actually do whatever I want, right? It's like going from an engineer to like now just doing my own thing. It's going to be fun. I'm learning everything on the fly. So I'm teaching you. I'm just throwing files into the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord, there's a Discord link pinned in the comments, rfer.me/Discord. It's a monthly fee, so I don't want anyone to just go up in there. If you need this money, like, you know, it's like $15 a month or whatever to survive, please do not spend it on the Discord. Go make some money first. Go figure out how to do that. This is for people with discretionary incomes who can just kind of come in there, join in, self-policing, obviously. And we, you know, I'm not trying to have like a bunch of admins and a bunch of people to just you know, play with stuff. So right now it's just kind of a good dumping ground for me to kind of hang out with folks and chat, but also like put a lot of those files and different things I do for like prompting and stuff in there. And yeah, I'm trying to get this game finished in the next like less than 12 days, because the goal is to have the game running by Christmas Day, so that Christmas Day can kind of be running and everyone can start playing, you know, when they're doing their stuff, but also like the bots can start running by themselves and start playing. So I'm going to have a live stream where the games are going for 24 hours straight. And like one game will kick off and the people can join in at any time with a QR code, which would be crazy. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So here we go. Is it done with all the changes already? Damn. Okay. Damn. That was too fast. Phase 2. Okay, so we have P0 blockers. Damn. So here are the changes. The spec is approved. We went to go fix physics only runs on here. Okay. Apply patch. Okay. So did our checks. Everything compiled out. Solo host can start playing immediately. Bun lint, bun type check, CD server based on build. Create a match. You should be able to see the humans. Okay. Hold up. This is crazy. Okay, let's just try this game now. Shutting down server. Shutting down. Okay. Let's see. Spacetime start. We got bun dev. And then we got this. Right? Oh, you know what? I didn't push all the... Sorry. Okay. So I think I have to hit... it's the... Not the logs. There's another one to build it locally. Spacetime deploy server local, I think. Yes. Publish. I have to publish the database locally. So I have to do... Start it. Publish my database locally. Yes. Updated the database. Nice. And then now I start the servers and I run the logs. Run the logs. I'm going to just clear this out. And logs. F logs chaos local. Okay. Kickoff logs server local. Okay. So here we go. So now we should be able to refresh and oops, let me just, that's not the match what I want. I should go here, refresh, site is loaded. Here we are, create lobby, join the match, human, AI. Okay, this looks correct now because before it was just all AI, start match. Okay, awesome. Now I see no players on the field though. Okay, this is what I see. Oops, I'm gonna take a screenshot and then attach this thing. Okay, cool. And let's see where we're at now. So we fixed the first bugs and let me just check these changes in real quick. So here are all the changes. Where are we at with this? So please start on phase 2. Let me check the server infrastructure. Oh, you know what's funny is that we just kicked this off in Droid and it finished way faster than the cursor one. That's interesting, right? Let me just go back to this Droid thing just to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Okay, please start working on this. So yeah, it already started working and it just absolutely cooked. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The cursor one went to sleep. Let's see. Okay, first regression, auto join, implementation order, fix 4, match flow blocker. I mean, this looks pretty good. Okay, I'm just gonna play with it right now. I'm gonna play games with it. I'd say my ambitious engineer already started fixing the bugs, and so I want you to take a look because he already got ahead of you. Basically, I'm putting GPT 5.2 ahead of Opus right now. Say, yo, this guy already cooked. And so it should know what to do next. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just curious. Let me check the current state of the code and see what your engineer has already fixed. So it's like now reading the files. That's interesting. So here is the same prompt with GPT 5.2 fast that we did with Droid, right? So Droid already like finished everything super fast in our implementation. We didn't really have to wait too long. And then this is kind of it in plan mode, asking more questions. Where do you see the error after starting the match? So like it's just asking, saying, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Just gonna close that out for now. And let's see what Opus is saying. Your engineer has done excellent work. Okay, Opus agrees with GPT 5.2 medium inside of Droid. Okay. Halftime stall now decrements correctly, safe indexing, all that stuff. The engineer made a smart choice, assigning the host to Jersey 5 forward instead of just number 1 goalkeeper, since Jersey 5 receives the ball at kickoff. So you can immediately start testing. This is crazy, bro. This is nuts. The code looks ready to test. Would you like me to verify the build, spacetime build? Oh, I forget about that. Spacetime build and runtime F10 files. Okay, check for any remaining issues. I think it builds. I mean, we're running it right now. Let's see, spacetime build. Why does it cannot resolve the build module? RC index. Why would it? And then run generated bindings. Run. Why do I see this error? SRC index. I'm really curious. Why it's occurring. Planning moves. I see the Rust project. It's probably because it's not in server, I think. Yeah, it's probably, oh, it is misconfigured because I had to change the directory and stuff. You need to run it from the server directory. According to your agents, this is the commands. Let me verify the package.json is correct. This is documented in ages as well. The Rust module is in server and has cargo. That makes sense. Okay. CD server, spacetime build. Hey. My agents, at least my agents.md file is like there's a problem with the human. See, like now the agents are outsmarting me, right? Bro, this is gonna be scary. This is gonna be so scary. I can't right now. I can't. All right. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna close that chat right now because we just did that debugging. Okay, so the code looks ready to test. Would you like me to verify? We already did this. Okay, check for any, update the plan, mark completed items. Okay, I feel like Droid did such a standout job. We're just gonna continue with him right now. So /cost, that cost us 270,000 tokens. Okay, cool. So we just bug fixed with 270,000 tokens. Not bad. All right. What is the next? Let's just keep going down on tackling our plans. Okay. Let's continue. This is great. It looks like the app is running. I'm self-assigned to seat number 5. Player number 5. And then I'm going to grab a screenshot. So I think in the screenshot, if I remember correctly, yeah, that's just but I currently don't see any players on the field. I'm not sure if this is expected. I've attached a screenshot of what I currently see after I join the match. I'm thinking now that we're done with the P0s, we should probably continue with the rest of the bug fixes. And I want to figure out, is this just part of phase that we're done implementing and we needed to move to the next phases, or where are we at with this whole thing? Okay, let me just send that over. Okay, cool. That's awesome. We're cooking with this. We are cooking. All right, this is going. Let me catch up a little bit with the comments while we're going to get the bug fixes. As of right now, where we're at in this whole phase of things is that we've gone through a lot of stuff. We've generated sprites for our characters. We have a bunch of interesting business ideas to how we can actually make this game more viable to have people join in and play. But beyond the gameplay, we also have other things like the actual code that needs to run. So we're figured out an architecture for this. We started a plan a couple days ago, extremely comprehensive plan, over 2,000 lines of files. And from there, this is kind of where we're handing off to agents in piecemeal. So we're currently using Cursor as part of our IDE, have the Cursor Ultra plan. So with the Ultra plan, we've been able to establish and kick off the project and do a lot of things. We've also figured out that we want to have token efficiency. In order to do that, we've had to generate our AGENTS.md files, which we did earlier today in our chat. But the day before yesterday, we also started working on hooks to make sure that the SpaceTimeDB, which is actually written in Rust, compiles and creates the type files so that our front end can see those types and start accepting them. So when our agent starts writing code, at the time that it's writing code, Cursor and Factory Droid and all those different agent files will actually be able to, as they're writing code, be able to like check things, make sure they work, and if it doesn't, continue to iterate on those fixes. So we have a lot of scaffolding in place now to run a lot of things autonomously, which is very helpful for now giving instructions to the agents to write code. From here on forward, it should sort of feel magical that the agent always gets code right or is fixing bugs, because we want to spend more time prompting and adding features like in the next day or two, so that when we start, basically we're kind of ramping like this. The first part of the ramp is really, really slow, but once we have a lot of this set up, going on forward, we should just be able to add this feature like, hey, make the soccer ball move really fast, or add a super power-up feature. And everything should feel magical because we have all this discovery in our repo, and we've been building along the way to add, rules, agents, and, discovery for how the agents can navigate in our code base. So when you give an agent basically a map of your code base, and it can unveil different parts of the map at runtime, that is where things get really powerful. And I've never written Rust in my life, and we're learning it live, and we just got that set up. So this is crazy. This is so crazy that we're able to do this. So, okay, this is cool. I'm down for this. So that's a big recap of where we're at right now. We're just going to try to see if we can fix some of the bugs and see if I can get a little bathroom break in here too. So what you're seeing is an empty field, not expected. From your screenshot, the field renders, but there's no ball, sprites, or anything like that. Okay, so fix applied. I've applied updates to game components canvas, cache the latest beta. Okay, cool. Awesome. So refresh and rejoin the match. You should now see players in the ball immediately. If you don't, tell me whether the lobby shows 10 slots and whether the timer. Okay, cool. You're right. We've cleared P0 and now should continue to phase 2 bug fix plan P1s. Kick direction, facing angle, shift past wiring, and stop emit stop movement. Okay. If you want, I'll start implementing those P1 items next. Bro, this agent's too good, bro. Okay. So what did we actually do here now? So I'm going to get rid of this. So we just got in the canvas, the latest player load has a reference now. And then, okay, this looks cool. And then the phaser scene can start after the React has already emitted the initial state. Okay, this is cool. I mess with this. Okay, match finished. Let's go back home. Since it's hot loaded, I think we should just be able to create the match without rebuilding, right? So we have this, and then we start the match. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, nice. Okay, so here's the field, but that's it. Okay, cool. Yeah. So this is the first part. It's just getting this engine to start working. Leave the match. Leave the match. I can't leave the match, bro. I probably have to rebuild the app. Okay, cool. So we got the first parts. Match 2 started. Okay, that's good. And then over here, it's probably airing out because it didn't rebuild correctly. And then over here, space-time build, space-time publish server or something. Yes, publish. And then over here, space-time start. Okay, yeah. Just refresh all this. Connecting, connected. Okay, spawned, create match, create lobby, join. So this is now, okay. All right, cool. Oh, cool. Oh, this is the ball. Yay. Okay. So this is the game. It's actually working. Okay. Low key. And I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So this is like the basics of it. Can I score? Nah, bro. I can't even score yet. Okay. WASD. Let's see. Yeah. So it does work with WASD. Awesome. And then the arrows as well. Let's go. Okay, cool. Space is kick. Oh, that's fire. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, so what's funny is that anytime I go around, it always kicks it to the goal, no matter where I'm at. So if I go here in space, it will just... So I can have a player that moves around, picks up the ball as soon as you get near him, and then if you hit spacebar, it actually kicks it to the goal. This is crazy. So as I get here, you see that it picks it up, and then like the other players obviously aren't moving and stuff. We don't have those types of hit spacebar. Low key, I kind of like this. Like that fact that you don't have to aim, that it will always try to auto kick it to the goal. But the bad part about it is, especially with soccer, if you want to pass it to another player, like you can't do that, right? Because the whole thing is not always to kicking it to the goal. It's always about like kind of strategizing, going around, and then like getting around people, and then just kind of like then eventually kicking it. But that's, but check this out. Like I can go back here and then going backwards, just kick it. Yeah, let's go. This is the Steph Curry shot. Bro, I could be like the Steph Curry of soccer. I could be like, go. Oh, he caught it. Oh, bro. No, bro. Oh my God, bro. I was about to make the Steph Curry shot of a lifetime, and the goalie literally intercepted my shot right here. This guy is the shot blocker, bro. Nah, we can't be having that, bro. Oh, man. Make sure you have plenty of time for testing, bro. This is so crazy. Ah, that's what's up. 10 sec starts literally T-bench. Are you using Plus or Pro for ChatGPT? Bro, I'm using Pro. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. And automate whenever it's testing. Yeah, we got to automate. Dude, yeah, server automation would be crazy for this. I think so. It's going to be nuts. Well, when this game will be open source or hosted somewhere. So the plan is to host the game somewhere. I don't know where. I think it's going to be hosted on Vercel to start with, because that's where I'm currently hosting most stuff at. But I don't know. Like, I feel like we'll figure it out. Like, I think we can host it on Vercel, and then I can... SpaceTimeDB has their own hosting. I'm going to use that as well. And there we should... Like, I should be able to have like millions of matches running. So that'd be kind of crazy. So we'll see. Because that's the whole point. It's like, get this thing working, and it should be like really good right out the get-go. Like, this is kind of crazy. The fact that we're just coming up with the game live, but also make it scalable. Insane. So it should be simple. I say simple. I've been saying it's simple. It's like not, but okay. All right, let's go. So what are we gonna do next? This looks good. Okay, so we have the code. Let's check it in, because now we have this stuff working. This is cool. Epic. Match team score. Okay, so this is good. This is a good start. Bro, I'm scoring 16 goals already on them. Damn, that's nuts. Okay, so let's see right here. All right, so I'm gonna give it some updates on some bugs and stuff. Okay. So we have some good news. I see the players on the field, as you can see. I'm able to navigate my main player, and I'm able to move and get the ball from another player, which is nice. I'm able to hit spacebar, and anywhere I'm at on the field, it actually just shoots it to the goalie. We're obviously going to fix that in the future, but from the current specs, it looks like things are actually able to move around, which is pretty cool. And it looks like we do have a countdown, and the goals as we shoot them are correctly implementing if we do make the goals and if we don't. And right now, I also just tested the ability of the match finishing. So we are able to verify that the match finishes with the correct goals that are currently... Oh no, because I canceled my whisper thing, it got rid of my thing. Can I retry transcript? Yes. I love you, Whisper Flow. That's so great. That would have been a pain in the ass to retype again. Okay. I forgot what I even said. I was just so shocked. Okay, so, and right now we're just able to test ability match finishing. So we're able to verify that. Okay, cool. So let's proceed with fixing the rest of the bugs here. Okay, cool. This is awesome. Game looks nice. Yeah, I mean, so we haven't even got into like adding the sprites in yet, like the specific viewpoint that we want for the field. Like right now, we're just trying to make sure that the backend server like is actually working, which it is, right? So the server is accepting all of the events, it's receiving them. It's like has a notion of this table thing going on. Oh, I forgot to run the logs. You know, we're able to create a new game, and like things aren't airing out on the front end. The timer is actually counting down correctly. It ends the game. You know, all these little incremental steps. Who you are as a character, being nearby and being able to grab the soccer ball, shoot it towards a thing. I mean, all that stuff was already done. Like that's amazing. It's already written in, you know, on the server. So it's cool. I'm actually very impressed so far. And we've been using a combination of models. So like Opus 4.5 to GPT 5.2 to kind of build this inside of Cursor or Droid. And right now we're using 5.2 medium just to really go through all our bugs. I'm actually very impressed with 5.2 medium for fixing bugs. To be honest, if you give it a good plan, you give it that prompting guide from GPT 5.1, tell Opus to go make the plan, hand it off to 5.2 medium to go fix the bugs. I'm all about that. And so, yeah, it seems to be pretty good so far. That's wild. Yeah. Is Droid Factory Pro worth it? For sure. I mean, like, especially if you use Opus, bro, with Droid Factory with Opus is insane. Yeah. Let's see what's up. Okay. Just got here. Is this vibe coded from scratch? Yes, literally from zero. Literally from zero with zero Rust experience, zero game development experience. We spent the first day and a half or so creating the plan using Opus 4.5, a bunch of research. We have like a 2,000 page plan or a 2,000 line plan. And we got that all built out here. You can kind of see it. Let's see if I can go to architecture. Architecture. Oh my God, I'm so bad right now. Okay, so generate agents, kick off chaos. This is like this whole stream, like this like series of streams, which are I now have a playlist on, is like a masterclass in like figuring out how to prompt and then come up with some really good stuff. Like this is all of our plan. Like, so you can see how comprehensive it is. It includes like data models, game mechanics, the reducers, client architecture, like how we're going to have chat integration and how we're also going to have like, you know, the sprites and all that stuff being made. And we've already kind of done that too with Nano Banana. So I have some prompts that we were doing earlier while we were waiting for characters. And so we have that. We also have some business plans for how we're going to like monetize with characters and different sponsors. And like, this is like the whole business plan part of it. And I've been dumping a lot of this stuff into the Discord as well. So as I've been going, I've been kind of putting it into Discord for folks who want to kind of check this out. So as of now, we're just basically fixing some bugs. In our first phase of plan, we still have like six phases. So I think we finished phase 1 and 2. And so we're currently in the middle of phase 2, like bug fixing and cleanup. Streaming error. Oh no, okay. Continue without Ray Fernando. Okay, cool. All right, so I guess LinkedIn has a 4-hour limit. So once you stream for 4 hours on LinkedIn, they cut you off. So my LinkedIn bros no longer have the stream, but we're gonna continue going. I've been streaming, I guess, for 4 hours currently, and I need to use the bathroom too. So eventually I gotta take a break. And we're probably gonna just replay my old stream for a second and then come back so that we can kind of hang out and cook, because we've been doing quite a bit of stuff here. So I know I appreciate everyone who's been in the stream kind of hanging out with me, participating. This has been really fun to just kind of just go from scratch to like make something insane that we can actually play around with. So yeah, great fix. Next fixes are in P2 game 1 fields. So now you're at a point where the core loop works. We have the render, we have the movement, pickup, goals, timer, and finish. So the remaining bugs are mostly P2 polish, which are gameplay and corrective, not blockers. So the kick no longer auto aims to the goal. So the kick now is in the player's facing angle. So it's derived from our last movement instead of always shooting at the goalie. And then the stop movement is set correctly. So when you release the movement keys, the phaser emits one final direction 0, 0. So the server side velocity stops. Awesome. Crazy. Camera follow and cleanup. Camera now starts following the ball once it exits. And then event bus listeners are unregistered at the scene. Cool. So move left, press spacebar, get the ball, press shift, and should pass to your movement direction, and then navigate away, and input should still fire once no duplicated listeners. Sick. Let's see what code it changed. I'm curious. Let's go here. So we have the game canvas. Nice. So here's about handling the passes. We have the game scene for the shift key. Nice. Oh, okay. Last facing direction. So this dot last facing direction. Okay. Cameras main start follow. Ooh. Player actions. So here we are in the Rust code. So kick in the player's facing direction. Keyboard's first arcade feel. Okay. I like this. Awesome. Let's go ahead and stage these changes and test them. So In order for us to test, I'm just going to rebuild everything from the scratch. SpaceTimeDB start, and then we're doing publish to the local server. So it should publish it. And then here we're going to bundev. And then here we're going to listen to the logs. Okay, kick off logs, I think. Yeah, logs server local. Okay, cool. So we're streaming the logs now and we're over here. So we should be able to go back and create a new match. Refresh. Okay, create a match. Create lobby. Start match. Cool. So here I am. And then shift. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, awesome. Dang. Oh, wow. Okay, this is gonna be hard. So wow. And then, oh, I see. So shift, if I hold shift, it basically releases the ball in whatever direction I'm going into. Wow, this is hard. So yeah, shift will release the ball and then space bar will just like fling it. It's almost like a shooter game, you know what I mean? The hard part is like you can't, I think what I'll do is add some additional logic so that like if I'm moving and there's no one, like my actual, it's hard to tell whether you're going to shoot or not. So the intent to shoot is kind of an interesting story here. And I may want to have a conversation with Opus around this to figure out what that looks like. So I think that'll be, I kind of want to, I might create a new chat and kind of put that in my to-do list. So I'm going to start a new chat saying I use Opus 4.5. So as of now, I'm curious to see what the best approach would be to handle a shooting gesture, because if I'm moving to the right and I hit spacebar, it goes right. If I'm going to up, it goes up, but it's kind of hard to get diagonal. And depending on where the player's at in the field, if my team is behind me and I just want to shoot the goalie and I hit spacebar, my intent is to shoot the goal towards the goalie. But this doesn't feel smooth because it's hard to get the angles right because you have to hit the top right corner at the same time. And I don't know if it actually registers both keys. It seems to only register the right arrow or the up arrow when I hit spacebar. So I want to make this as smooth as possible and want to get your opinion on how we should be able to implement that. Okay, so hit shift tab. I'm going to go into plan mode with Opus right now. I'm going to check this code in because it's actually currently working, which is nice. And so that's going to be checked in right now. And I'm asking cursor to figure this out while we have our droid in the background kind of fixing bugs and doing different things. So it was able to finish this. So while it's doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up for a second up here. And I'm going to let cursor kind of work on that code fix. And I'll be right back. I really have to use the restroom right now. And hold on. Yo, are we cooking yet? Are we cooking live? This is so crazy. I'm gonna take off my shirt because it's getting warm in here now. Man, this is insane. Oh wow. So our match finished. Oh man, how's everyone doing in the chat? I just want to catch up with you. First of all, I want to thank you so much for just tuning in. It's already been 4 hours that we're doing this live. Who has been with me from the very get-go? If y'all up in here, y'all are crazy right now. So ship it. That's awesome. Man, I appreciate the love. It's so crazy. I've never made a game before in my life. And like to think that this is the worst the game will ever be. And that like we're kind of right here. Like it's kind of insane because we're about to like start to add those sprites in. I'm telling you, this is going to be a fire game. We're going to have like jerseys. We're going to have like you can insert your face into it. We're going to start adding all these features, but we have to get some of this core gameplay logic working, right? The backend stuff. This is going to be scalable to like, I want to get this over 1,000 people playing at once easily and not break. I want to get 10,000 people. Like my goal is to get 100,000 people playing this game worldwide. Like literally it's going to be insane. And people will be able to insert characters and do cool stuff with it. And to think that we started off from zero, like never making a game to writing some like Rust. I didn't write Rust, but like AI agents wrote it for Rust. Starting this from scratch, like we have every live stream. This is like day 4. So you're tuned into day 4. I'm trying to get this going before Christmas Day. That's my challenge. I want to get this game like running. Like right now, technically anyone should be able to join. I'll give you the link. It's on my local host, bro. But you should be able to kind of join this game when it does like go live for everyone and like scan the QR code and everything. You go up in here and we should be able to like play like live. But this is like the worst that it's going to look because I'm going to make the games, all the characters that we talked about with like Nano Banana and all that good stuff. And so I got to rebuild the game right now because it's kind of trash. I think I just broke all the features. But that's kind of where we're at right now. That's like we've been going so far. Dude, Nick Diaco, bro, you've been here since the very beginning, bro. Insane, bro. You're still back 4 hours later, bro. So I want to go back to the very beginnings of the chats because we had, I think it was Jesse Berger up in here. We had Shahar up in here from not only on X, but he was also on YouTube as well. We had some other folks in here. Nick Diaco, you were here from the OG of the very beginning. We also had Daniel Green up in here. So that was insane. I guess apparently Daniel also dropped some credits for me for Runware. I'll have to check my DMs and see what that's all about because he hooked it up. Damn, y'all are cooking. Oh, dude, Jeremy as well? Cool. I've been working the whole time. Bro, dude, thank you so much, man. Y'all are chilling with me. So I'm so much appreciated. I haven't heard much people talk about how difficult it is to communicate with the AI about game behavior and appearance after you build the initial game without the AI's ability to see the game. Yeah. I'm be curious to see how this is going to play out. This is going to be really crazy. Let's go. I got to have one of those in my game. Dude, that's so awesome. Yeah. In my best. I've been here lurking. Let's go. Let's go, fam. I really appreciate y'all. Everyone who like hits that thumbs up and like, does that whole thing. I forgot I used to do dances and stuff. Or does the sharing is really fire. So Amazon stream looks cook. Yo, amazing stream. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Like we're trying to make this happen right now. It's so fun. Let's go ahead and see if I can get this working. I'm almost done with my iOS app. Just had a baby and been building a baby tracker. Oh my God, that's so sweet. Would love to share via test flight. Yo, you can see if you can drop it in the community. I think there's a community chat on YouTube and you can have some other folks check it out. Can you detail how you use Notion? Bro, I got a lot of sauce on Notion. I got a lot of stuff. I'll have to do a video on that, a stream on that. Let me just go ahead and fix my bugs here because I fixed a couple bugs and I think I broke things here. Let's see. Where am I at right now? I had to restart my servers. Something crashed. I don't know what crashed. Was it a thing? Player 5 kicked the ball. So yeah, I want to read these logs real quick. So here we have the database initialized. I joined the game. Someone kicked the ball with velocity. So this is what the server is keeping track of. When I'm moving around, this is going to be literally on the server side. And so that's how it gets the state. See how it has these values and it knows what the velocity is. And then from here, we say like, now it's 2.0 or something when it crosses a certain boundary. And that's cool. The fact that we have that is amazing. All right, so pausing view cleanup for database. I think, did we leave the match? And then where does leave match go? Oh, am I? Okay, I'm unable to leave the match. I think I just got to fix some more bugs. Let's see. All right, so explore the current flow. Okay, so this is an exploration on the shooting gesture. So we were asking about the shooting gesture and trying to figure out like, how do we get a better, like smoother operation here? So this took a look at some files and what did it do? Okay, so the current flow is game scene based on movements. When spacebar is pressed, root causes is the kick direction is determined by the server's stored facing angle, which is only updated when the player moves. When you press the arrow keys spacebar simultaneously, the kick fires using the old facing angle before the new movement direction is processed. The race condition between, I don't think it's a race conditioning. When standing still and pressing spacebar, what should happen? Yeah, I think this one, right? Or auto aim towards the opponent's goal. Arcade style assist. Yeah, I like this. Use keys if held. Otherwise, auto aim towards goal. Yeah, hybrid. Okay, use keys. For diagonal shooting, up and to the right, which feels more natural. Use whatever arrow keys are pressed the exact moment. Spacebar or use a short buffer. What? I want you to use exa code and ref MCPs to search and figure out what the best practices are for this problem. As I'm using SpaceTimeDB and don't want to rewrite and write code on both ends. I feel like this is a solved problem. Remember to keep it simple. Okay. So I'm still in plan mode. I'm just going to have it do some. Okay. Cool. So it's going to use the space-time reducer arguments passing direction vector game input. So yeah, so it's going to look up some of this documentation for us, and it should be able to come up with a pretty good plan to understand how to fix this. Excellent. I found a lot of relevant information. Let me also check SpaceTimeDB documentation. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. So it's doing its thing there. I'm almost done with my SWASM IDE. What is that? What are you building? Who are you building for? That sounds cool. Yeah. This is crazy. All right. So it's 3:40 here in California. And I technically have to head to dinner like right around 5:30 or something like that. And I've been building here for like 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. And so it's going to be really interesting because I want to see if I can get my game ready for the Vercel backend meeting tomorrow. And I want to try to have something to demo. And I want to have like some cool stuff to demo, like, you know, something. But I don't know, like low-key thinks like I should just kind of skip it and just I should just do it live. I should just keep going live. I'm just going to because like I have to drive to the city tomorrow for like an hour and then like drive back down. And then like I could just be coding live like this all day. And I kind of would rather do that. So yeah, I think I should just do that and just kind of just focus on like getting to launch live. You know what I mean? I think that'd be like a better use of my time. Yeah. The pattern sends a direction, uses server that uses it directly, update player reducer. Okay, cool. Your pass ball already works this way. Okay, so send the kick direction. This is the plan to fix this whole thing. So let's read this. Kusa. Follow the same pattern as pass ball. Okay. Add the direction parameters. Send the okay. Right now when I pass ball, it seems to have the same problem. It doesn't automatically go to the nearest team member. It just seems to randomly go somewhere else. or not randomly. Okay. It doesn't go, it just seems to go, it seems to go in the direction the player is moving. Okay, cool. Awesome. Drag and aim down towards the ball like the 8-ball. No, so my goal is to, once I kind of get this basic thing working, is I want to make it working on mobile. So like I want to make the mobile controls so intuitive and easy to use that like, because most people today just have phones. Like if you load this on the web, it's like, like a lot of people, especially all over outside the US, use their phones for everything. So if I can make this work on any screen on phone, it's game over. And then I make an iOS app, it's even more game over, bro. Yeah, like GG. You're right. Looking at the current pass implementation, it's just a shooting ball, 140 units. Okay, yeah. So like now I actually had it to look at the code for itself and review itself. Yeah. I'm curious, why does the ball look like a, I don't even know. Does it look that way? Back to home. Start the match. Oh, it is, huh? Dang. Yeah. That's funny. It does. Yeah. I think it's just like just a default sprite. We haven't loaded any sprites, so I just wanted to make sure it was working. Oh man, this thing is totally busted. Let's see. What am I doing? Score finished. Okay, what's going on? Window is not defined. Webpack. Oh, I'm getting some Webpack errors. Derf. Refresh. Okay. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, what's going on? Webpack. Webpack. Oh gosh. Why is it freaking out? Okay, let's see what's going on here. All right, so you're right. Looking at the pass implementation. So we fixed the plan. So in line 124, fixed shooting and passing. Okay, so I've updated plan. The pass requires no server changes. Reducer already accepts the targets to both actions. Okay, so just add direction and parameters. All right, let's go. So I think we should just build it. So here's part one, fix, kick, shoot, right? So I'm just gonna close this real quick and then go back to here. Okay, should I just download this, please? Thank you. Change the key stick time. Part two, start smart teammate targeting. Capture the state at pass time. Find the nearest teammate when no keys are pressed. Okay, let's go and build it. This looks good. So we've used, we have $64. So we started at $50. So we'll have like $14 of usage used. Okay. Oh man, I'm going to run out of stuff, but it's okay. Y'all are worth it. Oh man. It's called the nuclear football. Yeah. Apple Watch next. Oh, that'd be crazy. I just saw the Opus 4.5 free in anti-gravity, but nobody wants to use anti-gravity. Bro, they're doing anything, bro. Like Google is giving Opus 4.5 for free and people are like, nah, I don't want to touch that right now. That's right. I don't know. Like I will touch it. I think it's kind of crazy. I think people will start using it, but as soon as you start using it, it's going to go down. That's pretty funny. That's crazy. Opus 4.5 is free now in anti-gravity. I think so. There's a couple of things. The model is one part of the story, but the second part of the story is the agent scaffolding around it, right? So Cursor has such a like predominant agent scaffolding with all of the different ecosystem, being the agent can do a lot of good work with the model. You know, Droid does the same and all these different ones, but anti-gravity still needs to prove its ground, right? Like technically it's a fork from Windsurf from what people were saying. And, you know, then they've added these other features around it and Windsurf was pretty good, you know, as far as like an IDE. So it's not like, and you know, VS Code is a base fork. It's also pretty good. It's not like it's bad. But all the decisions matter around what the model does, right? So you can have the same model in 3 different IDEs. I tested this and I have a video that just came out today, especially with GPT-5.2. And we even saw here earlier when I was doing my test for bug fixing, you know, what the scaffolding does and what the difference that makes for, you know, whoever's running it, whatever IDE is running it makes a big difference here. So that's what's up. So game scene finished already? Damn. Okay. Cursor is cooking. Okay, excellent. The Rust build now works. Let me run a type check. Beautiful. I love having my hook set up correctly in Cursor. It's so nice. Okay. I need to update the actions to pass the new direction parameters. Oh, it's so beautiful. Whoa, 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 whoa. Damn. I don't think you can hear that sound from cursor. I should probably enable it so you can hear it. Whoa, whoa. I don't think you hear it. Yeah, sound effects. No. Is it muted? No. Whoa, whoa. Okay. Safari. I'll change it to cursor. Cursor. All right. So I'll do cursor, unmute it, and then hopefully it doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay, now you hear it. Yeah, I don't even know what it sounds like in the regular, but yeah. Okay. So here we go. Everything should be fixed now. So the changes were made is to the kickball. The client phaser here is this, how it works. Okay, so spacetime build, spacetime run generate types. Okay, what commands do I need to do now? Okay, let me go back. I have everything here. Damn, a lot of code was updated. Can I just review? Review, open changes. Okay, so here are the changes right now. So we have the plan, and then we have this guy. So we have the iref phaser game. If no direction keys, auto aim towards opponent's goal. If direction keys are pressed, use manual detection. No keys, find the nearest teammate. This seems like basic logic. WSD, space kick, shift pass. Okay. This looks good. And then field height and width is here. Okay, this is cool. This looks pretty good. Okay. And then here's all the generated kickball reducers. Okay. Client provided direction, normalize it. Okay. Okay. So this looks good. Let me stage these changes. And then let me just kind of follow the readme again. Readme. There's a whole like thing on what I should do. So spacetime starts, spacetime publish, and then spacetime this. Okay. I think good. So let me just do this again. Clear, clear. Okay, clear this. Spacetime publish. And this. Okay. So spacetime start is going to be here. And then spacetime publish. This looks good. So we got the database cleaned up. It's all deleted now. And then we're going to start the build. And then here, we're going to do the logs. So now we're no ID in header, trying all keys, trying keys here. Okay, cool. So now we should be able to reload the site. Here we are. Here we are, family. Carry on. Okay, refresh, connected. Private match, hide from public listings, information. Okay, lobby only. Let's go. Okay, so here we are. Correctly, team A, we're human down here. And then team B is down there. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Start match. Okay. And so here we are. Okay, great. Now I could steal the ball and then I could hit shift. Oh, nice. Okay, this is cool. At least it tries to like pass it. Oh, it just passes it forward. So I have to stop and hit shift instead of like, so if I'm hitting forward and hit down, okay, kind of, that's a lot better. It's okay. Okay, this is pretty cool. Damn. Wow. Okay, this is a lot better. It's like even way better. Okay, so at least we have some of the basic polish. Like if I stop and I hit space, it will like go into the goal. If I go this way and hit space, it'll fling it this way. It's almost like hockey right now. And if I just hit shift, it'll pass it to the player, but the players don't capture it. And I think that's part of one of the implementation bugs. Awesome. Whoa. Okay, cool. This is cool. So first leave match. Okay, so that's a good bug. I'm going to try to see if I could say, when I leave match, I'm not able to leave matches. Okay. This is good. That was a good bug fix. Like we got that in. I'm going to check it in. We started in cursor. We did Opus. Super quick. It was beautiful. And how much context window did we eat there? That was 104,000 tokens. That whole session from build, from like the planning phase to actually like shipping that code and everything, 104,000 tokens. So that's pretty good to know. Let me see if I can get this doing it here. Okay, cool. Awesome. So we found the code. It updated the code. It was really precise. It didn't mess too many of my other things up. And we shipped. I'm going to see if I can say, because the code is still related, my context is primed. It's not my typical thing, but I have nothing to lose here because everything's already checked in. And I'm trying to see if I can maybe do a bug fix here. And I'm thinking, since I passed to another player, my player doesn't catch it. I'm not sure if that's actually currently work that still needs to be done. It's up, and whether my status needs to be updated or where we're at in this whole thing. So I'm going to make sure that it's checked out. So as of now, I'm able to pass the ball and all the actions look like we fixed those bugs, but the player is not able to catch it. So I want you to review the current status and review the bug fix plans to see if this is work that we're still yet to be done in the future, just so that we know where we're at. And so I'm going to give it those files. So I'm going to give it the status and bug fix plan. So we have phase 2 gameplay bug fix. So that's part of the reasons why I like to do these like documentation plans for, especially for bug fixing. So the agents will know where you're at and then they can continue to update and review them at various times. So it's much more efficient that way. That was already checked in, by the way. So, okay, keep. So let's go and see. And so what we get from using this same chat is the context window of the bug fixes we already did. So we don't lose this context, and we're basically kind of telling it to sort of review everything. But then this is kind of where, I'm not able to catch it. It's just, I'm just looking for a quick win here. I'm hoping that like, oh yeah, it's just updating this line or add this function and add this functionality. And then all of a sudden everything works, right? Like that's what I'm hoping for. I'm not hoping for like this, like, oh, this is a whole new thing you need to implement. And so I'm just kind of throwing it out to the cursor gods and seeing, seeing if it actually kind of comes back with something interesting here. So the fact that it's thinking like Albert Einstein right now, I don't know about this. So this is interesting. This uses the ball reference from line 145. So this is cool. It's really thinking here. Yeah. The only thing about anti-gravity is browser use agent. Damn. I still use anti-gravity daily. It's been, been fine recently. I mean, it's free. Can't complain. Droid is love though, for sure. Yeah. Hey, is there a way to use Gemini 3 Pro as an LLM, but connected to scripts like for game for files on your computer? Doesn't Gemini CLI have something like that? Petition to rename human to human, AI to clanker. Actually, that'd be interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, cool. Let's see what's going on. Damn, this is like a comprehensive review. We didn't use that many tokens, which I'm really impressed by actually. So let's see. What did it say? Now I have a complete picture. You do? Let's go. So what I'm going to do is change to the new agent view. So Command E, I think. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to get rid of this on the side. And this is kind of the view I really wanted most of the time. And I don't want this side view, I think. How do I get rid of these? Okay, cool. And then I could say minimize. Okay. So this is the focus. This is kind of what I've been battling with. It's been hard to get this view exactly the way I want it. All right. So as of now, I have a complete picture. Okay. We've done these things, right? These are really great. So we basically kick direction, auto aim, smart pass, manual direction for the pass, the ball catching issue. The reason players can't catch balls is by design in the current physics. So this is the current physics. The pass power is 250 and the peak. Oh, that's why it was doing this Einstein level physics. I'm like, bro, I don't know what's going on here. This looks like a complicated ass change, right? I mean, like, I'm just saying. The ball needs 25 ticks or 1.25 seconds to slow from 250 to 150. Right? I mean, I knew that, right? Like, I had to do the math. Y'all knew that too, right? Y'all in the chat are smarter than me, right? Can you believe this? Like, somebody as an engineer had to sit down. Like, game developers don't get a lot of like love per se. Like, they're kind of hidden in the background. But somebody had to nerd out on math at one point in time in your video game to write this like by hand. That's the only way the AI agents have this knowledge, is because they've been able to see this over all these patterns in your code. We got to give the thumbs up right now to all, like smash that thumbs up for every game developer that does not get enough credit for this. Like, I'm appreciating making games on the physics of like, how do I pass a ball and have a player catch it? It's like, oh, you need a certain threshold, because if it's passing by you, it's too fast. It should just keep going, right? And then like, if it's going too slow, then you have to do a mathematical calculation. And remember, I was telling you speed equals distance over time, just the like basic physics formula. And so to do that calculation, you need to know your distances, and you need to know the time and how fast things are traveling. And so the way that they're measuring the distance is through ticks. So the ball needs 25 ticks, or 1.25 seconds, remember distance over time, to slow from 250 to 150 ticks, right? So like that calculation of the ticks is happening in your game right now. Bro, this is crazy. This is like, this is amazing. It's so beautiful. I think it's more, I'm going off on this tangent for a reason, because like, I don't know, there's just little things that you kind of really have to appreciate here. And it's also the little things that the AI agents are helping us take care of that we don't have to figure out. Like, this could have been like a 3-day problem for me. Oh my God, this is so crazy. Okay, by the time my ball has likely traveled past the receiving player, this is known as a gameplay issue, but wasn't in the phase 2 bug fix plan. Okay, so the phase 2 bug fix plan remaining work has this. Not done, not done, not done, not done. Okay, P1, halftime stall. Match gets stuck at the halftime forever, could not panic, goal reset. Okay, so recommended next steps. To fix the ball catching, you have a few options. Lower the pass so the ball can be caught immediately, or raise the pickup threshold, change from 150 to 300. Instant teammate receives. When passing to a teammate, if the ball is within the radius of a target player, instantly give them the possession, requires new logic. Yikes. Critical bugs still to fix. Okay, so let's go ahead. Would you like me to fix the ball catching issue, or continue with the remaining P0, P1s from the bug fix plan? Okay. What I want you to do is to do some research here to see what NES World Cup like gameplay might be doing based off of things you find using Xcode MCP, as that's kind of the general feel that I like, and I don't know how to describe it. Okay, so we're gonna let this thing do its thing here, and there's still some bug fixes to go through the loop here. It's saying it didn't, let's see. I had another engineer review your work, and this is what they're saying. I'm going to say no cap. No cap. Oh man, this is so crazy. Oh, this is so good. What about the people who make physics engines, like the advanced game engines for it? Bro, that's what I'm telling you. It's so insane, bro. I use NeoVim for coding and Windsurf plugin auto completion. Oh, that's cool. Crush is my favorite in Gemini CLI. I want to test Kiro CLI, Goose and Droid. Yeah, Droid for sure. Can we see the game? Oh, y'all haven't seen the game yet? Oh, yeah. Let me fix this bug real quick, and then I'll show you the game. Yeah. It's a really simple flat game right now, but we're going to start adding sprites in and kind of make it super crazy. So let's see what's going on over here. All right. So fix ball catching, instant pickup. So remove or dramatically increase the speed threshold for the ball pickup, and then instant catch. So remove the speed check entirely or raise a very high threshold. Effectively always catches. Yeah. Or even simpler, just remove the speed check. Yes. I think I like the simpler approach. Okay. So priority 2 is a faster, snappier passes. Lower pass power to make passes more controllable, but still instant catch. Yes. Slightly slower, but still snappy. Okay. Phase 3 is implement auto switch. This is already in your phase 2 bug fix as a P1. Okay, this is great. So would you like me to implement the instant ball catching fix now? It's a simple change that would dramatically improve the NES World Cup feel. Yes. Yes, please cook. I love talking to the models like this. This is so funny. Yeah. Yo, thank you so much for becoming a member. Awesome, man. Thank you for joining the fam. As a member, you basically support the channel, and I really appreciate everyone's support who's been able to join as members, because this actually goes into hiring editors and folks who support the channel, getting equipment and stuff like that. And for the most part, it's been going all towards video editors. So the video editors have been able to take clips and various things to create these little short form things. And as folks who are members, you can request various topics that I can make. And so I'm basically making content on, how I generate rules files, things that I do here, any comments that you leave kind of helps this whole thing get going. Also, the channel sponsors have helped a lot. So Droid is a previous sponsor, or the Factory AI team were a previous sponsor of the channel. And that's actually helped me kind of get a lot of mostly the editing stuff kind of kicked off, really. Like, hey, I need some folks going. But the other part of it has been to, make sure I get the equipment and all the different stuff going for the business. The other thing that I'm going to be doing too is like live streaming more like in different places and going into events. So these sponsors help with getting different events. So the Graphite team has been super generous too. They've helped us with the sponsorship. So they're based out of New York, and I'm trying to arrange some type of events in New York as well so that we can do some meetups in these different places. So some of our first meetups are going to be going down in San Francisco, also going down in New York. So if you're interested in doing some type of meetup, also in Hawaii, by the way. So we're clubbing all across the US, but not in like the middle yet. So in the middle ground, I'm going to try to see if I can do Texas. I'm also going to try to see if I can do some Canada stuff, like in Toronto. A lot of people are from Toronto doing AI things. And then I want to travel to where you're at. So let me know where you're at. And I would say the best place to do that is to go to startmy.ai. Go ahead and put your name on that list there. So if you put your name on the list, you could go ahead and sign up for free. I basically made this site here, which would allow you to just kind of get signed up. And my goal is to kind of collect, hey, where you're from. So when you reply to the email, just say, hey, I'm from this place. I can't wait to see you do something here. And that's kind of where things will get started. So yeah, just put your email address right here. It says sign up for the free workshop. I haven't wrote an email yet to this group, so I didn't want to make sure I don't spam anyone. I definitely, I think people put their email here probably like 6 months ago. They probably haven't heard back from me. I do reply to some emails directly, but I haven't actually sent out an official email to this list. And I want to make sure you're on the list and you can get the email. So when I get to your town, let me know. It'd be kind of fun to kind of hang out. So let's see, back to home, create a match, create lobby, start match. Yeah, so this is what we have so far. And then I just got to fix the code for some of the game here. So let's see what Cursor came up with. Yeah, but thank you so much for doing that. Got to get you out to Florida. Yo, that's what's up. Let's see. Cool. Let's see. All right, so what did we have here? So this basically did this here. So what code did it change? Review, next file. Let's do a review. So the files that it changed were in the game scene. And then this changed the kick space. So current this, and then game canvas. This looks hot. So find the nearest teammate. Okay. Clamp on the field bounds. Gotcha. Shift back. Oh, this is what we saw already. Okay. So what are the stuff that it find? Player actions. So this is going to remove ball from other player. Yes, this will allow it to do that. And then pass is gentler than the kick. Snappy but controllable. Okay, I like that. Move. That's really cool. 200. Okay, so we have instant ball catching. And then, cool. Awesome. Space time. Okay, cool. So keep all. Looks legit. All right, so let's go to the code to check in. Now this looks okay. This file is automatically generated by SpaceTimeDB. Auto switch types. And then we have our index here for our module bindings, which will then get picked up on the front end. Player actions. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Now we should then regenerate all of our code here. So we have this, and we have this, and we have this. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to start. I should probably do some like hotkeys and stuff. Let's say Control R, publish. Okay. And then bun Yes. And then control R logs. Yeah. Okay. So if you do control R, by the way, in the shell, control R, for those who don't know, will look up any previous command that you've basically done. So control R, you can say logs, and it'll find basically your history of things that you've done. So in the bash, it was called bash history. And then in here, I think it's called ZSH history or ZH. Okay. CD tilde, I forget what it's called. Tilde LSLA. And then ZSHRC history, I think, like that. History. Okay, so let me see. Hold on. LSLA. Dang it. Okay. Grep history dash E. Oh, end quote. Okay. Okay. Down. Okay. So there is, yeah, ZSH history. So if you do Command R, and then you can, it's basically going to search through your entire history file. So mine's is 443. There's lots of lines of code. So if we do cat, like this file, this is going to show us everything that I've ever run in my shell history. So you can see these are all the commands I've been running. So if you do Command R, you just type in any part of anything that you've ever ran before, it will show up as a suggestion. So if I do Command R and hit cat, you can see the first thing that shows up is this guy. If I do CD, and then it'll show up this, right? Like if I do Command R, it says back search, I can say space time, and it'll say this, and I can hit up for, you know, the various ones that I want to run. So that's kind of a quick primer on some quick shell stuff. If you do Command R, or sorry, Control R on the Mac, Control R. You know, I do it so I don't think about it. And so I thought it was Command. It's Control R. So it's the control key R, and then that's where you can search. So especially with me in these repeated commands, you know, I'm running a lot of these, but I know what they look like, but I don't want to keep hitting the up arrow and then hitting enter. Then that's kind of what I could do there. That's how it makes it better. Okay, so that's what's up. Yeah. One day Ray will find FZF for his history search. Why not use Control R? Let's see. Okay, cool. Localhost. Let's see. Create match. Create lobby. Let's go. All right, let's start the match. We in here. Okay, so I hit shift. Shift. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. So shift is to pass. Space doesn't work anymore. Why can't I? Okay, it looks like I'm not able to pass anymore. So let's see what's going on. Player 4 kicked the ball with velocity. I'll copy some of these logs. After this change, I'm no longer able to pass or kick the ball. Okay. Oh no, I ran out of context window. This is what I hate. Oh, yeah. Come on. Ay, caramba. Okay, so fudge. Okay. Ay. This is why I hate like sticking to one window. Implemented auto switch. Can I compress? Oh, this sucks. Okay. Summarize. So it's trying to summarize this whole thing. Give it a try. Compress. No. Handoff. I don't like this. Oy. By the way, you should go back to Droid. Claude seems to be fixed. Forgot to mention. Bro, now you tell me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I like this flow though with Opus and stuff like that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give it the bug fix stuff. Okay, so auto switch. Okay, here's what's left. Okay, I went ahead and started fixing some things, and I'm seeing some things. Okay. Logs. Okay. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm fixing some things. I'm going to try to give it some context on what we did here. So I implemented instant ball catching. Oh, stop. Can I copy message? Okay. So, and fix some things and tried to implement ball catching, but created a regression. Plan. Okay. Copy message. Details. I think I changed the details. Details. And then I also have plan. Okay. That's good. Okay. So what's left and what's overall? At this point, functionality is playable. As a solo host can kick the ball away, lose press, move in, push it out. You should now auto switch feels too jumpy, too sticky. Okay, so that's I think where we're at here with this. Now that Droid's going, I'm gonna go back with 5.2 medium, and then we should be able to come back to Opus High. So with Opus High, what did we do here? This was a bug review, and I'll close that because we ended up going with Cursor's version or something like that, and then pop that into. So Cursor with Opus 4.5 did a bug review, and that's what that main file we're working from. And we've hopped that over to GPT 5.2 High inside of Droid, and it's been going really good and going to town and fixing everything. While that was going, I popped into Cursor to just kind of see if I could do a quick bug fix check. It did that really quick too. So we had two different things kind of going on, and now we're sort of trying to converge them and to land them in all at once. See, the thing is, whenever you're checking changes, there's always a chance of a regression, which is what happens here, right? You change one functionality and other things kind of happen. So you stomp one bug and you create others because now you have, things that you're swimming into, and that's okay. That's just part of this whole process. And we should still be able to fix everything with the right amount of context and priming here. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. And let's see what's up. Droid says what? Thinking. Okay. I have FOMO about all of these AI tools. A voice-to-text option from Cursor. In Cursor, I'm a better speaker than a typer. As CLI is harder, make it to. So Whisperflow. There's also free options if you're the free guy. There's tons of free stuff you can get set up. But for me, I pay for Whisperflow. Well worth my money. It's like $9 a month or something like that. $10 a month or whatever. And I can't say enough great things about it. And plus the privacy stuff that they do is so great. So you should go back to Droid. Yeah, that's the thing we're doing here. So I don't have an opinion on anti-gravity yet. I need to go back and give it some more thorough testing. He doesn't think it's ready yet. Yeah. I need to get back to it. Yeah. Basically the small previews of the model. So like in AI Studio, yeah, it's a different story. I'll say that for a whole different stream. Like, I think I should just do a stream where like I just anti-gravity all day. But right now I'm trying to ship the game, bro. So that's what's up. Appreciate that though. Kind of hanging out. Let's see what's going on. This is a marathon stream. 4 hours and 52 minutes. Damn, time flies by so fast. I need to actually get up and start moving because I hate sitting down for such a long time. I should get a second. Actually, what I might do is get my second camera up. That way, like I can actually hang out over here. You can kind of see me in the room stretching. I have a little like weight thing. I'm gonna take off my my jacket too because it's smooth up in here. Yeah, while we wait. Oh, I have okay. So for those who don't know, like I go back and forth between Hawaii and California and prefer the weather in Hawaii for obvious reasons. So anything below 73, like a puffy jacket starts coming on. Like I literally have 2 layers of pants on me right now. And it gets cold. Like, and to go outside, I have to have 2 layers of pants, a shirt, an undershirt, a jacket like this, or like a long sleeve type of thing. It's pretty thick. And I have a full down puffy jacket, with all that stuff. Cold is no joke. In the Bay Area, due to the Thule fog, what it's done is basically has pushed like the stuff, not sideways, but has trapped a lot of the cold air down low, and the high pressure has kept the warm air up here. So it hasn't been able to kind of cycle through. So this winter has been extra cold. And of course I'm here for the winter for different reasons and stuff like that. And so, yeah, for me, it's been extra cold here in the Bay Area. I don't know if you guys have been feeling extra cold everywhere else, but it feels that way. It's kind of tough. So let's see what's going on here. Did it say anything? Operation failed. Check parameters and try again. Oh, okay. Apply patch. What's going on? What's going on? It didn't tell us what the problem was. That's interesting. Okay. I've been sitting down and coding since August, bro. Haven't moved. No official native application for Linux. Oh, bro. Yeah. I thought people were deploying the CLI. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. What's going on here? Context summarized. Okay. Yeah, we nerfed our context over here. Okay, so in Cursor, we're now at $70. So we spent like $20 today doing all these different passes. Wow. We've been really cooking. And in Droid, we've been kind of doing a lot of crazy stuff here too. Let's see. Let's see. It's status porcelain. What the hell is porcelain? What is this? What is this? What is it? I don't think I've seen this. It's a command used to produce a version stable, machine readable summary of the repository's current. What? Oh, that's pretty fire. Damn. Okay, let's go back to Droid. Okay, so what happened here? Okay, so they say that the diagnosis is the instant catch can make kicks and passes stick, literally likely a regression. With the instant pickup, the ball can still be within the radius. So the same player immediately recatches it, making it feel like the ball never left you. I see. That matches the classic regression you see right after moving the speed threshold. Okay. The fix applied. A small retouch cooldown for the last touch bar. Keeps NES catch, prevents stickiness, implements 200 milliseconds retouch cooldown. And so everyone can still instant catch, but the shooter passer can't instantly vacuum it back within 2 seconds or 0.2 seconds. Yeah. Because this at the table, I generated the bindings. Oh, okay, cool. And revalidated. Thank you. To get possession, press space to kick. Expected the ball leaves you. Kick while standing still, no movement. Expect still leaves you, no sticky ball. And then expected teammate catches instantly. Passer doesn't immediately steal it back. That makes sense. What did you observe? One question to confirm we're fixing the right regression is when you observe specifically ball not leaving you when you kick or ball constantly getting stolen, or something else. If it's a second, we want a short in-flight no catch window for everyone. Very different feel, but I didn't add that yet. Okay, cool. Damn, it's pretty good. Let's go ahead and go back to the game and check it out. Okay, so let me just restart everything. I need a script that will just kick everything off. There's got to be a way. I think I'll do that. Okay. So I think I might ask Droid in a separate window to do this. As of now, in order for me to kick off testing this project, I have to have 4 terminal windows open, and I'm running the following commands. I'm going to give it all the commands I run. So I do spacetime start. Okay. I'm going to give it this. Backticks. Oops. So I'm basically kind of treating it like Markdown right now. And then I do, what's this command? Spacetime. Yes. No. What am I doing? I don't remember. Logs? No, publish. This. Bundev because there's probably like a single build command that can run some of this stuff in different terminals. So that way I don't have to like keep running these scripts over and over again, because I hate like doing this. It's like I've done it for like 50 times already. Okay. And then I should be more specific on what I'm saying too. Okay. So let me go back. As of now, in order for kick off local testing for this project, I have to have 4 terminal windows open and run the following commands. Here we go. Okay, we have all this stuff ready. And then I say, I don't mind having the terminal windows open, but what can we do here so that it makes it easier to stop and restart these every time we make code changes? Okay. Use ref for search and exa code MCPs. As you'll be able to see, I have SpaceTimeDB versions and Next.js project. Oh, this is already in my agents file. So I'm so used to, before we set up the agents file, having to re-explain that I have SpaceTimeDB and Next.js. I just realized that this is already in my agents file, like that description of, what I have in my project, which is the reason why I did the agents file. And it's going to be like, yeah, of course, I already know you have it, bro. Oh, you know what? I used the wrong one, the wrong model. No. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to open up another Droid window, and then I'm going to go Opus Droid model. I'm going to go to Opus. I'm going to go to hi, and then I'm going to paste the same thing in, and I'm just going to see what it does here. We'll see. We'll compare the differences. So yes. Okay. And over here, we're going to, this is going to be really cool. So we're going to see what's the difference between Opus 4.5 high on a task like this versus what's going on with GPT 5.2 medium. I'm just really curious to see what it's going to come up with if there's different results. So yeah. Yeah. This is nuts. No official. Okay. Not going to lie. This has been a dope project to see you build. Hey, thanks, man. I'm excited about this, bro. Like, for so many reasons. Like the ability to build my own game. I've never built my own game, but to actually kind of do it right. You know what I mean? I want scale. I want this up to go up, like using the official frameworks. Like I'm very serious about trying to plan and have documentation working. And so just wanted to take you all along this ride. We did some JSON prompting earlier with Gemini to get those sprites generated. So that's going to be coming later in the game. But getting this like groundwork with the game physics and just the basic functionality, like I said, when we first started, it's going to look like this. But pretty soon, we're just going to start. We set up the AGENTS.md files. We got the right hooks now. So whenever code is written in cursory, we're hearing it right now. Or I'm hearing the Droid agent. Whenever we're writing hooks, we're writing rules files. That's going to provide that context to the agent just in time, so that we're going to say, make this soccer ball go faster, or the things that I'm even doing right now, right? I'm able to do it now because I'm not having to yap a whole bunch of context to it. So that's going to be awesome. So yeah, the game building is going to go even faster, and we're going to add features even faster. And my goal is to see if can I maintain a very large code base over time and keep maintaining it and adding features, and have tens of thousands of users, up to like even hundreds of thousands of users, use this game at scale. Like I want this thing to like not break. I want it to be like a one-man game. Literally me and my AI, right? Like it's going to be crazy. I think it's possible. And I don't think a lot of people like put enough time behind it, but we're going to do it. And my goal is to do this before Christmas, by the way. There's 12 days to Christmas, or like a lot less than that. 10 days. No, like 10 days to Christmas Eve. So like 11 days. And on Christmas Day, I'm going to have a live stream of the game going for 24 hours. So there's going to be an AI chatbot that's going to be, everyone's going to spam numbers, and you're going to move one of these characters to pass and throw or whatever. And then you can scan a QR code to enter the game and get on a wait list too. So like only 10 people can play at a time. And so people will be playing. And then I'm going to have like OpenAI versus Meta. I'm going to have like Grok versus whatever, it'll be kind of cool with the characters on the boards. And then features they'll be added on will be you can scan your face and put your face in the game as one of the characters. And then I'll have sponsors. So sponsors can buy into spots for like $5,000 to $10,000 to like donate jerseys or have these different outfits and stuff. And then one of the things we talked about also were like real life player cards. So like if Steph Curry like joins the game and like he actually makes a player card for himself, like people can trade them and buy them, you know, at a certain rate or something like that. And if one player levels up, like people will get XP points. Like once you get to a certain level, like we'll do a run of physical cards for the first generation of games. And then I'll like actually, you know, be able to like sell them as a pack. So you can buy them and trade them like physically, actually, like, cause I love baseball. Like I love sports and I love this stuff. I grew up on baseball cards and like, I like this whole aspect of it, right? Like you can play a game and then your value of the card physically gets because of the determination of you like showing up to play the game and get really good at it, right? So there's different skills that you'll be able to build up, and that's kind of where I'm going with this game. And I don't know, I'm just doing it publicly. I don't care. Like it's gonna be a fun way to do this. Okay, it's past midnight here in London. Wow, that's crazy. And Monday morning is coming. Have a good one. Hey, thank you so much, man. June for life. This guy's talking about Google. We're talking about the Google stuff. So tournaments and leaderboards and those to-dos. Yes. Yeah. Oh, trust me, it's coming, bro. All right, let's see what's going on right now. So, okay. So currently I need 4 terminal windows used concurrently to run all processes. So install dependencies concurrently and then cargo install cargo watch. So add npm scripts to the package.json. So we're going to do dev full, which would run this. Oh, that's kind of cool. But I'm using bun. But it would run npm dev logs. Sleep. Spacetime start. So STDB. So spacetime start. So dev. So I could just do bun dev STDB and then bun server, which would do this. And then sleep. And then next dev. Okay. Usage is bun run dev full. So run everything with one command. And alternative, there's no cargo watch, simpler manual server restarts. If you prefer not to install cargo watch, you can use a simpler setup. Yeah, I want to do the simpler one. Yeah, because, okay. I want to do the simpler one because I actually want to tail the logs. And as I'm debugging things, that's where I'll able to capture the logs and send them to the engineer so they can do the debugging. Okay, so let me come up with that plan. Let's see what happened with the like other research here that happened with GPT-5 high. Damn. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Damn, this thing cooks. Okay. This came back with replace the current 4 terminal workflow with one command. Approach concurrently. Add the wait add-on to avoid race conditions. Publish before spacetime start is ready. Okay. So in the dev scripts, update all these things. Yo, this is too complicated, bro. I just want something simple. Okay. Oh, interesting. So you can pass concurrently. You can pass in standard modules. And then you can also pass in terminal colors like red, green, and blue. That's cute. Bun dev. Oh, you know what I should say? I'm using Ghostly for the terminal. Let me also kind of see. This is an interesting idea of kicking off these concurrent workflows that can pop open different terminals, but I want maybe different colors, right? Oh, that's cool. Okay, so optional is auto republish module when Rust changes. Okay, that's kind of cool. That is really cool. But I'm using spacetime, so that's another thing. Bindings regen strategy. Okay. Okay. So no, keep iterating on spec. I kind of low-key just want to keep it as simple as possible. I am using, I think it's Ghosty. Terminal. And I love the way that I'm able to have the different windows set up. And a big part of my workflow is checking the logs. Also with SpaceTimeDB, it's just the command line that I just run. Nothing fancy with cargo. I'm just trying to see what it's going to come up with here in the plan. Okay, so let's see what it says here. Okay, Solution, concurrently run all 4 processes in a single terminal. Oh, I don't want a single terminal. Okay. Okay. So add npm scripts to the package. So what does it do? Standard. Okay. I don't like all these. Okay. No, keep iterating on spec. I don't like running everything in a single terminal. Part of it is for debugging. And so I'm using Ghosty. Oh, it's actually right here, like my little Ghosty thing. That's cute. Terminal, 3 T's. Terminal, and I want to be able to run them in different windows. Also, I'm using bun. So why is there npm there? Let's see. There's why is there npm listed? I'm using bun, and then the other part of it is I don't like running everything, so I'd be able to run them in different windows. I'm using bun. Why is npm listed? Aren't there cool tricks to make it run in different windows, different terminal windows using Ghosty or some script? Use exa code MCP to research. Okay. Let's see what they say here. All right, what do they say? Keep your Ghosty multi-page layout, server, web, logs, because you like watching logs. Yeah, I do. I don't know about you, but I'm super old school. Whenever I would do like device debugging, like with these guys, I would literally have like a serial cable plugged in. So I'd watch the serial logs and see what's happening at the kernel level. And then I would have the like another terminal popped open to watch the operating system and see what's going on there at the system level. And like before the log system was like optimized, you know, that's the only way that you could have captured logs. And then if you write files out from an operating system to a text file, you change the timing of the way that the system calls happen. So you actually start to mask bugs that way. And like, I don't know. I'm come from this older era where I want to have my terminal windows open and I want to see the logs streaming. That's kind of like the big impetus for this. And I kind of want to reproduce that here, but that's just kind of where I'm coming from. Do I need to do it? Probably not. There's probably some server log I can just copy and paste, but I don't know. I'm low key old school about this. So that's kind of what we're kind of suffering through and setting up here. So it's just kind of fun. Propose minimal change. Keep it dead simple. Part of it also is the learning aspect. So by seeing the logs and by seeing very specifically when something happens, you get to kind of trace through the steps and see those reactions. So it does help us. For me, it's going to be like more of a learning point too as well. Keep it dead simple. SpaceTimeDB is just SpaceTime CLI, no cargo tooling, no fancy watchers. Instead of inventing one big process runner, just add short, memorable bun run aliases. Yes. So each ghosty pane runs a single command and then restart and just press Control C. Yes. So add these in the package.json. So stdb start, spacetime start, and then publish would be this. And then clean with some type of data wipe, right? Prefer delete data. Oh, I like this. If your CLI only supports clear database, it will keep that variant instead. Wow. Okay, cool. I like this. And then web dev would be next dev p whatever if you prefer the consistent styling. Yes. Or bun dev. Yeah. Okay, cool. So 3 panes, run publish when needed. So the publish one is basically this. So stdb publish. Okay. Whenever server code changes, you need to run republish. So bun run stdb publish. Okay. When you intentionally want to reset. Okay, I like this. Okay. If you frequently want to wipe republish, alias to publish clean. Okay. Gotcha is handled. So the next is, oh, this is nice. What happened over here? So create a shell script that opens 4 separate terminal windows, each running your dev commands. Open -n a ghosty args commands. So create scripts dev start. Okay. So this will just open these windows. This looks cool. So create a shell skips dev stop. So this will stop everything. So stop next dev, whatever. Okay. This is cute. Dev start publish. And so bun run dev start. So everything opens up 4 ghosty terminals. Yo, that's fire. And then bun run dev republish. After Rust changes, run the republish window, and then stop will stop all of these. Separate windows for each process, great for debugging. Logging window stays captured. Oh, this is great. No extra dependencies needed. Awesome. Okay, cool. So I like this idea. So it's just a launcher. Opens 4 windows, and then it would just go to my project directory, start the environment, and it's just going to run the open command and stays open after the publish completes. So this would call the ghosty app, and then it feeds in the arguments for what I want to run. Oh, this is great. So published, please close or rerun exec bash sleep. Oh, this is a nice script. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's go back to here and look at my, okay, let's check all this code in. Okay, so the reason why is because we had this code, all of our past stuff updated, and I didn't want to like, let's just check it in. Let's check it in. But first, let's go ahead and just start everything here. I just want to make sure this works. Okay, so I got a little ahead of myself, but I wanted to make sure everything worked correctly. So this here, and then this here for this, and then starting this thing, and then we're going to kick off the logs. So this is looking cool. So here we are. Everything should be good now. Are we good? All right, so let's go back. Database should be deleted. We join now, create lobby. Start the match. Sick. Let's go. Oh, I see, I see. Oh. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, shift. Oh, snap, that's nice. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay, this is cool. Nice. And what does it say? Doesn't have the ball. Okay, reducer returned error. Player doesn't have the ball. Oh, I see. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Oh, this is cool. This is exactly like the... Oh, this is fun. Okay. Bruh. Okay, I pass it. I like this physics on it though right now. Hey. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we got some of the interactive design. And then like I can still pass the ball over the other player and doesn't do it until I pass it. And then if I'm moving one direction, I can't pass it. I noticed, but like if I like space bar it, okay. Damn, I love how it stops like short of the goal. Oh my God, that's cool. I like how it chooses a player nearby. Because if I get close to this guy, yeah, that's so far. Oh, this is fun. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, and it selects the closest player to the ball. So like if I go over here, it auto switches. Ooh, that's fire. This can be weird, especially in a scenario like this, but you kind of want to, right? Edge case testing, right? Okay, so what does it say? Shift, pass, space, kick. Yeah, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. This is the goalie now. He's moving slow. Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about like levels and players and power-ups and stuff, but I'm excited to get some sprites on this thing because this would be fire. Whoa, this is crazy. Okay, so wow, that's pretty good. In our first half, it should end, and then we should be pretty good after this. Sweet. Okay. Oh, progress says in progress, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't understand that. Okay, second half. Oh, it's like a little break. Okay, I can steal the ball. Goal. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Leave the match. Okay, we're good. All right, so that bug fix worked. That was fire. Damn, that was fire. We got to check these things in. So we basically, the auto switch state works now. Introduce a new auto switch state. Implemented the auto switch game reducer. And then the ball pickup got enhanced. Bro, cursor cooked. Cursor cooked. Why are there more changes? What's going on? Oh, it ran the generate all the different types and stuff like that. Okay, cool. Commit, synchronize changes. Sweet. All right, cool. And then what's going on over here? All right, so I want to make a script so it just launches automatically. That's fire. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me catch up with the comments. The locks look like Japanese to me, but I gain insights from them, little I know. Yeah, after seeing Ray start this series, I sped up my development process and launched the first version of my game. Let's go! Dude, what's the name of your game? Who even cares? That sounds like a fun game. It's kind of fun. So this is like the worst it's going to be because I got some sprites lined up. Check it out. If you haven't seen, we're using AI Studio. We're going to generate some of the game sprites. And this is the first draft. This is like not really the final, but check it out. This is Team OpenAI. We're going to have Anthropic over here. So Anthropic always comes with they know how to prompt them. So Anthropic is the one generating the prompts for us. And of course it generates the cool guy. But we'll have memes and other characters in the game too. So trust me, you'll be able to get that. We got Elon, we got some other type of stuff going as well. And so yeah, come Christmas Day, this thing's gonna be running by itself and hopefully have 1,000 users or something like that. First goal is to get first 10 users, then 100, then 1,000 and so forth. And so we're gonna be running this game. I don't know, I've never done something like this before, but we'll figure this out. Literally, the agent is writing Rust for us. It builds the types files for us using SpaceTimeDB's infrastructure. And look, we even have the match is finished. Let's go. And folks can join games, scan the QR code, get in, so we have some of this basic stuff set up. And so that's the game engine that's kind of running with the player stuff. I have some of the assets for the sprites, and that's going to be probably the next live stream. So I have to probably head on out in 30 minutes to an hour from now, but I can't believe how far we've gotten so far, in the last couple of days. There's a lot of code that we checked in, from front end code to the back end code, and to connect all this stuff together. It's just not that easy, but this is the power of prompting that we've been able to do. If you're watching this live stream right now, you can go back at any point in time because I'm going to have chapter markers for this entire live stream. I also have, with everyone's support, big shout outs to some of the new members who've just joined in. You helped me get some editors for this whole live stream and everything that I do as far as my operations. So with all that support, I've been able to get some editors, and so we're able to chop up some of the live streams and get some stuff going. So this has been a pretty exciting idea to build. I've been having lots of fun, just learning how this stuff kind of works, and also getting some deep appreciation for a lot of these things. It's just so phenomenal. I can't believe half the work that these game developers do. It's just crazy what they do. So yeah, we got the thing working NES Cup style. Okay, so we have that. Everything's here. And then I want to try to make my setup scripts a lot easier to kick off. So that way it doesn't do this thing. So in here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, let me just review this code real quick. So project error, SpaceTimeDB is not doing anything funny. Yep, this looks good actually. I like this script a lot. So it will... So dev stop. And so when I do dev start, so I'll do bun dev start, and it'll basically kick off the start script, and the stop will just kill these processes. Oh, nice. And then republish will be the republished one that will basically do this to delete the, this is the republish command that I'm doing down here. And so dev start will just kick off these. Nice. Okay, cool. Go ahead and improve with high autonomy. That was Opus 4.5 high, by the way. 4.5 high is good. It's really good. I like this thing. All right, cool. Yo. I'm doing this right now. I've been working on one since Opus 4.5 came out. Also have a website that ties directly into the game with React and Next.js and SpaceTime. Yo, how's that working for you? Has it been as smooth as what's been happening here? Yeah. This has been so crazy. Yeah, this is so wild. Okay. So now we should have this dev server script, which I'm really excited for it to kick off. So I've created the ghostly multi-terminal dev launcher. This is going to be crazy. Let's see what happens. I'm really curious. So bun run dev start to launch all 4 windows, and then stop to stop all the processes, and then run dev republish to republish the Rust module without clearing the database. And then what about what's the one that would clear the database? What if I did want to clear the database? republish server, publish server local, kickoff chaos. Yes. Oh, okay. So what if, oh, clear database. Can we add? Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to say, can we add the option for the clear database? Because I think it's really important to have something like that too. Can we also have an option to clear the database? Because I'm still in the early stages of this. Whoops. Republish clear. Clever. Clever. Okay, cool. So if I check my cursor logs now, I should have a new package.json, and that'll have, let me just get rid of this. Oh no, it doesn't. So now I have to switch to the other view. Okay, here we go. Get rid of this guy and then bring this guy back in. Okay, there's these two views. It's just kind of hard to change. I have a dev start, dev stop, republish, and republish clear. Okay, and then these are the scripts that kick off. So they kick off the various commands here. So ghosty, ghosty, ghosty. Okay, cool. So let's try them. Okay, so bun dev start will open the 4 ghosty terminals. Bun run dev colon start. Let's see. Okay. Oh my God. Automatically download and check updates automatically. Yes. Check automatically. Oh no, what happened? Oh no. I think what's happening is it's kicking off all these windows. Oh no, 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 no. I gotta stop it. Where's the process? Stop it. Oh snap. I'm killing my terminal. I've vibe coded myself to death. No. Okay, luckily I can still open up a terminal window. Oh my gosh. Can I kill the process? Oh, what? Oh, this is so bad. Okay, cancel. Don't check. Close. Okay. It kicked off crazy amounts of windows. Close. Oh no. Close. 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 Oh wow. This is pretty bad. So I kicked off a ton of windows that I probably shouldn't have opened up. And I don't know actually how many windows I actually opened up. So I'm going to try to close them right now. Let's see. This is nuts. Oh, this is so crazy. What just happened? Oh, wow. Can I close these, please? Close this window. I think automatically check and install updates. Whoa. Oh, wow. I don't know if you can see this, but basically I'm beach balling all over the place. And let's see, activity monitor is probably going bananas. Let's see. Ghosty. Oh, wow. Look at all these instances of Ghosty I have. Let's see. Ghosty. Okay, so I don't have that many. This is the longest running one. Like, I've never killed it. Okay, this is going bananas on me right now. Okay, let's kill this window. Please close. Oh my gosh. What's going on this? Kickoff, 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 kickoff. Okay, Ray at Mac. Can I just kill the one that kicked this off here? Oh my gosh. Okay. Check automatically. Wow. Oh my gosh. This is too much. Close. Oh wow. I feel like I'm playing a video game. Close. Why did it kick off all these crazy windows? Whoa. So all windows launch. Oh no. Okay. Can we review the scripts here? Check automatically. Wow. Close. Holy smokes. Like opened up so many windows. Okay. So we recovered from that. Dang. Let's see. Please. I ran the following. Console. and Ghosty launched a massive amount of terminal windows and almost crashed my computer. Can you double check the scripts here? Okay. That's insane. Oh, it's just going to be faster for me to just run the commands manually. That's what I get for trying to automate my work, right? Let me check the scripts and research the correct Ghosty syntax. Yeah, you should have done that to begin with, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so slow right now. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Command Q. So here's the thing. I have a lot of other terminal windows too. I'm developing malware. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm still visible here. Like, and everything's, I don't know if things are delayed, but I've also been running a stream for like 5 hours and 30 minutes. So this is bonkers. Absolute bonkers. Let's see what happens. So I see the issue. The E flag in Ghostly expects command arguments passed separately, not as quoted string. Oh my gosh. So here we are. So dash E. Oh, okay. Okay, that's probably what's happening. So fix. The issue was that args is not handling the quoted commands properly using the direct Ghostly binary to properly wrap each command. Each window is launched in the background and then they run independently. Can you just check my processes? That's probably what's going on. So there are probably commands that are running right now that probably shouldn't be running in my terminal. Can you double check that the scripts that it kicked off aren't currently running right now? So if I do, I think ps aux grep -e, I'll do SpaceTime. So these are currently the SpaceTime projects that are currently running. So there's this one here and then kickoff chaos. So these are currently running. Where is it running? Is it just these ones? No, these are dead already. Yes. So these are currently, this is still running somewhere. Okay. I'm just curious to see if it's going to do the same thing I just did. I'm just testing this agent. Can you double check? In, where is the script that started? It's called dev start. Okay. Dev. Okay, let's see. I'm really curious. Damn, this is so slow. My computer's dying right now. I'm running a M3 Max, by the way. I think I have like 120 gigs of RAM, and this thing's like dying. Let's see, activity monitor. Yes, there are 4 processes still running Ghostly. Oh no. Let me kill them. Okay. Oh, it says Ghosty E or something like that. Yeah, grep E, pkill Ghosty -E, ps grep. All clear. The process have been... Okay, so let's see. Oh, this is a good command. ps grep spacetime. Oh, I like this grep command. Let me do that. That's fancier than mine. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. So you can pass in multiple options just by doing this little grep -E. When you put this little parentheses, and you can pass in any process name. So like, for example, if I wanted to do like cursor in Notion, I can see all the cursor instances that are up and Notion instances. So these are all like the current processes. So Notion's currently running a caching process right now as part of the framework called Shipit. Interesting. And this is for note taking, it looks like. I think it is, right? No. I don't know. And then Cursor has some stuff that's running in the background. So they have extensions. So this is their Cursor Helper plugin. And this is their Rust Analyzer plugin that I installed with VS Code. This is Cursor Helper. This is a Tailwind server that's running on this client process ID here. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, so anything you want to do. I think -E does it. -E lowercase is case sensitive. And then -E is in case, like not sensitive. Yeah. So you have to do capital E. So capital E basically makes it so the case doesn't matter. Yeah, I think. Capital C? Oh, never mind. Okay, I think it's the opposite, right? I don't remember. Interesting. What? Look at all these processes that Cursor and Notion have. So, okay, let me clear this out. Let me just do Cursor. So if I do this, this is all that Cursor is currently running on my machine right now. What processes? Damn, they kick off a lot of stuff. Cursor helpers, Cursor resources, and obviously that's all stuff to support your app, right? So FYI, screen capture kit. Damn. Okay. Wow. Yeah, we can go down fat rabbit holes with this, but I just want to make sure all the stuff that we vibe coded ourselves into. Can you also verify the stop command? Let's see, dev stop script. Okay, let's see. Dev start has these changes. Okay. This is how we learn, right? A new game idea, terminal chaos, bro. Install my MCP. I will take advantage of your terminal and just cause chaos. Oh my God. Let's see. The current dev setup might not work reliably. Looking at the actual process names from earlier, go see process contains yes, but the actual spacetime next processes might be children. Let me update to be more robust. So it'll do pkill f standalone. Yes. Okay. pkill-f. Let's see. Do we want to grep the processes for that? Or yeah, let's see. How do I figure this out? So kill any underlying processes that might still be running. Standalone. I think, okay, I don't think I'm going to run this script. I think it'll be easier for me to close the window, to be honest. I don't want to kill other processes if I am running several apps. Okay. This just seems a little crazy. It seems like a little excessive to kill like everything. Yeah. So pkill ghosty. I'm just gonna. Okay. I'm just gonna go to the dev stop script and just remove it. Let's see, dev stop. Because there's a couple files I touched too. And then a package.json. Yep. Okay, cool. So I go in here. Now it's gone. Package.json should just have the dev start, republish, and clear. So I could do bun dev start. Okay. Are we ready again to nuke our machine? Bun run. I think it's just bun dev start. Yes. Okay, cool. So here's what happened. I don't know what happened after that, but it opened like, oh no, the same thing again. Oh shoot. No. Okay, this is going crazy. Yeah, it's basically going super crazy and just relaunching Windows. Oh man. Okay. That didn't really work. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so what it did was it like launched a ton of windows. Why is it launching a bunch of windows? I think there's a problem with the command that we're using to launch the app and then pass the commands in, because when I do this, it seems to want to launch like 5 different terminal windows and they all seem to be in the wrong directory and my computer starts to slow down like crazy. There's got to be a better way to do this. I think for now, as a first step, can we just have the scripts that we need to run? So I could just do bun dev. So I need to run in the package.json. And later on, I could figure out how to automate this. Okay. I think that's what we'll do. It's just too much. Yes. Okay. So we'll do bun dev will be, okay. So where's my package.json now? So just bun dev will just be next dev p here. And then spacetime start will be dev stdb. Spacetime start, like spacetime database, spacetime dev publish, republish. So clear database, yes. Republish. I don't get these two logs. Okay. Start, publish, logs. Okay. Spacetime start. Okay. So let's see this. Bun. Have to bun dev stdb, right? Error 1 cannot, what? Spacetime start cannot lock database already owned by some PID. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? So let me simplify. Oh, it's going to remove the scripts. Yes, allow. Okay. Wow. Okay. When I try, it looks like there's still some rogue processes from when we tried to launch earlier. Can you take a look? Here is what happens when I even try to start my database. Logs. Okay. Okay. It's already running. Yeah. It's running from, I don't know which process though. Some process kicked it off and I don't know where. That's the thing. It's like, oh, okay. So it's local share space time. So if I just do spacetime start. Okay, I found it. Oh, okay, now we're up. Execute. Okay. Let me just cancel this here, and I should just be able to do this in terminal 1. Cool. So we're running, and then the next thing is just publish. So this will just publish the module. Okay. So this is just republishing. So bun dev publish and then logs. So this would just be bun dev and then bun logs. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, so bun dev publish. Okay, cool. Bun dev, bun logs. Bun dev logs. Okay. Bun dev logs. Okay, cool. And then this is just shutting down server. Shutting down server. Okay. Okay. It's taking a long time to shut down. Bun dev logs. Bun. What did I run for this one? I got to remember these new commands. My memory is so horrible. Okay, so bun dev stdb. Okay. Okay. Bun dev stdb. Oh no. Pkill dash f maybe. Bun. What? Spacetime start. Oh no. Why is this? How do I? What did it do here? So ps aux grep. Let me find this. Grep. Okay, so this one is doing it. Okay. ps aux grep e spacetime echo dash dash ps. Okay. Let me just try again. Spacetime start. How do I find this? When I run spacetime start, spacetime logs. Okay. This is crazy. I knew I should, well, I don't know. It's worth trying. It's always fun to automate things. So ps-p check if the process is actually running. Okay, it's not. Share SpaceTimeDB something. Okay, rm spacetime pid. If it's not running, move the stale lock file. Oh, oh, oh. I didn't realize that. And then bun dev. Oh, so there's a lock file that gets written. Interesting. I didn't know that. Error cannot. Let's see. You should be able to run it now. Remove the stale file. How do I prevent this in the future? I see this now. Why does this? There's something that's running already in the background. So it's not this. It's not this. Maybe it's this, huh? Yeah, because maybe I had the dev logs running. Don't allow. It's probably that. Yeah. So I guess I have to kill the spacetime logs because it keeps writing that file, huh? And there's probably like a race condition here. Today I learned, oh my God, this is going to be nuts. Really? Is this how it works? Oh no, don't allow. Bro, what am I doing? Okay. Oh, snap. Okay. Okay, so I can't run my bun dev logs until I run this. Oh my God, bro. Okay. Whoa. Okay. We've done some interesting work here. There is this really weird thing. If I run the logging before I run the server, it writes this like log file. And then what ends up happening when I try to start the server, it's like, hey, something is already running and I can't write to the, because there's a lock file in the way. As soon as you remove it, because the other one's running, it just regenerates a new one. It's not that a process is running, it's because I'm actually monitoring the logs. So that's probably part of why the scripts are not really working correctly, is because it gets into this like state where it's depending on the other and it's kind of running incorrectly. Oh man, this is just like literally just trying to monitor the logging files. And it's kind of crazy because we've probably spent the last like 20 minutes just trying to debug logs. I was like, maybe there's a way I could be smart about this. I could just have one line file. Like, it's funny how like the hardest parts are actually just like being a human and trying to monitor what the AI is doing versus like, hey, AI, go write the code, right? Which is what the AI is really good at. Wow. Okay. So I learned a lot of things here. Hopefully we can take these things into the future here. Okay, so I could do bun. Okay. Bun db stdb. So that's the SpaceTimeDB. So I go ahead and start this. And then I could do bun dev publish, which will publish the server. bun dev will now run our like port 3001, which is what it needs. And then we're going to do bun dev logs. Dev logs. Come on, let's go. Okay. So now we're up and running. Okay. Okay. We're finally up and running again. And everything should be able to work honky-dory. Honky-dory. All right, let's go ahead and start a match. We got our game going. Can we start the match? Heck yes. Let's go. Okay. And then if I'm over here, hit stop, shift, pass. And you see how it automatically changes to the character. Oh, whoa. Yo, let's go. Okay, cool. And then like it automatically passes. So I can pass like this. And then if I go back, I had to stop though. Oh, this is cool. Oh man. Hey, can you guys join my game on localhost? I'd love to have you guys join. Okay, cool. So this is really cool. At least we have this far. We've landed at least some of our changes. We've fixed some of the bugs. We've totally now need to work on the sprite stuff, and we need to make sure the status is updated. So given all the stuff that we just did, we did a lot of stuff here with the bug fixing. Okay, now where are we here? So this is just about scripting to run some of our automation. And then this is here is more about the bug fixing stuff that it did. And so I want to make sure we're good here. So this is just all ghosty stuff. We're doing ghosty shell automation, and I could just probably get rid of this chat. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of this chat. This is like not useful to us anymore. And then as far as kickoff chaos, so this is more about fixing the bugs for what we're doing. This is working wonderful. I'd like to see if we can make the passing a little bit better. Everything works perfectly after this fixes. But if I am moving with my character and I hit shift, I notice it's a little sticky for passing. It's only for the passing part though. So GPT 5.2 Medium was pretty good about implementing this fix. So let's go ahead and see if we can kind of take the next stab at this next fix here. And if it's low risk and easy, we'll kind of take that in here. So I'm going to just publish these changes to the script file. So we already have our new shortcuts that we're going to run. So that way I don't have to remember all these different invocations for clearing the database and doing that stuff. So we've just updated our package.json. So now that we have those on board, we're going to see if I can fix it in the background. And then cursor agent did a good job about like implementing a feature on the side, which for like the ball catching stuff, which was super fire. That was amazing. That was a really good fix. Kudos. I suck at PC games. You'd have to add PC game controller capacity. Not to overcomplicate project, we might need to physics engine like Box 2D. Yeah, I think we'll see. Like there are different engines that we may have to do, but yeah, I think trying to get the first basics out of the way is going to be really fun, and then getting the characters and stuff all dripped out was probably going to be the best part here. So what's Opus doing over here? Opus is saying what? Oh, this was earlier with the model provider. So core engine gameplay implementation is complete. So we were able to implement everything with 1.8 million tokens on the first run. This was just phase 2. Damn. So I think what I wanted to do is to have it review the changes after we implement this last bug fix. I'm going to see if we can have it like generate a status file for us. And that's like update the status file, update the latest bug fixes. And then there's also like a bug report thing that we generated too. So in our documentation, we have a phase 2 gameplay bug fix. So we still have yet to go in here. And this is kind of where I want to get that update for it. But I want to make sure we can make sure the passing is still working while I still remember it. So improve shift pass feel, prefer nearest teammate pass instead of directional throw, and more unique ball possession in pickup. So awesome. So this is going to be this thing here, working wonderfully. Okay. So apply patch. Great. Dude, this looks so cool. That's funny. Why medium, right? Because medium is a good mix of like not being too verbose and taking too long, but also it's just smart enough to do an additional verification pass. I usually prefer medium or low for just writing bugs, because a lot of this point where we got the agent is like it's already very close to what it needs to do. and it has just enough context already to implement the changes. So we don't need a lot of thinking to be done. We just need execution. And the medium part will just allow it to do that thinking step to make sure it's still in the right phase. And so the more important part is like when it does 2 to 3 tool calls down after it writes the file, that's where the medium thinking kicks in, because it's going to look back previously at where it's done. And it's going to be like, oh, I touched these files. This is my next step now, because if I touch those files, maybe I should also grab this one too in my context. So sometimes if you give it to high, it can start overcomplicating itself. Like, oh, if I touch these files, but then what if I touch these files too? And I touch those ones, but then I don't know, should I go back and touch this one? Let me see if I can change this. And then it starts going down this crazy rabbit hole. So that's usually why I prefer medium. I have not checked out, what is Morphium? Oh, Morph LLM. No, I actually have not. What is Morph LLM? Let me know what it is. Like to see this passing. Okay, so this is now going to the game canvas, and prefer passing to the nearest teammate while moving. Feels less sticky than. Okay, so this change, if we don't like it, we could always back it out because we have its, stuff checked into Git, which is nice. And this is like, I'm looking for a quick hot fix. Like a low risk change like this is really nice because there's not that many lines of code that have been implemented. And because we have everything already checked into Git, if we don't like it, we just kind of just discard the changes, and we're still back to where we're at. So I'm just trying to do this as a quick fast pass before I give it like the status document to go take a look. This is really cool. Damn, this is crazy. Cool. Yo, compressing history. Okay, so it's compressing the history now. It's gotten a little too big. Okay, so that's going to do its thing there. Okay, what else we got? Okay, previous messages may be summarized. All right, cool. So what's going on now? So cannot move out of index. So what's it doing now? Oh, it's still kind of trying to do some code stuff. Okay. Build completed successfully. And what's our plan now? Oh, so it's a semantic search and uses only 2 tools. You should try it in a workflow. Interesting. I'll look that up. Yes. Morph LLM. Okay. Why grep isn't enough? Why agents need semantic search too? Oh, cool. August 25th. A lot of recent stuff on it. Bruh. I'm cooked. morphllm.com. Has it gone through a lot of changes recently? Trusted by hundreds of startup companies. Faster coding. What's the pricing? So it's an API code search. So you mean I could just throw this into my app and just kind of cook, bro? This is crazy. I want to look into this. That sounds really cool. I can make my agent super smart. That's crazy. What made changed in shift passing? Okay, so right now when you're moving, press shift. The client's treating your movement keys as a pass aim direction. So we'll often pass into the space instead of to the teammate, which can feel sticky, awkward. The main fix feel, I changed the shift pass to always prefer the nearest teammate, even while holding movement keys. If there are no teammates, it falls back to the short forward pass and uses direct direction. Okay, that's cool. Position consistency. It's also hard in the position so only one player can have as ball is true. If multiple players somehow have the ball, the tick keeps one players and clears the rest. Okay, that's cool. I like that. So, okay, so now I should be able to try everything again, I think. Bondev. Bonlev logs. Whoops. Okay, I'll try this. So I will SpaceTimeDB start again, publish, bondev, and logs. Cool. All right. All right, fam. Let's go and start the game. Okay. Doop. Okay. Let's start. Should go back to 0, create match, create lobby. Start match. Cool. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's fun. Oh, this is way fun. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this is cool. Oh, wow. Oh, this is way fun. Oh, yeah, this is way... Okay, this is cool. You can do some like Steph Curry magic. You know, like, hey, yo. Damn, imagine a basketball game. That'd be so fire. This is crazy. Actually, you know, the soccer field is much bigger, and I think we should do 6. I think soccer game players. 2 teams of 11 players each. NES World Cup soccer game players. How many did they have? 6 on 6. Okay. That's what we should do. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Okay, this is pretty cool. Dang, this is looking pretty good. It's funny because I passed it and then this guy intercepts it because he's near it. This is pretty good. Oh, wow. This is cool. You can see like in the logs too, how the reducer is returning who has the ball and stuff, and like making these terminations. This is really cool. Let me just double check this right here. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. Man, this is cool. Wow. So I can pass. This is looking pretty good, actually. Man, I can't wait till we get the sprites in here. This is going to be insane. So when I pass, let's go. Oh, wow. This game's going to be fire. Okay, cool. And I can pass back. And it's funny because it doesn't have like a pretty strong pass. This is looking pretty good. Yo, I'm not going to lie. This is so cool. This is so cool. Let's go. Okay. Did I crash the game? I think I crashed the game. Oh, I did crash the game. Oh, the half finished. Okay. Yeah, I should have some UI that shows about the half finishing and stuff like that. So error, pass ball, user doesn't have ball. That's interesting how the server is actually kind of figuring out who has the ball based off these positions. And then I don't know what these errors are here. Import trace for requested module. Okay. Sick. This is awesome. This is so fire. MC Craze, you'll love it, especially fast edit. I've watched 200 file edits happen in there. What? Yo, I need to tell the... No, repo prompt, I think, kind of does something similar. I have to tell them about it, though. Are we at a point yet where you can make a game like this and use character models, or have something like Nano Banana either create the animations? Oh, that's actually what we're already up to next. So for those who don't know, you're just joining in, we already have like the sprite set up, and we did some prompting earlier. And so that's what we did with this like whole mega prompt and like a lot of the game character sprite setup. So this is kind of what we came up with initially as far as like the players and their movements and the animations and the kicking and stuff. And this is a little ball that would be kind of doing this stuff here. We also have like the grass. And then from here, we're able to kind of generate like teams and uniforms and stuff like that. We also have different frames. So we're basically going to, it's like, how should I generate them one by one? And then I was also thinking about like, I have a whole like master document for like, how should I even just design this stuff and think about a design style? And so that's kind of something that I already have set up that ran in one of my previous chats. And I actually put that into like a JSON prompting guide too that I've already put into the Discord. If you're watching this part of the live stream, there's going to be chapters so you can go back to previous times. We have been streaming now for 6 hours. 6 hours. This has been a mega marathon stream. We took all of our plans and phases and everything, have been dumping them out. And then this is only phase 2, but we're trying to make sure that the game engine is running pretty good, which it is already now. So the backend game engine is running pretty good. We generated some of the sprites while we were waiting for some of the code generation. We generated a lot of the hooks files. So Cursor has hooks files. As soon as it's writing code in Rust, it will generate type files for SpaceTimeDB. Those type files are really important because that's what we pass on to the front end server. When the front end is now writing code, it can pick up those type files and write code appropriately. When it stops writing files, it does a linting check and it does additional checks that we wrote into those script files. So that's all built in. This also works for Droid. And so between Cursor's agent and Droid's agent, they have these hooks built in, which is really beautiful. And we've been seeing how nice and easy it is to just yap in features now and add those in. So in order to make the second part much more reliable, to know what the project structure is and not having to repeat ourselves, is that we have also added in the AGENTS.md files. So the AGENTS.md files actually live in all parts of our code too. So if you take a look at agents.md, in here we have AGENTS.md files that literally live like at every part of our app repo. So there's like 7 different files that are in here. So we have like AGENTS.mds in our like server file, and like this tell it about like this, what's going on in our server, and like the tables and the match lifestyle, and then like it even gives it patterns and anti-patterns. And then our main AGENTS.md file is actually extremely lightweight. So this AGENTS.md file is only 49 lines, and this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted this because we don't want to flood the context window. We want to keep it super light so that it has a mapping or directory. You can see when it's going to work through these parts of the code, every request will have this roadmap for the agent. So if the agent has a decision to make to go down to a server route, by the time it gets to that folder, there's another full AGENTS.md file that's going to be there that's going to tell it. It's like literally like taking a street down the corner and saying, hey, do you want to go this way or this way? And here's some more information if you want to go this way. Like, are you going to Hawaii or are you going to New York, buddy? So like, how helpful is that, right? Instead of like going into the middle of the ocean, you're like, okay, I've made it, like I think all these little signposts along the way are what agents need. And so we've like spent a lot of time building that out. And the next phase is like tomorrow's stream is going to be literally just trying to get some of these things not only like working, but try to see if we can layer the assets on top and get some of the movement going. Because the hardest part right now is really just getting like the server and the client to work for the game. So whatever I'm doing on my machine should also be present on the server. And so when like 10 people join, that'll be the next thing. Can I actually publish it and have people actually join and use it at the same time before I get the sprites loaded up? Because as soon as I start getting sprites and debugging UI, that could be just a whole day just trying to debug animations and things. And if we still have a lot of like the core like gameplay feel to work on, it can just feel really hard to kind of make any progress, because then it feels like we're kind of running in sand. But this whole thing is actually guided by our architecture plan. So our architecture plan is 2,000 lines, and this is our guiding light, and we've phased it out. So once we work on this integration, we're going to also have the YouTube live chatbot and these other things here. So we still have more parts to this to go as far as like things to implement, because in our status document, as we see here, we only have like phase 2 done. And we still have more phases to complete so that we can kind of make sure that everything's good to go. So we have chatbot, we have super kicks, we have AI final polish. We have quite a bit of stuff to work on. And so that's going to be the next prompt here to make sure that we can kind of like, now that everything's sort of running and working the way we want it, just to update the status file and everything. So this is looking pretty good. This is awesome. Let me check these changes in and make sure we have them. So we're going to check these changes in. Refer to the nearest pass. This is looking pretty good. No teammates pass forward. Great. And here's the game tick for the backend. Perfect. Awesome. And let me check those changes in, sync the changes. And okay, so now that that's there, okay, so we have gone ahead and created the following plan. Okay. To work on bug fixes. Okay. Let's see. I guess to say, we went ahead and made a bunch of bug fixes. And I guess I'll give it the bug fix gameplay thing here. Let's see. Bug fixes at bug fix gameplay. And what's the phase 2 review prompt? Okay. Oh, phase 2 review. This was wild. Okay. So, oh, okay. Based off the phase 2 review prompt. Okay. And I am going to need you to do a comprehensive review of our repo by checking the recent Git diffs, and so we can update So we can update the status file for our architecture plan. Okay. For our architecture. Okay, cool. And so this is it. So in here with Opus 4.5 high, I trust it to, we've used, let's see, 1.8 million tokens in this one session. It's cached 4.8 million tokens already. And we've had a lot of chats already in here. But this was the original plan for phase 2 that we just pretty much did in one shot. It took about 20 minutes to run. When it ran for 20 minutes, it wrote all the code. And for most of the stream, we were using GPT 5.2 to go back and verify, you know, what was missed, what was happening. And so the best model we found to verify that was GPT 5.2 high. So GPT 5.2 high was really good. It called out a lot of critical misses that were missing. Also P1 issues, P2 issues as well. So in spec mode in Droid, I was able to generate a plan for that. The other interesting part is we tested 5.1 codex max in high, medium, and low, or in those, at least I think it was high and medium, and it didn't call out any critical bug fixes, which I found really shocking. So there is a difference between 5.2 and 5.1 codex max, especially for bug review. So I would not use 5.1 codex max right now for bug review. It just seemed to be pretty bad. Opus 4.5 should still be pretty good. The reason we switched model in between was because of the outage. But now everything's back. I still go back and forth between them, but that was really interesting insight there. And so now we're basically updating our status file before we kind of wrap things up here. So let's see what's up. Are we at a point where you start making like, okay, oh, I think we said this. Oh, you've been cooking. Any new plans for the sprites? Not yet. So tomorrow's stream is going to have a lot more there. So that's what's up. Can't wait for the final versions. Yeah. Pretty soon we'll be able to deploy. It's probably tomorrow or something, so you can start playing. I noticed there was a stream started a while ago and I shocked this year's alive. Yeah, I took your advice and created Droid skill to enhance user prompts. Yes, as a simple source of truth. That's what you got to do. Plans on putting sounds. Yes, I definitely plans to have sounds. Yo, Starwinds, what's going on, man? Shoots. I wish I was in Hawaii right now. The temperature is so good. Oh, man. Let's see. Effective context management is equal parts engineering and black magic. Yeah, Droid is indeed black magic. I found the same 5.2 sorts of P0s. Yes. Yeah. Bro, I'm surprised Codex is missing that. That's kind of makes you think, right? Everyone hypes these models, but like you got to use them in real life, right? So here we are, phaser 3 point something. Okay, let me verify the issues are still working. Cool. So I've completed comprehensive review and updated the StatusMD. Here's a summary. So here's all the fixes applied. The new tables added. Phase 2 is now fully complete. The UI steps improvements. Okay, cool. So this is looking pretty good. And here's the status. Let me just double check here. So here's the status. So it's all complete. I guess so, yeah. I mean, we have created a field with basic sprites. We have a player movement, ball physics. We have auto switch logic, which is nice. So we can like go around and play, you know, on different teams and stuff like that. Or not different teams, but let's go back home. Create match, create lobby. This is so cool. So yeah, I can basically, you know, move around. Whoops. Oh, I should probably refresh. Oh, did my server die? I probably did. I should probably restart it. Client connection. Everything died. Okay. Shutting down server. No. Kill them all with fire. Okay. Let's just restart everything. Okay. Let's see. I think my server died. Let's see. This is an interesting test. So like if the server gets overloaded, see how we just continued? The timer just continues. That's awesome. The server state. But I can't move my characters. No. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead, bro. I'm so dead. Okay, so the server died. I came back to the match. I rejoined and I'm not able to move my character. Why? Match finished. Match 2 started. Okay. Okay. That's a bug fix we'll have to do for tomorrow. Okay, so this is what we got. Switch cooldown tracking per identity. Auto switch state prevents kick passes sticking. Okay, cool. So phase 2 is now complete. UI improvements timer overlay, results screen, and halftime UI. Okay, so these are the next steps for phase 3. Okay. Can you also review that we tackled, as I don't think we finished bug fixes? Okay. I like how it likes to gaslight me on those things. Yeah. Let's see. Commit these changes here for these. You mentioned you were trying to see how much it costs to make these kinds of projects just using LLMs. How are you tracking the cost? Right now, I'm just tracking the costs through what's showing on my cursor usage. So as of now, the cursor usage is showing $70. So this stream, we started at $50. So today we've already consumed $20 worth of credit using cursor. And then for like Droid, it's just using the /cost command basically. So at various stages, like here, /cost, it's like 1.6 million tokens to like 2 million tokens. I think in Droid, it probably used about, I'd say like $15 worth, or like 15 million tokens, thereabouts. It's probably less than that, but yeah. So I guess combined today, it's like 35 bucks. Yeah. And we were able to get through quite a bit of state of like code and everything like that. Research, and I guess it's not including sprites, and it's also not including the like communication on like Claude AI and some of these back and forth that we're having, because I'm using the Opus model. Like the Opus model is the best. So yeah. As far as the backend, I'm using SpaceTimeDB. I thought about Convex, and after the research, it's not really meant for games, because we're having this, we need specific infrastructure to sync local state versus the server state, which Convex is really good at, but there's additional game specific things that Convex doesn't do that SpaceTimeDB actually bootstraps for us, which is really nice. So we don't have to like figure out, okay, when I send some event up to the server, I have to like disqualify it and run extra code and write all this extra code in Convex. And that eats up a lot of like energy costs, right? So like this is already built into the SpaceTimeDB framework. So that's what's up. Oh, you're in Cali next week? Let's go. Yeah, hit me up, bro. We got to hang out here in Cali. Let's go. Yeah. Is ridiculous. Okay, cool. So what did it do? Now it says, okay, so phase 2, I can review the gameplay. So here's a complete review of the logs. Okay, so P0, 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 all the required P0, the only incomplete items, visual pseudo 3D field ball shadow from P2, which the plan explicitly noted as a placeholder. Would you like me to implement? I want you to update the status file and any references in let's see, in what's called architecture, as I noticed some out of date references in the Arch docs, like we use SpaceTimeDB start instead of the cargo stuff. We have also been able to learn a lot more fixing bugs and implementing features, and updating the documentation will be super helpful. Okay. So yeah, I'm just leaving Opus to do this type of stuff here. So that's what's up. I hear the Droid. Same here. Yeah. I'm going to change it from cursor to the Droid. Ghosty terminal, I think Ghosty. Yeah. So you'll probably hear it now. Error capturing system audio. Cannot capture audio from Ghosty. All system audio would be captured instead. Okay. So I guess we're going to capture all system audio, which would be like dings and dongs. I don't think I like that. So I'm just going to go back to cursor. Yeah. Okay, cool. Fix cargo build, space runtime. Okay. Start local DB error, required before publish. Yeah. So I'm updating my architecture docs as well, because I've learned a lot since this whole process. And that's a 2000 line file, right? So there's a lot that's going on here, and it's really interesting to see just Droid go to work. And Yeah, local host, next div. Okay, local game. Yeah, there's a lot of really good documentation we're updating here. Cool. How are you liking game development? As someone who mainly builds web apps, it looks daunting. I find it more as an engineering challenge, to be honest. I love the ability to, okay, there's a couple of things, not gonna lie. So Starwinds is my best friend since like grade school. And we were both obsessed with video games. Like we played so much video games growing up. It was kind of crazy. I would be so obsessed, I would go over to his house because he had all the games. And he's the one I would just like bug all day and just be like, can I play your console? You know? But we would watch like, you know, him play and he was like really, really good. Actually, I think he was wanting to be a pro gamer at one point. And so that was like my defining moment as a child. I've always wanted to like, I want to get into coding so I can actually make games. And so it turned out like, you know, I couldn't afford school and all that stuff to go into like some type of game specific thing. So, you know, I just had to do whatever other odd jobs and then eventually got into coding and stuff. But now I was like, wait, I could just start making games like vibing. So it was kind of an interesting thing. I just thought I saw somebody make like a really basic soccer game. So the same basic soccer game we made with these little pucks floating around and throwing the ball. I was like, oh, yeah, I could do that. But then we see if we can make it actually go full on in with like sprites and movements, because the other part is making artwork for it. And that's the hardest part, right? So now with Nano Banana, everything is now finally happening, but no one's actually publicly building with all this new stuff and combining it together that I see, right? People are probably doing it privately, but I want to do it publicly and I want to see if I can actually do it. So if I show up every day and start coding, something's going to happen. I don't know. I'm going to learn something through this whole process. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So huge shout outs to Starwinds Productions. He's my homeboy. Thank you so much. Like I love that you're showing up in the chat. So cool, man. Excited to see you. So I'm building ACP implementation for Droid, Zed, and I love Zed as much. I love Zed, but I want Droid as the harness. Yes. Yeah. I think you can kick off a sub process, by the way, and have Droid just run and then send it back to Zed. Okay, so here's the architecture doc. So here's a summary of changes, fix the CLI, added spacetime, fixed key URLs, updated kickball signature, now takes direction instead of target XY, added new section 17 implementation notes, lesson learned. This is awesome. Wow. Cool. That's a massive update. So we did a lot of updates here. So here's the ball actions. And then here we have stuff about the kickball. And then here we have stuff about like SpaceTimeDB CLI commands, because this was made on our initial research and now we have like much more information now. Wow, 2,500 lines. Pass targeting, nearest teammate. This looks good. And then here's the status doc. So, okay, so our status doc also has a reference to when it was updated. Okay, and then here's our tasks. Okay, so we still have phase 3, which is the match flow. So the match flow needs to display the timer, implement spectator mode, create results, halftime, and then game engine here is done. And then when do we do the sprites? Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask about that before we... Okay, I should have headed out 15 minutes ago, but I think I might save that for the next stream because I want to talk about the sprites. And I'll show you, I know people have been checking out the sprites and stuff as I go, but like this is the chat for the sprites. And these were some of the characters we generated. We're going to do something even better than this. But this is kind of like a first draft. And this was done using Nano Banana. And I have some of the prompts in there. And like it's basically how we can generate a sprite board based off these prompts. And so these are the types of things that we should be able to use. And I need to do more research on how we can like implement some of these characters and stuff, which would be super cool into our game, because that'll be really cool. So we have like different fields and different stuff going on. And with Nano Banana Pro, like we should get extreme amount of consistency for what we're doing. I think this would be really fun. We've been cooking super hard. We're going strong, 6 hours and 23 minutes. We've had 1,500 people stop by the chat. So if you're on YouTube, definitely smash that thumbs up. I appreciate everyone who's been able to retweet on X. Like your support's been amazing. 1,400 people over there. We got like one sole person on Twitch. It's probably my boy Starwinds. Huge shout outs to you guys. You guys have been really killing it. So tomorrow, what we got for tomorrow is we're going to try to see if I can finish up with some of this game engine stuff that's working. Also try to see if we can overlay some of these sprites. I want to see these characters move with their little legs and stuff. And then I want to try to see if I can generate like costumes, outfits, and different things, and like kind of really work more on the design pieces of it. So And the other part of it that I want to get up is I want to get this thing deployed. I want to try to see if I can get some people like you guys to scan the QR code with me live. Like if I had time right now, if I didn't have to go to dinner, we would just be like trying this little funny version live right now and then seeing what happens. I would just like literally start the server and then just kill it. But yeah, that's kind of what we're having tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be really fun. So this is day 4 of our challenge. And I can't believe I made it this far. We still have like Christmas is not that far away. It's still 11 days, but I want to get a lot of this stuff up and running. So by Christmas, it's just running like nonstop, you know, like we have automated bots and everything like that. But right now I don't think I'm ready to deploy it yet, but maybe tomorrow I might get an instance up and running. That way we can kind of try it out. So y'all are loving this. I want you to hit like VIP in the chat, like spam VIP in the chat. Let me know if you're kind of feeling this right now. How does the game look like right now? So if you want to see real quick, I'll show you. So let me just redeploy everything. I think this is up here. Okay, match finish. Cool. So let me just kick off the game. Let me rebuild everything here. I'm going to rebuild everything here for you. So let's see. So game finished. I need to head out right now, but since you're here and you're asking, I got you, fam. All right. So we're going to shut down the server, kill my logs, kill this, and let's see. SpaceTimeDB. Whoops. Run SpaceTimeDB. Okay. Got that. We're going to do spacetime, not logs, publish. Yes. Okay. So bun dev. And then we're going to run bun logs, bun dev logs. Okay, cool. So we got our server and stuff up running. We're going to run here. Oh, come on. Okay. Create match. Connected. Create lobby. Here we are as human. Start the match. Okay, cool. So this is where we're at with the game. So we've improved like the passing and then the auto switch for the characters. So when I hit shift now, it passes correctly. And then it like auto kind of like a sticky catch, which is kind of cool. And it passes like to the nearest player correctly. So you can start to do these like cool little techniques where you're like doing some passing stuff. It's pretty cool. Awesome. Yo, we can like move. This is a hack actually. I love this because you can like literally do this like some messy stuff, you know, like, oh snap. That's so fire. But yeah, that's kind of what we got so far as like a game engine. You can kind of intercept it too and like pass like that and see like it's really good. It's really, I like it. Especially like this little gameplay with like the 3, like you can recruit players. So you can go like this and then you could like, yeah, you can do some funny stuff. Yeah, let's see. Can you, and then like, I don't know. Oh, this is like, okay, this is super distracting. I should be. So part of like game development that I didn't realize is like, in order for you to, if you're working on a game that you like, especially something like this, is that you can like do some really cool stuff. But like technically, while it looks like you're playing video games, you're actually getting paid to play the video game, if you know what I mean? Because that's the whole point. It's like, I'm testing, quote unquote. Yeah, so this is kind of wild. This is kind of where we're at right now. So keep score. When the half finishes, it'll say like half, it'll do a kind of a countdown for a break, and then it'll begin the next half. We have 2 minutes per each half. And then at the end of the game, it comes like that. So that's kind of where we're at so far. We still got quite a bit of our plan to go, and we still have like other phases to build. But like so far, we've been able to nail amazing amounts of stuff. We have the game engine locked in. We got more other stuff to go in. We still have chatbot work to do. We still have a match timer, spectator mode, a results screen, halftime UI as well. We've still got to build. But so far, we've been able to like spawn our character. We have passing, we have kick directions, we have shift pass. Everything feels nice, you know, really fast. We've got the tick rates down. We got the ball physics in there as well. We have like, you know, the arcade style WASD, ball collision detection. The camera like doesn't necessarily follow the ball yet. We have some of the really basic stuff down. All of this stuff is working in correlation with our server. So that local is a local server that's currently running. When I deploy this, if I have like 10 people playing, we should also see the same exact ball state. So wherever I'm moving, all that stuff should be live and feel really live. And that's what's going to be bonkers. And I can't wait to get that. So tomorrow we're going to deploy this code and we're going to try to see if we can get some people to use it live, which would be super fire. So yeah, we got spam VIP in the chat. Let's go. Just got here. Bro, you just got here. We've been going for 6 hours and 30 minutes strong, bro. I'm sorry to hold you up. Great progress. When are you holding the so adding the sprites is coming tomorrow, bro. We're trying to see if we can do that tomorrow. What keyboard are you using? Knob keyboard. I'm so excited. I need to head to dinner though. Yo, we are coding. We are so cooking right now. Oh my gosh, this is like it's so fun, and I appreciate everyone. I'm late too. I'm so late right now. Yeah, like I should be. My friends are gonna get mad at me because I should have left like 30 minutes ago. Let me just check the text. Above message asks if you're okay. I gotta. I just want to see. This is the conundrum, right? It's like I can spend hours coding, and this is really fun. And I'm about to. You know, we got like this is. I can see the vision. Like this game is about to be like pseudo 3D. So we're about to turn it this way. We're going to add the characters in, and the characters are going to be animated and moving. I mean, we got the good responsiveness of the ball. We got that little soccer ball. We're going to have sounds. We're going to update the grass. Like it's all of that stuff is just going to start filling in. It took us a long time to get here, 4 days in order for us to get the scaffolding we needed for our app. So I'm going from 0 game development experience other than making a random number generator in the terminal, right? Like I've made little games like that, right? To literally just like, I don't know, like I'm coding this. I don't know Rust. I don't know SpaceTimeDB. I'm learning on the fly. Next.js, I know a little bit about, where this is insane. I'm blown away. And hopefully you are too. If you haven't had a chance, make sure you subscribe. Stay locked in, folks, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned for day 5. I'm going to keep going until Christmas.